This is AMTV. Hello there everyone, and welcome to the fourth compilation edition of this series looking at the history and impact of Doctor Who viewing figures. If you're joining us for the very first time, a very warm welcome to you. We hope you stick around for future instalments and check out our previous compilations. We've covered the first three Doctor's eras, but for now, sit back, relax, and join me once again as we delve back into the wonderfully niche world of Doctor Who viewing figures. Our destination? The fourth Doctor's era. In the December of 1974, Doctor Who was undergoing another big change. For the last few years, Jon Pertwee was the Doctor. His cool, suave and action-packed take on the role won over the hearts and minds of millions of viewers. Under his lead, the show was reinvented for the 1970s, introduced a new cast of regulars, iconic new monsters, and saw the debut appearance of the Doctor's biggest rival, the Master. With Tom Baker being announced to take over from Pertwee, it provided some shock to newer viewers of the programme. For many, Jon wasn't just one of the Doctors, he was the definitive Doctor. And to them, Baker coming in to replace him could have been just as jarring as it was to older fans when they first saw Patrick Troughton take over from William Hartnell. Nevertheless, by 1974, after 11 years on air, Doctor Who was more accustomed to its ever-changing nature, and as such, when the show returned for season 12, it would be with a brand new Doctor, a brand new production team behind him, and in producer Philip Hinchcliffe and script editor Robert Holmes leading the charge. But with all the new coming in, the old wasn't completely ready to be cast aside just yet. Sarah Jane Smith, a companion introduced in Pertwee's final season, was here to stay, and the unit regulars wouldn't go unseen in season 12 either. So let's get into this set of stories, the first for the fourth Doctor, and see how they did. The first story from season 12 is Robot. A series of burglaries perpetrated by something more than human leads the newly regenerated Doctor and unit to the doors of the Progressive Think Tank organisation, which intends to hold the world to ransom. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 28th of December 1974 and concluded on the 18th of January 1975. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and wow, these are the strongest numbers we've seen for a Doctor's first story. 3 of the story's 4 parts saw over 10 million viewers, and even the least viewed instalment, that being part 4 with 9 million viewers, is certainly an impressive showing. In terms of the top 40 TV programmes chart, all 4 parts found a place within it, the peak being part 2, which settled at 17th place. So with such high numbers for the fourth Doctor's debut, what factors helped contribute to this runaway success? Well, the 2 main factors we must always go to first in this series is promotion and competition. For the former, there was extensive coverage in several newspapers, all of which were either chatting with the new Doctor or promoting his upcoming debut in Robot. Surprisingly, there was no special trailer to help draw up further excitement and no front cover on the Radio Times. This would mark the first time in 5 years that a season opener for Doctor Who wasn't given that front cover. However, this doesn't seem to have affected the viewing figures all that much. A different kind of promotion arguably came with a repeat. As mentioned in the previous episode, one day before Robot's transmission, the preceding story, Planet of the Spiders, was repeated on BBC One in a compilation form. The repeat attracted 8.6 million viewers, and that being it was the third Doctor's last story, it proved the perfect reminder and lead-in to the brand new Doctor's debut the following day. In terms of competition, ITV was still surprisingly airing a lot of the same shows against Doctor Who as they had done in the last few years. These included popular quiz show, Sale of the Century, and equally popular talent show, New Faces. But whilst these shows had once taken a noticeable chunk out of Doctor Who's ratings, it seems they couldn't maintain that force this time around. However, there was one new show that was aiming to be a real rival to Doctor Who, that being the American import, Planet of the Apes, based off the successful film series of the same name. This show only aired in certain regions, and after having failed in America, the new show sadly failed to make much of an impact over here in the UK either. So relatively weak competition and strong promotion is always a good combination to achieve high viewing figures, certainly true back in the mid-1970s. As for the story itself, Robot I've always found a weird blend of the old and the new. On the new side of it, Tom Baker is such a breath of fresh air into the programme. Nothing against Jon Pertwee, I love his take on the role, but Tom Baker is so immediately different, so instantly vibrant, that the contrast between incarnations works beautifully. Aside from Tom though, I've always felt Robot is very much a story intended for the third Doctor's era. It's written by Terrance Dicks, who had been script editing the show for the past few years, and the story is an Earthbound unit type one, and even the villains in the piece remind me of the kinds of characters we see in the early Pertwee years. This doesn't make Robot a bad story, but one in which where, for me at least, whilst the new Doctor is undoubtedly the standout feature, he feels like he's been dropped in his predecessor's stomping grounds. Still, seeing Tom's toothy smile and quirky persona instantly brings a smile to my face, and only acts as a tantalising glimpse of what's to come for the new Doctor. Overall, this story attracted an average of 10.2 million viewers. This makes it the most viewed opener since Season 10's The Three Doctors, which just pips Robot by 0.1 million. However, as mentioned, a 10.2 million average does make Robot the most viewed introductory story for a new Doctor so far. I would argue this shows that not only was the hype well and truly drummed up for the Fourth Doctor's debut, but that the massive growth in audiences seen in the Third Doctor's era was here to stick around. A new Doctor was no longer going to put millions of people off the show. Instead, whilst people may have missed Pertwee, they were ready to give Baker a chance to shine, and shine he did. To enjoy the Fourth Doctor's first adventure today, you can read the Target book from 1975, or its audio adaptation from 2007, both titled as Doctor Who and the Giant Robot. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1992, the DVD release from 2007, and the story is also available on Blu-ray as part of the Season 12 collection set. Robot may not be a perfect story, but what it does well, it does really well. The sections in Part 1 dedicated to introducing the new Doctor are excellent. The unit-based stuff, even though more aligned with the Pertwee era, does transition smoothly and seamlessly into this story, and the regulars are delivering fantastic performances, just as they had been doing for years at this point. And even though the titular Robot may not be the best realised creature in Doctor Who, a heartfelt performance from Michael Kilgarriff, plus some very ambitious effect sequences, help it stand out amongst the pantheon of 70s monsters. It's absolutely worth a watch, and I would argue a neat little jumping on point if you're wanting to get into classic Who.
Well, I won't do it. I won't. Why should I?
Doctor, you're being childish.
Well, of course I am. There's no point in being grown up if you can't be childish sometimes.
The second story from Season 12 is The Ark in Space. On Space Station Nerva in the far future, the remnants of humanity are held in cryogenic suspension, but the station has been invaded by the parasitic Wirren, who intend to feed on the humans and conquer the Earth. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 25th of January 1975 and concluded on the 15th of February. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and once again, 3 of the story's 4 parts skyrocket over 10 million viewers, the obvious standout being Part 2, which had 13.6 million people watching. This is the highest individual figure since Episode 1 of The Web Planet, which aired 10 years previously. Part 1's 9.4 million figure may be the lowest, but again, that's still a strong number, and when looking at everything else, it's clear that this story was connecting with viewers. For the top 40 programmes, all 4 parts charted, just as they had with Robot. Part 2 charts the highest, taking the programme into the top 10, finishing at 5th place, a new peak for Doctor Who in these charts. So with a new peak in Part 2, and strong numbers throughout, just how did the Ark in Space manage to do it? Well, there was no special effort made in the promotional department. However, Doctor Who was making appearances in newspapers for a very different reason. The question of violence in the programme had been brought up before in the 1960s, but had largely gone without much heed, from both the press and the production team. Things were heating up again though, with the Honorary Secretary of the National Viewers and Listeners Association, Mary Whitehouse, claiming that Doctor Who was in fact too violent and unsuitable for children. This prompted several articles in national newspapers, with several members of the programme appearing in written form to defend it, including Robert Holmes, Terry Nation, Terrance Dicks, and Tom Baker himself. Mrs. Whitehouse would return again in years to come, where her influence would be more strongly felt. In the realm of competition, ITV's offerings were relatively weak once again. New faces, Sale of the Century, and reruns of programmes we've seen on this series before, such as Tarzan. British reruns also challenged Doctor Who, in this case the family series The Adventures of Black Beauty, which had originally gone out between 1972 and 1974. However, like with Robot, none of this competition could triumph over the Time Lord, certainly not when he was consistently pulling audiences of over 10 million each week. The Ark in Space has been cited by many a fan as being one of the greatest achievements in the classic series, whether it be for its foreboding atmosphere aboard the Nerva beacon, the great steady reveal of the repulsive Wirren, or simply the performances of the lead cast, particularly by Tom Baker, who not only arguably had inhabited the role most quickly out of all his predecessors, but was delivering speeches that would go on to be quoted nearly 50 years later. It's a terrific adventure tale, and quite frankly deserves a lot of the praise it so often gets. Overall, this story attracted an average of 11.1 million viewers, a 0.9 increase from the previous story. Not only is this a magnificent average for a magnificent story, but it's the first time the show averaged over 11 million since The Web Planet, which had roughly 12.6 million viewers watching back in 1965. For Doctor Who to achieve a similarly high figure over 10 years later is testament to the show's longevity, but also its ever-growing popularity. We also have some repeat data for you. 10 days before the beginning of Season 13, on Wednesday the 20th of August 1975, The Ark in Space was broadcast as a 70-minute compilation on BBC One. Here are the viewing figures for this repeat, and whilst this is a 2.9 million drop from the average achieved just 6 months earlier, 8.2 million for a repeat screening is very respectable indeed, especially when going out against some of ITV's heaviest hitters, those being soap operas Crossroads and Coronation Street. The Pertwee years successfully revitalised Doctor Who for the 1970s, and with Tom Baker, the show was now continuing to evolve, expand and change, to constantly keep its audiences hooked, scared, but most importantly, entertained. Something which The Ark in Space managed to deliver in spades. To enjoy this classic today, you have the Target book from 1977, or its audio adaptation from 2015. To watch it, you have two different VHS releases, a compilation version from 1989 and an episodic version from 1994. In 1996, it became one of few classic Who stories to be released on the Laserdisc format. Again, on DVD, you have two different releases, the original from 2002 or a special edition re-release from 2013. The Ark in Space is also available as part of the Season 12 collection set, which is exclusive to the Blu-ray format. There's not much more I can add to The Ark in Space that hasn't been said already. It's one of the best examples of 70s Who. With its character work, monster design, use of atmosphere, suspense, it's literally all here. With Robot being a good jumping on point, Ark serves as a perfect follow-up, to introduce people to just the kinds of weird and wonderful adventures the Doctor and his companions can have. An absolute must-watch. Grab it for your library if you haven't already.
Here they are, out among the stars, waiting to begin a new life, ready to outsit eternity. They're indomitable. Indomitable.
The third story from Season 12 is the Sontaran Experiment. Believing the Earth of the far future to be uninhabited, the Doctor, Sarah and Harry encounter Field Major Steyr, the advance guard of a Sontaran invasion. This story is comprised of 2 episodes, which began airing on the 22nd of February 1975 and concluded the following week on the 1st of March. Here are the individual viewing figures for both episodes, and the high numbers of The Ark in Space have carried on through to this story quite nicely. Both parts sail over 10 million viewers, Part 1 achieving the peak with bang on 11 million. For the programme charts, both parts charted highly, with Part 1 placing 18th and Part 2 going one further and placing 17th. The high numbers were here to stay, so fresh off the success of The Ark in Space, what did the Sontaran Experiment have to offer viewers? Well, being a 2-part story, initially it may seem like not much promotion could be placed on this tale, and indeed there wasn't. No special trailers, no extensive coverage in the newspapers or the Radio Times aside from the usual listings, and as mentioned in the previous episode, by this point, Doctor Who was arguably a national institution. Vast chunks of audience members, even if they weren't regular viewers, would have had a passing familiarity with at least one of the Doctors, the TARDIS, and some of the show's more memorable monsters. To that extent, the show was starting to sell itself, the consistent figures of 10 million and above lending strength to that argument with Season 12 stories so far. For competition, it just seems like by this point ITV were happy to surrender the time slot over to Doctor Who. For going up against the Sontaran Experiment were the same shows that went up against Robot and The Ark in Space, and despite third time being the charm, that was not the case for these programmes here. The Sontaran Experiment is a fun little story. It's the first 2-parter to go out in 10 years, the last being 1965's The Rescue, and because of its short length, I find it often gets overlooked, or completely passed over when discussed by fans. Whilst it is hard to tell a complete story in 2 25-minute episodes, it certainly isn't impossible. Kevin Lindsay returns to portray another member of the malicious Sontaran race, and it's always nice to see a Doctor Who story to be set completely on location. It may be over and done with before you know it, and it's sandwiched between 2 of the most memorable stories in the show's long history, but it's certainly not one to pass over, especially if you're a fan of the potatoes you love to hate, the Sontarans. Overall, this story attracted an average of 10.8 million viewers, a 0.3 drop from the previous story. Only being 2 parts and having strong figures for both of them does of course help, but surely this still continues to show how much viewers were enjoying the stories of Season 12 and what they had to offer. We also have some repeat data for this story. In the summer break between Seasons 13 and 14, 2 stories were selected to air a week's worth of Doctor Who repeats. From Monday the 5th to Thursday the 8th of July 1976, Season 13's Planet of Evil went out, and chosen to close out the week on Friday the 9th of July was the Sontaran Experiment. Here are the viewing figures for that repeat, coming in at a strong 8.2 million, also charting 25th for the week. As Who repeats became more common in the gaps between seasons in the 1970s, it showed that the show definitely had an audience for those who wanted to see past adventures again. Having been a success the previous year, the return of the Sontaran so quickly into the show was bound to draw up significant interest from fans, and newer viewers were arguably there because they enjoyed the new Doctor. This curly-haired bohemian absolutely teeming with life, energy, and enough eccentricities to burst out of the screen. It may not be the crowning gem of Season 12, but it certainly is far from being a dud in my opinion. If you want to enjoy the Sontaran Experiment today, you can read the Target book from 1978, or its audio adaptation from 2016. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1991, packaged with Genesis of the Daleks, and as a standalone DVD release from 2006. The Sontaran Experiment is also available on Blu-ray as part of the Season 12 collection set. With so few 2-part stories in Classic Who, I would argue that the Sontaran Experiment is up there with the best of them. Styre is another great, tantalising example of what the Sontaran race is like, and the 3 leads make the most of the little time they've been given, particularly in terms of the outdoor setting. Make sure you don't skip past it on your rewatch. Give it the chance it deserves.
I challenge you, Styre. Single combat. Or are you afraid?
Afraid? A Sontaran afraid?
The 4th and penultimate story from Season 12 is Genesis of the Daleks. The Doctor travels to the war-torn planet Skaro, where the deranged Davros prepares to unleash the destructive power of the Daleks. The Doctor must avert the creation of his deadliest enemy, but does he have the right? This story is comprised of 6 episodes, which began airing on the 8th of March 1975 and concluded on the 12th of April. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 6 episodes, and whilst initially the programme pulls in more than 10 million viewers, numbers do start to drop quite sharply about a third of the way in. With a peak of 10.7 million with Part 1 and a low of 8.5 million with Part 3, these are hardly figures to be worried about. For the programme charts, 5 of Genesis' 6 parts charted. Part 3 narrowly missed out, finishing at 42nd, the peak being Part 2, which charted 15th. So despite being heralded as one of, if not the greatest Doctor Who story of all time, what caused the decline in viewing figures that have been so high and stable for the past 3 stories? The promotional arm of the programme seemed to shift a bit more into gear around the time Genesis began broadcasting. In the Radio Times, there was a full article dedicated to Doctor Who and the Daleks, featuring interviews with Tom Baker and Dalek creator Terry Nation. With news that the Daleks were going to be returning for a 4th year running, and featured their Genesis no less, this was bound to draw considerable excitement from viewers of all ages. As the story went to air, talks again regarding the violence in Doctor Who were once again raised by Mary Whitehouse. Maybe it's this talk that caused viewers to drop off as the story progressed. Perhaps parents stopped their children watching. Well, it's feasible, but I find it hard to believe that nearly 2 million people dropped off for that reason alone. Competition from ITV was, again, lackluster, the same stable of programmes being turned out against the Time Lord, to little success in the ratings. But despite the drop in numbers, one thing you can't deny is how monumental Genesis of the Daleks was as a story. We are introduced to Davros, the deranged scientist who's responsible for the maniacal Pepper Potts creation. His scenes with the Doctor are sharp, witty and powerful, an encapsulating dynamic between the pair that we only continue to see in years to come. Michael Wisher delivers an unbelievable performance, showcasing that Davros is vastly intelligent and not simply raving mad, and how little parts of his character directly influence how the Daleks themselves are, both in their personality and in their actions. I wouldn't call it the greatest Doctor Who story ever made, but it's certainly up there. Overall, this story attracted an average of 9.6 million viewers, a 1.2 drop from the previous story. Whilst this may seem a big dip, keep in mind that for a 9.6 million average across a 6-week story is a massive achievement, and still stands as one of the strongest examples. We also have lots of repeat data for you. In fact, I would say that Genesis of the Daleks is the most repeated story of the classic series. The first re-airing came at the very end of 1975, chosen as the Christmas repeat, an idea that had proven successful over the past few years. An 85-minute edit of Genesis was aired on BBC One on Saturday the 27th of December. Here are the viewing figures for this repeat, and while 7.2 million may be the lowest showing for these Christmas repeats so far, it's not a catastrophe by any means. The next time viewers would get to see the story would be in the summer of 1982. Broadcast as part of Doctor Who and the Monsters, Genesis was aired across 2 Mondays, the 26th of July and the 2nd of August, as 2 bumper-length episodes. Here are the viewing figures for this repeat, and whilst a 5 million average may seem low, bear in mind this was going out in the middle of summer. Airing in the heart of British summertime, with more people outdoors, that wouldn't have helped, and with strong competition against ITV's soap Coronation Street, lower figures almost seemed inevitable. 11 years later, in 1993, Genesis was chosen once again to be repeated, this time on BBC Two. As part of Doctor Who's 30th anniversary, a different story featuring each Doctor was screened on the channel, with Genesis airing over 6 weeks, between the 8th of January and the 12th of February. Here are the viewing figures for that repeat, which averaged out at around 2.2 million viewers. Again, on the surface, it's a very low figure, but as often is with these 90s repeats, A, it was going out on BBC Two, a channel that rarely achieves the same high figures seen on BBC One, and B, Doctor Who had been off the air with new episodes for around 4 years, so the general interest in the programme was nowhere near as high as it once had been. Genesis of the Daleks received one last repeat in the February of 2000 on BBC Two, but unfortunately we don't have the viewing figures for this transmission. Although information states that the low audiences for this repeat caused Doctor Who to be dropped from BBC Two schedules, and that's something we never want to hear, is it? If you missed all of these repeats back in the day, aren't you lucky that you have so many different ways in which you can experience it today? You have the Target book from 1976, or its audio adaptation from 2017. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1991, packaged with the Sontaran Experiment, and the standalone DVD release from 2006. This story is also available to watch on Blu-ray as part of the Season 12 collection set. At the end of the day, Genesis of the Daleks absolutely earns its place as being part of the pinnacle of Who stories. It's deeply atmospheric, it's not afraid to show off some of the darker aspects of war, the characterizations of both the Khaleds and the Thals are fantastic, and perhaps most iconic, the introduction of Dalek creator Davros. With his debut, viewers were treated to a brilliant performance, but also one of the most in-depth characters the universe of Doctor Who would ever have. And even though he appears to meet his demise at the conclusion of the adventure, it would be far from the last time that his path would cross with the Doctors.
When the time is right, we will emerge and take our rightful place as the supreme power of the universe!
The fifth and final story from Season 12 is Revenge of the Cybermen. Returning to the Nerva Beacon, the Doctor, Sarah and Harry find the station ravaged by plague, but caused by what? The Doctor's suspicions are aroused by Voga, a planet with a link to one of his deadliest foes. The Cybermen are coming. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 19th of April 1975 and concluded on the 10th of May. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and whilst they are strong, it's a shame that the final story of Season 12 couldn't pull in a 10 million figure like the rest of the stories did. But saying that, with 2 episodes apiece in the 8 and 9 million range, Revenge I would argue rounds off the success that the 4th Doctor's first season was able to achieve. For the top 40 programmes, despite the lower figures, all 4 parts ended up charting, the peak being Part 4, which finished up at 22nd. So did Revenge of the Cybermen have the same positive factors going for it as the previous stories? For promotion, an unlikely ally sprung up which helped raise the profile of Doctor Who even higher with the general public. Weetabix, a popular breakfast item, began a promotional tie-in with the programme, encouraging people to buy packs of Weetabix to collect various cardboard cutouts, a tie-in that proved to be incredibly popular for both parties. Including this, Tom gave an interview to the Daily Express on the day of Part 1's broadcast, in which, amongst other things, he reveals that he had signed on for a second year, pleasing millions who had come to love him almost from the word go. The competition over at ITV was, you guessed it, weak as anything. The same old shows came to the fore, Sale of the Century, new faces, reruns of old shows, you get the idea. But if competition was weak, why weren't Revenge of the Cybermen's viewing figures much higher like the previous stories? Well, going out in April and May, with warmer weather and lighter nights beginning to emerge, less people would have been huddled around their tellies at 5:30 PM. But the main element of this story that was going to draw up some notable attention was the long-awaited return of the Cybermen. The Silver Giants hadn't appeared on screen for 7 years, last being seen in 1968's The Invasion, and only making brief cameos in the interlude, unfortunately never having a dedicated adventure in the Third Doctor's era. Sadly, their return here isn't often regarded as being triumphant. The Cybermen here are markedly different. Everything from their voices, their demeanour, their attitudes, their very emotional moments despite supposedly having no emotion, it almost seems like a contradiction of everything we thought we knew about them. Are there some good and redeemable moments? Oh, sure there are, but ultimately, in my view, Revenge of the Cybermen isn't the best outing for the metallic monsters. Still one to give a watch, it's certainly entertaining, but maybe not for the right reasons. Overall, this story attracted an average of 9 million viewers, a 0.6 drop from the previous story. Whilst that may seem a shame, to close out your 12th season with 9 million viewers on average tuning in, what an achievement that is! It may not have been the greatest comeback for the Cybermen, but their appearance is welcomed after such a long absence, and their inclusion in Season 12 marks the first time that 3 of the programme's heaviest hitters, the Daleks, the Sontarans and the Cybermen, would all appear in the same group of adventures, something that wouldn't happen again for another 10 years. To have a gander at Revenge of the Cybermen today, you have the Target book from 1976, and no audio adaptation as of yet, at the time of this recording. To watch it though, you have plenty of options. Revenge was the first Doctor Who story to be released on VHS, in an omnibus edition back in 1983. Although, as you can see, there's a few things wrong with this cover. So the next year, in 1984, it was re-released with more suitable artwork. It was also released on Betamax, Video 2000, and later on, Laserdisc. An episodic version was released eventually on VHS in 1999. The story got its DVD release in 2010, packaged with Silver Nemesis in a double feature box set, and it's also available to view on Blu-ray as part of the Season 12 collection set. But despite all the jokes and the sassy cyber leader memes, Revenge is a story that is worth your time at least once. If anything, the lead cast continue to cement the wonderful chemistry that they have between them. There's some pretty ambitious location filming within some eerie caves, and many a memorable moment. Memorable for the right reasons? I'll leave that up to you.
Harry Sullivan is an imbecile!
So that's Season 12, the 5 stories that comprise it, and the ratings that they garnered. With the transmission of Episode 4 of Revenge of the Cybermen, Season 12 was brought to an end, concluding a slightly shorter run of nearly 5 months, comprised of 20 episodes across 5 stories. All 20 of those episodes exist today in the BBC archives, and thankfully from here on out, all broadcast episodes of Doctor Who do still exist in some form at the BBC. Now, let's have a look at the story averages for this season. We can see the most successful story in terms of viewing figures is The Ark in Space, which pulled in 11.1 million viewers on average. The lowest point comes with the season finale, Revenge of the Cybermen, which averages out at 9 million. But come on, do you think 9 million viewers over 4 weeks in 1975 is something to be looked down upon? 9 million viewers is something Patrick Troughton never got, sadly, with his stories. This is the first time on our journey so far that every single story of a season has averaged at least 9 million viewers. With 3 of the 5 tales here climbing over 10 million, that certainly does tell you something about the continued rise in popularity and audience reach that Doctor Who was experiencing in the 1970s. Whether it was the return of old monsters, the inclusion of new ones, or primarily just the appeal and likability of the new Doctor, all of these factors helped contribute to the push that the show needed to go through yet another monumental transition in its long history. Now, as we always do, let's work out the overall average for this season. By combining the average ratings of each story, we can calculate that the average for Season 12 of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 10.1 million viewers. That's a 1.3 million increase from Season 11's overall average, and is now the second highest season average overall, only behind Season 2, which still reigns supreme with 10.4 million. But hey, for a Doctor's debut season to average at over 10 million viewers is staggering. Season 12, if anything, proved that for the 4th lease of life for the show, it was going to be anything but dull. Despite having some similarities in tone and style to the previous few years, the 5 stories seen here all offer something different and for the most part succeed in what they're trying to achieve. Robot gives us a good look at this brand new Doctor, what makes him tick, and just how those close to him handle this new persona. The Ark in Space is an atmospheric thriller, one that somehow for the most part manages to make Bubble Wrap look somewhat scary. The Sontaran Experiment, while short, no pun intended, offers us further insight into how the creatures think and operate. Genesis of the Daleks is debatably the crown jewel, adding a whole new dimension to the monster's backstory, whilst introducing a character so important and so detailed that it would almost be impossible to think that we wouldn't see him again. And Revenge of the Cybermen is, well, it's Revenge of the Cybermen.
It is good.
But I don't mean that disrespectfully. It has its fans. And I think that's why Season 12 is seen as such a good jumping on point as the years have gone on. Every story offers you something different. Every story, I would argue, is fairly accessible, easy to understand and get into, and ultimately, each story is very watchable. You can debate about a story's quality, whether in terms of the writing, performances, design, whatever, but if the story is entertaining and keeps you watching, then in my view, it's done its job with great effect. But just because you start off strong doesn't mean it will last forever. It's the summer of 1975, and Doctor Who had not long come off one of its most successful run of stories ever. Season 12 had introduced Tom Baker to millions as the eccentric Fourth Doctor. His brilliant performance, combined with some tightly written stories featuring monsters old and new, helped catapult audience figures over the 10 million mark again and again and again. And with a shorter gap than usual, just a mere 3 months after Revenge of the Cybermen wrapped up, the show was coming back to screens for its 13th season. But now that producer Philip Hinchcliffe and script editor Robert Holmes had successfully kicked off the Fourth Doctor's era, could they, along with their leading stars, keep that success running? Would those averages stay above the 10 million mark? Or would lightning in this case not strike twice? Let's get right into it and kick off with a story that introduced a new iconic monster. The first story of Season 13 is Terror of the Zygons. The Doctor, Sarah and Harry return to Earth to assist the Brigadier and unit investigate the destruction of oil rigs in Scotland. An alien terror lurks beneath the dark waters of Loch Ness. The Zygons want Earth as their own. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 30th of August 1975 and concluded on the 20th of September. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and I must say, after the highs of Season 12, these are quite the startling numbers to kick off with. Whilst Part 1 achieves the peak of the story with 8.4 million, the very next week, Part 2 brings in the lowest, with 6.1 million tuning in. Things pick up as the story does progress, but this is arguably not the start the BBC were hoping for, especially as the programme had enjoyed fairly successful season openers for the 1970s so far. In terms of the top 40 TV programmes chart, Parts 1 and 3 charted, with the former peaking at 29th place, Parts 2 and 4 missing out on charting as high. So despite the love Terror of the Zygons holds amongst fans, just what contributed to these lower than expected opening figures? Well, before we address our usual factors such as competition and promotion, I think we need to address the story's transmission dates first. Going out in August and September, this was the first time Doctor Who had gone out at this time of year since the Season 6 opener, The Dominators, all the way back in 1968. With audiences used to the Time Lord kicking off new adventures in December or January, it is possible that in the pre-internet age that viewers were initially unaware that the programme was returning so soon after Season 12's conclusion in May. It does sound plausible, if it weren't for the decent run of promotion that Terror of the Zygons received prior to Part 1 being transmitted. For starters, the story was featured in a trailer promoting BBC One's autumn season, showcasing that this was indeed a new adventure and not just a repeat. Secondly, the Monday before Part 1, on the 25th of August, Tom Baker hosted an edition of popular children's show Disney Time, where in costume as the Doctor, he presented and narrated links between the various clips shown by the famous studio. The segment ends with him receiving a note from the Brigadier, and him dashing back to the TARDIS, in which he informs audiences he will see them next Saturday, nicely tying into Terror of the Zygons broadcast and the story itself. In terms of promotion in the written medium, some gorgeous colour artwork was featured in the Radio Times, drawn by the legendary Frank Bellamy. So if promotion for the season opener was strong, was it competition over on ITV that drew people away in their millions? In some respects, yes, it was. For Part 1, competition was fairly lacklustre, with many lightweight summer programmes going against Doctor Who, with little success. However, the night of Part 2's broadcast saw a brand new space opera air in the London region, Gerry Anderson's Space 1999. This show was offering science fiction with a much larger budget than anything the BBC could muster, and given the quality associated with the Gerry Anderson name, combined with extensive hype and promotion, the new show's initial episode performed exceptionally well. In turn, this better explains the over 2 million drop in Terror of the Zygons, resulting in Part 2's 6.1 million figure. Fortunately for Doctor Who, however, Space 1999 was only competing in the London region, and even though audiences were large for the new show's debut, they didn't stick around, causing Part 3 of Terror of the Zygons to gain most of those 2 million viewers back. Even with big budget sci-fi, it seemed ITV just couldn't crack good old Doctor Who. At least, not for the time being. Terror of the Zygons is a fan favourite for many reasons. The titular creatures themselves have that wonderfully iconic design and voice, combined with a pacey plot featuring the unit regulars one last time. In the Briggs case, anyway. It had all the elements of a Great Who adventure. For me, it still has a little tinge of the Pertwee era about it, but that doesn't mean I don't enjoy it. As a season opener, I think it does a fantastic job in getting viewers' attention and keeping them hooked for what's next. But despite viewing figures rising up and down throughout the story's run, how did it average out? Overall, the story attracted an average of 7.5 million viewers. A 1.5 million drop from the season 12 finale, but nevertheless a pretty steady average for a season opener. It's not crossing the 10 million barriers that Robot had done nearly a year previous, and after a strong run of stories that met the same achievement, I wouldn't be surprised if, initially, this may have seemed a bit odd or even concerning to the production team and the BBC higher-ups. As mentioned though, despite Space 1999 taking millions away from the programme, that show's success was not to last. That, combined with kicking off the season in a time of the year that Doctor Who hadn't occupied in years, and the last remnants of summer weather arguably keeping people away from their tellies, probably didn't help too much. But as we've learned on this journey, just because a story has lower figures initially doesn't necessarily define its quality, and if you ask most people, they say that Terror of the Zygons is one of the best classics out there. To enjoy said classic today, you can read the Target book from 1976, and no audio adaptation as of yet, at the time of this recording. To watch it, you have two separate VHS releases, a compilation edit from 1988, and the original episodic version from 1999. Or to be more up to date, you can enjoy the story on DVD, which was released in 2013, originally intended to be the last release of the classic series on the format, before the animations came into play. It goes without saying that if you want an accessible, fun, and exciting story from Classic Who to get you into things, that Terror of the Zygons is a solid first pick. Many have said that it is just about everything you could want from a story in this era. An iconic threatening monster, a strong cast of side characters, the main TARDIS team on top form, it's a hard offering to resist. Definitely go and check it out if it's still on your list to watch. I'm sure you'll be smiling away by story's end.
And Sarah, better keep his recovery dark for the moment.
Why? Do you think Harry's still in danger from something?
The second story of Season 13 is Planet of Evil. A distress signal brings the Doctor and Sarah to the jungle world of Zeta Minor, where a terrifying creature stalks a geological survey team. Can the Doctor escape the clutches of dark forces from another universe? This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 27th of September 1975 and concluded on the 18th of October. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and these numbers are much more reassuring and reminiscent of the runaway success of Season 12. Each part gained at least 9 million viewers, with parts 1 and 4 pipping that iconic 10 million mark. But even when your lowest figure is 9.1 million, that's hardly something to start ringing alarm bells over. In terms of the top 40 programs chart, all 4 parts charted comfortably, with part 1 charting the highest, settling at 19th place. So how did Planet of Evil manage to bring in a massive chunk of extra viewership so quickly for the program? Well, firstly, airing in September going into October, the nights would be getting darker, and as such, the upward trend of more people being huddled around their TV screens earlier in the evening would begin. Secondly, on the competition front, ITV was probably starting to panic a little. Their new space opera, Space 1999, may have had a strong start, but it wouldn't last. Whilst it still had a loyal and dedicated viewership, it just didn't pull in the numbers that Doctor Who did. Other competition in different regions ranged from a selection of old movies, Western show Bearcats, and pop show Supersonic, none of which held a candle to the Doctor and Sarah Jane. There wasn't necessarily a lot of promotion for the adventure itself, but Doctor Who was popping up in the press more and more. Whether it be turning on the Blackpool Illuminations or publishing short stories from young fans, Doctor Who was firmly in the public consciousness on a consistent basis. For the story itself, Planet of Evil has some of the best set design in all of Doctor Who, classic and modern. The eerie jungle of Zeta Minor is brimming with atmosphere, and honestly looks just as good as anything you would have seen from a Hollywood blockbuster of the day. Combined with a plot dealing with an antimatter monster, the stakes and moments of tension genuinely feel earned, and it has a good pace on it to keep viewers' eyes fixed firmly on the screen, which is another reason as to why viewing figures were so consistent for this adventure, for it was one people found hard to dive away from. Overall, this story attracted an average of 9.9 million viewers, a huge 2.4 increase from the previous story. I think this put paid to the theory that the summertime broadcast for Terror of the Zygons really was the main factor for that story's considerably lower figures, combined with some brief strong competition. But to pull in just under 10 million viewers in 1975 is a sign of a roaring success. We also have some repeat data for you. The following summer, in 1976, Planet of Evil was selected for a daily repeat, airing from Monday the 5th to Thursday the 8th of July. Here are the viewing figures for that repeat, and whilst they are much lower than the original broadcast just under a year prior, there are some major factors to take into account. For one, the summer of 1976 became notorious for just how hot and glorious it was, and for those who don't live in the UK, we don't get that kind of weather often, so of course the masses were going to seize the chance to stay out and soak up the rays. The competition was also strong too, including programmes such as soap opera Crossroads or panel show Whodunit, hosted by former Time Lord himself, Jon Pertwee. Planet of Evil, if anything, showed that there was still life in the old dog yet, particularly in regard to conjuring up alien worlds and presenting a story filled with imagination and tension. To enjoy this often overlooked story, you can read the Target book from 1977, but there's no audio adaptation at the time of this recording. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1993 or the DVD release from 2007. It may be sandwiched between two of the most celebrated stories in the programme's history, but make sure you don't overlook Planet of Evil. If anything, there's a lot of fun to be had, plus some genuinely chilling moments and concepts. It may not be the best of the season, but it definitely isn't the worst. We're getting to that. The third story of Season 13 is Pyramids of Mars. Marcus Scarman returns from Egypt, a changed man, and seeks to release the evil of Siren Sutekh from his pyramid prison. With mummy robots patrolling the woods, the Earth will be laid waste in 1911 unless the Doctor can avert catastrophe. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 25th of October 1975 and concluded on the 15th of November. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and blimey, these numbers only keep going up! Parts 2 and 4 both crack 11 million viewers, which is insane in itself, and the peak is Part 4 with 11.7. Part 1 grabs 10.5, and even the lowest figure, that being Part 3's 9.4 million, is still a figure higher than any Patrick Troughton episode. Mad when you put it in that perspective. In terms of the top 40 programmes, as you would expect, all 4 parts chart, with Part 2 cracking the top 20 and finishing at 15th place. So with these ratings continuing to reach astronomical proportions, just what was it about Pyramids of Mars that made it so irresistible to audiences? Well, one factor was undoubtedly the weak competition it faced off against over at ITV. You had the usual staples such as old movies and American imports, and by this point Poor Old Space 1999 was really starting to ail in terms of viewing figures. For promotion, again there was surprisingly little for the story itself, though Tom Baker was still turning up in various newspapers, discussing his enjoyment of the show and how fulfilling it was to receive a positive reaction from the public, particularly from the younger side of the audience, who are always going to be the harshest critics. But by this point, Doctor Who hardly needed more promotion to get people watching. With millions more tuning in with each subsequent story of Season 13 so far, people were drawn to Tom Baker's Doctor, probably the most eccentric, extravagant and alien so far. In fact, it's in Pyramids of Mars that we hear one of the most iconic lines to define the Doctor in this period.
I'm not a human being. I walk in eternity.
The story overall is nothing short of excellent. Everything is absolutely working to people's strengths, both in front of the camera and behind it. Robert Holmes' script, delivered under a pen name, is deliciously dark, brimming with many horrific moments, and delivering us one of the most powerful and intimidating villains ever, the mighty Sutekh. Its blends of Egyptian mythology with science fiction elements is done to the highest degree, and every time we see Tom and Liz together on screen, they are instantly likeable and extremely watchable. I would argue that if you want a story that represents and showcases the peak of the early years of the Fourth Doctor, then Pyramids of Mars would make a very ideal candidate. Overall, this story attracted an average of 10.7 million viewers, a 0.8 increase from the previous story. This is more like what we saw in Season 12, and it's wonderful to see the show achieve such success again. The winning combination of the Fourth Doctor and Sarah Jane was continuing to win the hearts of millions, and the quality of stories was only improving, which arguably contributed to this increase in viewers. We also have some repeat data for you. Due to the huge viewing figures and positive responses to the story, the following year Pyramids of Mars was selected to partly bridge a gap in Season 14, as one of those stories, The Face of Evil, had been postponed by a month, to eventually air in January of 1977. Going out as a 60-minute compilation edit on Saturday the 27th of November 1976, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, and wow, just wow, 13.7 million viewers. This is the highest viewing figure that Doctor Who has attained thus far, beating the web planet's average by a solid 1.1 million, and just pipping the record for most viewed individual episode by 0.1 million, which at that point was held to part 2 of the arc in space. It also charted within the top 10 programmes of the week, placing 7th. It's not a new record placement, but Doctor Who hasn't frequented the top 10 that often on our journey so far. And considering this is a repeat, I think this goes a long way to solidify how quickly and positively audiences responded to Pyramids of Mars. Our last lot of repeat data comes from BBC Two in the year 1994, a time when Doctor Who wasn't producing new episodes, but was becoming a regular fixture on the sister channel. Airing between the 6th and 27th of March, here are the viewing figures for this repeat. A 1 million average overall is pretty lackluster, a near 90% drop from its initial transmission, almost 20 years prior. However, the viewing public had near hundreds of channels to choose from instead of a mere handful, and also, why watch it terrestrially when the story had been available on VHS for nearly a decade? Speaking of availability, if you want to experience Pyramids of Mars for yourself, you can read the Target novel from 1976 or its audio adaptation from 2008. To watch it, there are several different VHS releases. The original was a 90-minute compilation from 1985, also available on Betamax, and this version was reissued in 1987, and an episodic version came in 1994. Coming into the 21st century, you can pick up the DVD of the story, which was released in 2004. Ultimately, you don't need me to tell you how good Pyramids of Mars is. It has its shining reputation for a reason. A great well-written story, memorable characters, an iconic villain, and a leading duo who are arguably at their peak. It doesn't get much better than this. Give it a watch if you haven't already, and if you have, I'm sure you'll be sticking it on again sometime in the very near future.
I bring Sutek's gift of death to all humans.
The fourth story of Season 13 is the android invasion. Not all is as it seems when the Doctor brings Sarah home to Earth. Attacked by helmeted figures, the companions take refuge in the deserted village of Devasham, where not even friends can be trusted. What do the alien Kralls have planned for Earth? This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 22nd of November 1975 and concluded on the 13th of December. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and would you believe it, the numbers are still increasing! Every single part of the android invasion brought in over 11 million viewers, a feat not achieved since the Web Planet back in 1965. The peak is with Part 3, which goes one further and brought in 12.1 million viewers. It feels awful to say that Part 2's 11.3 showing is the weakest, because I would call 11.3 million viewers anything but weak. For the top 40 programmes, it seems inevitable that all 4 parts charted. Part 3 charts the highest this time around, at 14th place. But the android invasion doesn't have the sweetest place in fans' hearts, so why did it do so well on its original broadcast? Well, for starters, the android invasion actually got a little showcase in a Saturday night lineup trailer for BBC One, the day before Part 1's broadcast. These lineup trailers were a staple back in the day, and were often a tried and trusted method in raising audience awareness of upcoming programmes for a certain evening and turning in higher viewing figures as a result. In the print medium, Doctor Who was still appearing in numerous articles across several papers, including one where producer Philip Hinchcliffe discussed the fragility of the TARDIS exterior prop, which had been in use since the show started in 1963. He said, "Whenever we take it to a new location, it falls to pieces." The poor old prop would eventually be replaced after Season 13 concluded. In terms of competition over at ITV, they tried to stir things up a bit. More regions took on Space 1999, to little reward in the viewing figures department. Western series Bearcats was swapped out for a wildlife drama, Born Free, alongside the usual diet of old films and reruns. Despite this shift, as you can guess by now, Doctor Who still reigns supreme in the time slot. I also think it's worth noting the time of year the android invasion went out, in December. In the 1960s, December hadn't always been the most fruitful time for television, as it was still relatively new, and gathering round for seasonal programming hadn't yet become such an established tradition. However, by December in the mid-70s, audiences in their millions, particularly at the weekends, would develop that tradition of all gathering round for the festive offerings. And whilst the android invasion is arguably the farthest you can get from a Christmassy tale, it's hard to argue that the December air dates definitely helped give the programme that little extra boost up. The android invasion itself is sadly often regarded as the major low point for Season 13. Coming hot off the heels of Pyramids of Mars, I find it hard to deny that the overall quality does take a little bit of a dip. The script was written by Terry Nation, more notable for being the creator of the Daleks, but I find this hardly one of his most engaging scripts. It did feature the return of Harry Sullivan, who had said goodbye in the season opener, and also of Sergeant Benton, played by John Levine, which would be his last appearance in the show to date. It's hardly a last hurrah for the unit regulars, I mean, the Brigadier isn't even in it, but whilst it may have many flaws, I find the Android Invasion one of those stories that can still bring out some positive reactions, if you just switch your brain off and have a big tub of popcorn by your side. And hey, at least it's entertaining. Something I can't say about a few Who stories. Overall, this story attracted an average of 11.7 million viewers, a full 1 million boost from the previous story. It triumphs the 11.1 million the Ark in Space gained, and whilst it doesn't pip 60s classics like The Rescue, The Web Planet and The Dalek Invasion of Earth, for a near 13-year-old show to be bringing in over 11 million viewers, it's abundantly clear how much of an institution Doctor Who was at this point. To gain 1 million extra viewers on average over 4 weeks is insane. And even though the Android Invasion may not be the best love story of the season, as Christmas 1975 drew nearer, it's clear audiences were thoroughly enjoying what they were seeing, and hopefully they were going to stick around as 1976 rolled in. The Android Invasion is far from the perfect Doctor Who story, and I would generally agree with the consensus that it is the weakest story of Season 13 overall. But again, like I said before, it is a good old bit of fun if you treat it like a classic sci-fi B-movie. There are other ways to experience it too, such as the Target book from 1978, but there's no audio adaptation yet at the time of this recording. To watch it, however, you have the VHS release from 1995 or a DVD release from 2012, packaged with Invasion of the Dinosaurs as part of the Unit Files box set. If you want to see a Terry Nation script for Doctor Who that doesn't feature the Daleks, well, it's either this or the Keys of Marinus, so pick your poison. But in all seriousness, don't skip this one on your watch-alongs or binge-throughs. Give it another chance, and hopefully you'll get that same kind of entertainment value out of it as I do. It does have the Krowls. We all like the Krowls, right?
Where is the real Sarah?
The fifth and penultimate story of Season 13 is the Brain of Morbius. On the desolate planet Khan, Mahendri Solan continues his macabre quest to build a body to house the brain of the Time Lord Morbius. Arriving to bring Morbius to justice, can the Doctor succeed without losing his head? This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 3rd of January 1976 and concluded on the 24th of the same month. And no, I haven't gotten my numbers wrong. Doctor Who did in fact take a few weeks off, presumably so the BBC could focus on their prestigious Christmas season, allowing the Time Lord to kick off strong in the new year. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and sad to say, not every episode hit as high here as the Android Invasion did. The last 2 parts still exceed 10 million, with part 4 peaking at 10.2, and even the lowest number here, which is part 2's 9.3 million, is hardly a disappointment. It's a funny thing I'm noticing about the 4th Doctor's era so far. The lowest viewing figures for each story couldn't be further from disastrous. For the top 40 programmes charts, all 4 parts charted nicely, part 3 coming the highest at 23rd place. So after a run of stories that were hitting 10 million plus each week, what exactly happened here? Well, perhaps the small gap in the season could have contributed. As mentioned, after the Android Invasion concluded, there was no Doctor Who the following week, instead a special match of the day took its place. The week after that, on the 27th of December 1975, a compilation edit of Genesis of the Daleks aired, and then finally, the Brain of Morbius began the following week on the 3rd of January. Perhaps the repeat the week beforehand prompted some viewers to believe that another repeat was on the horizon instead of an original story. Far-fetched perhaps, but remember, this is before the days of the internet and even Doctor Who magazine, and if you didn't check the Radio Times carefully, you may have been none the wiser. There was no special trailer or extensive promotion in said listings magazine, but Doctor Who began hitting the headlines for a very different reason as the Brain of Morbius was transmitting. The question of violence in the show had been brought up the previous year by everyone's favourite children's advocate, Mary Whitehouse. However, it seems with the Brain of Morbius, this was a turning point. Not only did Whitehouse's criticisms make the headlines, but more concerned parents were beginning to speak up. Indeed, the rather Frankenstein-inspired plotline does feature some genuinely horrifying moments, and it's understandable why perhaps some parents found this a little bit too much for 5:45 on a Saturday. However, these voices of dissent would continue to get louder, but no real action or shift in the show would occur, at least not for now. But what about the competition? Was that the reason for the initial lower figures? The pop show Supersonic was still battling the Time Lord in certain regions, however many started airing the extremely popular talent show New Faces. Now, this show had gone up against Doctor Who for the past few years, and sometimes did succeed in scooping viewers away from BBC One. The start of a new season for this show is arguably the main cause for the roughly 2 million drop seen at the start of the Brain of Morbius, though it seems they couldn't hold that audience for long, as over 500,000 returned to Doctor Who by the story's end. In regards to said story, as mentioned, it does have some pretty heavy overtones and comparisons to the story of Frankenstein, originally written by Mary Shelley. But like all the best homages, Doctor Who does inject its own style into it. We get introduced to the Sisterhood of Khan, one-hit wonders in the classic era, but a group that later became more prominent and important sometime into the revived series. But perhaps what this is best remembered for these days is the appearance of a group of gents referred to as the Morbius Doctors. In a mental battle with the deranged Time Lord, we see the Doctor's past incarnations flash before him, but after William Hartnell, we see 8 more faces we had never seen play the Doctor on television before. The official status of these Doctors is something fans have debated for over 45 years, and only recently were they seen again in the main TV show. Whether you find them canon or not, I love moments like this in the programme, where we get a surprise glimpse at an aspect of the Doctor's life that we previously didn't know about, or maybe we weren't supposed to know about. I'll let you be the judge of that one. Overall, this story attracted an average of 9.8 million viewers, a 1.9 drop from the previous story. Whilst it may seem disheartening to see such a huge decline like this, to once again nearly pull in 10 million on average is hardly a failure. 2 weeks off the air arguably didn't help matters much, and the early January New Year period can often be a competitive one for television. We also have some repeat data for you. 1 week after the record-breaking repeat of the Pyramids of Mars, the Brain of Morbius was selected to help plug the mid-season gap of Season 14. Airing as a 1-hour compilation on Saturday the 4th of December, here are the viewing figures for this repeat. A very impressive 10.9 million viewers, placing 17th on the top 40 programmes chart. Whilst it doesn't compare to the staggering 13.7 million achieved by the Pyramids of Mars the previous week, this figure is much higher than the story's original broadcast, improving its average by 1.1 million. The Brain of Morbius is often considered as another standout hit from Season 13, and with all that's crammed into it, I would agree. We get introduced to a new member of the Doctor's own race, the deranged Morbius, and we also get some great moments of suspense and horror. It really does feel like a blending of Doctor Who and the popular Hammer horror films of the day. To experience that style for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1977 or its audio adaptation from 2008. To watch it, you have the original VHS release from 1984, the second ever Doctor Who story to be released on the format, though this is a slightly amended version of the compilation edit. A further release on VHS followed in 1990, this time in its original 4-episode format. You can also enjoy this story via a DVD release, which came out in 2008. For myself, The Brain of Morbius massively ramps up the quality that dipped with the android invasion. The mix of gothic horror, some stellar writing, and some incredibly memorable moments helped this story achieve the status it quite rightly deserves. One of my favourites from Season 13, and one that I couldn't recommend enough to you, especially if you're beginning your journey with Classic Who.
I'm Morbius, do not play games!
Neither do I. Are you ready? On guard, Morbius.
The 6th and final story of Season 13 is the Seeds of Doom. When a deadly crinoid seed pod is uncovered in Antarctica, the Doctor and Sarah investigate. Ruthless millionaire Harrison Chase wants the pod for himself and will stop at nothing to get it, even if it means the end of humanity. This story is comprised of 6 episodes, which began airing on the 31st of January 1976 and concluded on the 6th of March. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 6 episodes, and, well, if this isn't proof of Doctor Who's appeal and status at this point in time, I don't know what is. 4 of the 6 parts crossed the 11 million barrier, part 6 peaking at 11.5, and when your lowest figure, which is part 5's 9.9 million, is just so close to crossing 10 million, you can't discount how immensely successful this story and season as a whole were. For the top 40 programmes charts, all 6 charted with ease, part 6 coming out tops at 15th place. So even though we saw the Brain of Morbius claw back some viewers towards the end of its run, what happened to allow the Seeds of Doom this huge boost to close off Season 13? There was a small increase in the amount of promotion for this particular story, with a trailer airing on the day of Part 1's broadcast. There was lots of talk of Doctor Who still going on in the newspaper and magazine world. Designer Ian Scoons, costume designer Barbara Lane, and producer Philip Hinchcliffe all appeared in various publications, discussing the show and this serial in general. But like with the Brain of Morbius, you could argue the main promotional boost for the show came with the debates about the level of violence and horror. Mary Whitehouse continued to berate the show for its content, and other adults, some of them medical professionals, wrote in newspapers rebutting her claims that the programme was damaging the minds of the nation's children. All of this talk could arguably have prompted those who were curious as to what all the fuss was about to tune in. When looking at what was airing on the other side, the competition hardly seemed that appealing. New faces were still putting up a good front in many regions, whilst others showed reruns of American imports or older cartoons. And with the Seeds of Doom constantly pulling in 10 million or more viewers, it hardly seems likely that these efforts had any great impact. The Seeds of Doom in many respects is the perfect closer to Season 13. It again employs a good balance of horror, science fiction, and that quintessential Doctor Who charm. There are elements of the 1956 classic Invasion of the Body Snatchers rooted within it, but once more, Doctor Who has always done a great job at acknowledging its influences and enhancing them with its own unique style. The Krynoid monsters may not be the most effective, but their transformation and menace is immense. The cast are having a ball with their roles, such as the uptight Harrison Chase or his brutal heavy man Scobie. Tom Baker and Elizabeth Sladen continue to deliver wonderful performances, and by this point, it's so easy to see why so many millions would cite the pair as their favourite TARDIS team. Good things don't last forever though, but more on that when we get there. Overall, this story attracted an average of 10.9 million viewers, a 1.1 increase from the previous story. It's great to see that with the season finale, we see Doctor Who average out over 10 million viewers once again, with a 6-part story no less. The huge boost arguably shows that despite all the criticisms of horror and violence, it was clearly connecting with audiences, and not only that, but it was bringing a whole new batch of viewers in too. And with the Seeds of Doom, with its 6-part length, still managing to straddle the mix of horror, wit and fun, it proved that after almost 13 years, Doctor Who had so much to offer, and wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. To enjoy the Seeds of Doom today, you can read the Target book from 1977, or its audio adaptation from 2019. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1994, or the DVD release from 2010. This story rounded off what many today would see as a near perfect season of adventures. And for those who don't take too much to the idea of 6-part stories, I would recommend giving this one a second chance out of all of them. It moves along at a breakneck pace, has plenty of action-filled moments, menacing monsters, and some of the most sharply written dialogue of the Tom Baker era. A must-watch on your classic Who binges. So that's Season 13, the 6 stories that comprise it and the ratings that they garnered. With the transmission of Part 6 of the Seeds of Doom, Season 13 was brought to an end, concluding a 6-month run comprised of 26 episodes across 6 stories. Now, let's have a look at the story averages for this season. We can see that for the most part, the numbers here are equal to, if not better, than some of Season 12's stories. The clear winner is the Android Invasion, which averaged at 11.7 million viewers, with the weakest average being the season opener, Terror of the Zygons, with 7.5 million. But being serious, all 6 of these averages are a paramount success. Tom Baker's Doctor continuing to entertain audiences of old and connect with new viewers too, already being the definitive Doctor for many of the younger demographic. Now, as we always do, let's work out the overall average for this season. By combining the averages for each individual story, we can calculate that the average for Season 13 of Doctor Who is around roughly 10.1 million viewers, which is exactly the same average that Season 12 managed to gain. Considering Season 13 had an extra story, the fact it achieved the same average is remarkable. Whilst there's no overall growth, probably due to the lower figures of Terror of the Zygons, to have a season average over 10 million viewers comes few and far between with Doctor Who, with only Seasons 2 and 12 achieving the same feat on our journey so far. But to be honest, the fact that a near 13-year-old show had 2 seasons in a row average over 10 million arguably cemented Doctor Who's place in the television landscape in the mid-70s. There were still those who saw it as primarily a children's show, but for the majority, the programme was now treated as part of the staple family diet on a Saturday. With Philip Hinchcliffe and Robert Holmes now firmly into their roles as producer and script editor, they were able to seriously inject a new wave of elements into the programme to help it win over a whole manner of audiences. Gothic horror homages to classics like Frankenstein, whilst also introducing new monsters of their own, like the Zygons, the robotic mummies, and the Krynoids. The main cast continued to shine their brightest, with the Doctor and Sarah travelling as a double act in the TARDIS for most of the season. You can always tell when actors are loving their work and get on with one another, and in Tom and Elizabeth, all of their performances are packed to the brim with a sense of fun and adventure. By the summer of 1976, Doctor Who was arguably at a new peak in its popularity. Season 13 had continued to build on the high figures of Tom Baker's debut as the Fourth Doctor, and with stories averaging over 10 or even 11 million viewers, it was hard to dispute the fact that as a television programme, Doctor Who was working, and working to an extraordinarily high level. With the stories, the quality was consistent, and for the most part, excellent, with stories like Pyramids of Mars, The Brain of Morbius and The Seeds of Doom being up there with some of the most celebrated Doctor Who stories ever. This level of success hadn't been there since the early days of the show in the 1960s, and what I would argue is more impressive this time around is that in Season 13's case, they didn't need the Daleks to help bring in viewers. The Pepper Potts were still popular, no doubt, but they were often chided for being a sole factor in the show's success. And with producer Philip Hinchcliffe and script editor Robert Holmes leading the charge, they were determined to prove those naysayers wrong, and prove them wrong they did. But with Season 14 approaching, the question as always was the following. Could Doctor Who continue to pull the huge numbers it had been doing over the previous 2 years, or was this streak of popularity going to finally crash out and burn away? Well, there's certainly a great deal of change in this season, and it certainly had consequences for the programme, both good and bad. So let's dive in and see how all of this impacted the viewing figures. The first story from Season 14 is the Mask of Mandragora. After being pulled into the Mandragora Helix, the TARDIS arrives in 15th century Italy at the height of the Renaissance. Against a backdrop of palace intrigue and murder, the Doctor must battle to stop the Helix from gaining a foothold on Earth. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 4th of September 1976 and concluded on the 25th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and these are the nice healthy numbers you'd be hoping for to kick off a brand new season. More viewers came flooding in as the story progressed, culminating with Part 4 soaring into double digits, pulling in 10.6 million. And even with Part 1's 8.3 showing, that's hardly a sign of a bad start. Another sign of a strong opening for Doctor Who came via the Top 40 TV programmes chart. All 4 parts did chart, and Part 2 placed the highest at 22nd. Not bad for a near 13-year-old programme. So with all the signs pointing to success, how did the Mask of Mandragora manage to get Season 14 off to a roaring start? As always, one of the first factors we must look into is promotion, and it's fair to say that the Mask of Mandragora got a pretty decent amount of it. Aside from the regular listings, Doctor Who was heavily promoted in the Radio Times as being part of BBC One's prestigious Saturday night lineup for the autumn season. Being part of said lineup allowed this story to be briefly featured in the season lineup trailer, that was broadcast frequently on BBC One. The Mask of Mandragora also received its own dedicated trailer, which was transmitted on the morning of Part 1's airing. I think it's fair to say that after the massive rating success of the last few years, the BBC were taking Doctor Who very seriously, and were determined to give it the best possible start for its new season. But what about the other main factor we look at, competition? Did anything on the ITV network manage to bring a serious threat to Doctor Who? Well, there was certainly plenty of different programmes across each different region, but it seems none of them really could dent the Time Lord that much. Aside from the standard fare of reruns or old movies, the Mask of Mandragora faced off against programmes such as Talent Show, New Faces, sci-fi drama, Space 1999, and in the first week, a musical special, Guys and Dolls. So with competition proving to be less than effective, it seems the emphasis on promotion was the real boost the Mask of Mandragora needed. With the story itself, it's not necessarily one of my favourites, I actually find it to be one of the weaker adventures of Season 14. But it's the first period piece we've seen on Doctor Who in quite a while, which aren't always to my liking, but I can't deny that the set and costume work to match the period is absolutely gorgeous. Tom Baker and Elizabeth Sladen continue to be on top form as well, their character chemistry riding as high as it ever did, and they often shine in what I would argue in some cases are some quite dull scenes. One major highlight though is the introduction of the TARDIS's second control room, a wood-panelled, more Victorian-esque central hub, one which is combined with the futuristic technology that we've come to expect from the Doctor's time machine. I think this new control room suits Tom Baker's Doctor to a T, and thankfully, it wouldn't be the last we'd see of it. Overall, this story attracted an average of 9.5 million viewers. This figure is a big 2 million increase from the last season opener, Terror of the Zygons, showing that unlike last time, where audiences either weren't aware the show was returning so soon, or were lured away by the then brand new Space 1999, this time around, the public knew Doctor Who was on the horizon, and they weren't going to miss it. If you like more historical, period-based adventures, then the Mask of Mandragora will certainly scratch that itch for you. To experience it today, you can read the Target book from 1977, or its audio adaptation from 2009. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1991, or a standalone DVD release from 2010. This story is also available on Blu-ray as part of the Season 14 collection set. It may not be one of my favourites, but I know many fans consider it to be an underrated gem. It's one of those cases where many other stories in Season 14 get a lot more attention and praise, so I can totally understand that view, and I'd go back and watch it again if you can. Give it that second chance. It has great looking visuals, some really interesting ideas, some truly funny dialogue, and a pair of lead actors at the height of their performances. A historical romp with a sprinkle of sci-fi? Oh, go on then.
I wouldn't even say no to a salami sandwich.
The second story from Season 14 is The Hand of Fear. After being caught in a blast, Sarah is found clutching a fossilised hand, the remains of the Castrian Eldrad. As Sarah falls under the Castrian's malign influence, the Doctor battles to stop her from regenerating the ruthless life form. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 2nd of October 1976 and concluded on the 23rd of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and this is certainly a massive jump up. Not only do all 4 parts soar over 10 million, but 2 of them even go one step further. Part 3 brought in 11.1 million, and Part 4 saw the story peak with 12 million viewers tuning in. With numbers like these, it should come as no surprise that all 4 parts charted nice and comfortably within the top 40 programmes chart, with Part 4 breaking the top 20, finishing at 19th place. Well then, with some wonderfully high viewing figures across the story's 4 weeks of transmission, how did The Hand of Fear manage to bring in this many audience members? Well, if you think The Mask of Mandragora got good promotion, The Hand of Fear received just as much, if not more of it. The main reason being the imminent departure of companion Sarah Jane Smith, played by the wonderful Elizabeth Sladen. Sarah Jane had grown to become one of the best-loved companions in the show's history. She'd had a great start with Jon Pertwee's 3rd Doctor, but it was with the 4th Doctor and their strong friendship that really cemented the character into viewers' hearts. Her departure, after nearly 3 years on the programme, was bound to raise the interest of any viewer who had tuned in across the past few seasons. Several articles in various newspapers covered this departure too, with Elizabeth Sladen giving many an interview. But it wasn't just the written medium that offered The Hand of Fear such promotion for this exit. Television also played its part in hyping up the moment, and by extension the story as a whole. Tom Baker and Elizabeth Sladen were the star guests on a brand new Saturday morning children's show, Multicoloured Swap Shop, hosted by the ever-recognisable Noel Edmonds. Swap Shop would go on to become one of the most iconic children's shows of the era, and with Doctor Who having such a strong popularity with younger audiences, to get the stars of the show on seemed like a match made in heaven. In regards to competition, ITV were once again offering a variety of different programmes depending on the region that you lived in. Many of these were the same programmes that faced off against the Mask of Mandragora, and even fresher competition in the form of shows like US sitcom Happy Days or quiz show Celebrity Squares couldn't quite steal away the limelight from Doctor Who. The Hand of Fear is a rip-roaring 4-part adventure, and quite rightly features Sarah Jane very prominently in the centre of the action. Elizabeth Sladen gives a great performance as always, even when she's possessed by the powerful Eldrad. Speaking of Eldrad, whether in male or female form, the costume and makeup work is nothing short of excellent. One of the best creature designs in all of Classic Who. But whilst this story has many a strong moment, the key scene everyone remembers is the final one, in which the Doctor and Sarah, after being the best of friends for so long, finally have to part ways. For today's TV standards, this exit may come across as somewhat subdued or low-key, but remember, things were very different back in the 1970s. Having said that though, I think this is still a very powerful and emotional scene, and certainly one of the most memorable departures from the classic series. Even though myself and many others will gush over this scene, don't overlook the other 90% of the story. It's fast-paced, action-packed, and continues to show what Doctor Who was able to achieve as a sci-fi drama in the mid-70s. Overall, this story attracted an average of 11 million viewers, a 1.5 increase from the previous story. It's so rare that Doctor Who averages above the 10 million mark, and for the Tom Baker era to do so consistently, it's honestly quite incredible. What's heartwarming though is that 11 million people on average tuned in to see Sarah Jane's final story, which is something that Elizabeth Sladen certainly deserved. After leaving Doctor Who, Elizabeth would continue to work consistently in the industry. She never turned her back on the programme either, returning first in 1981 to co-helm a brand new spin-off, K9 and Company. Now, this programme has a mixed reception to say the least, but what you can't take away from it is that it was the first official Doctor Who spin-off on TV, and without it, you arguably wouldn't have had Torchwood, or Class, or even the Sarah Jane Adventures. That's right, the Doctor's best friend got her very own spin-off series, After successfully being reintroduced to a whole new generation in 2006's school reunion, Sarah Jane returned to lead a brand new CBBC show. Accompanied by a plucky gang of youngsters, Sarah Jane's further adventures would go on to be beloved by an entire generation, many of whom still look back on it now with happy memories. The Sarah Jane adventures would even see Elizabeth reunite with 2 different Doctors, once more with 10th Doctor David Tennant, and then with the 11th Doctor, Matt Smith. However, partway through filming the 5th series of her spin-off, all was sadly not well. Elizabeth had been struggling with her health for some time, having been diagnosed with cancer in February of 2011. 2 months later, on the 19th of April, she passed away. Her passing was reported on the national TV news and featured on the front page of many newspapers. We were all heartbroken, a woman whom we had all grown to love. Whether you had first met her in the early 70s or had a fresh introduction to her in the mid-2000s, I don't know a soul around who didn't find some warmth, some love, in Sarah Jane Smith. The impact and memories she left with so many of us is still clear for all to see.
For us.
Elizabeth Sladen will not only be remembered for her most iconic character, but for being a down-to-earth, kind-hearted, and very wonderful woman. She was 65 years old. The Hand of Fear, I would argue, is not only one of the gems of the Tom Baker era, but one of the great achievements in Elizabeth Sladen's long and successful career. To enjoy this story today, you can read the Target book from 1979 or its audio adaptation from 2021. To watch it, you have the slightly hard to find VHS release from 1996 or a more readily available DVD, which arrived in 2006. Like all stories in Season 14, The Hand of Fear is also available to watch on Blu-ray, with its corresponding collection box set. Like many a Who story, The Hand of Fear does have its critics, but I think it's fair to say that this story does exactly what it needs to, and it does it well. It provides a strong, action-heavy tale, tightly paced and full of memorable moments. It allows the characters, the leads in particular, to really shine through, and shine through they do. And perhaps, most importantly, it provides a worthy and satisfying exit for the Doctor's best friend. Check it out if you haven't already. It's definitely one you won't want to miss.
Travel does broaden the mind.
Yes. Till we meet again, Sarah.
The third story from Season 14 is The Deadly Assassin. Summoned back to his homeworld of Gallifrey, the Doctor is framed for the assassination of the outgoing Time Lord President. Delaying his execution on a technicality, the Doctor has only a short time to prove his innocence and expose the sinister plans of an old enemy. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 30th of October 1976 and concluded on the 20th of November. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and those high numbers from The Hand of Fear certainly weren't going away. Every episode pulled in more than 11 million viewers, with Part 3 taking things to grander heights and drawing in a massive 13 million, a feat the programme rarely achieved for an individual episode. Doctor Who was on top of the TV world, and these numbers back that claim up immensely. All 4 parts cracked the top 20 of the programme's chart, with Part 2 placing highest at 11th place. Well now, after the emotional departure of Sarah Jane, how on earth did The Deadly Assassin manage to keep audience levels so high? To start with, the competition arguably sank to new lows during this story's transmission. Many regions opted for old adventure films, and in terms of new programming, Happy Days ran in London, Lucky Fella on the Southern Network, and in Yorkshire, The Adventurer was chosen to try and steal some of Doctor Who's ratings. Unfortunately for the other side, none of these offerings seemed to do the trick, for the Time Lord was becoming quite unstoppable in the ratings field. For promotion, there was tons for this story, both good and bad. The BBC went to great lengths to promote the return of the Doctor's deadliest enemy, the Master, who hadn't been seen on screens for over 3 years. In The Deadly Assassin, the character would be played by Peter Pratt, who wouldn't actually be properly seen due to the Master's decaying body being depicted via heavy costume and mask work. The other aspect in which this story got promoted was due to it being set on the Doctor's homeworld of Gallifrey. It may not sound like much of a big deal now, but back in 1976, viewers still knew very little about the planet of the Time Lords, having only sneak peeks at numerous points over the past few years. For a story to be completely set on Gallifrey, and to begin to explore many of its fundamental concepts that we know today, that must have seemed groundbreaking for fans at the time. But despite all this positive buzz of promotion from the BBC, there was also some negative press that arose during the Deadly Assassin's transmission. The National Viewers and Listeners Association, or NVALA for short, was hot on Doctor Who's heels once again. Mary Whitehouse, the most vocal activist against the programme, spoke up, appealing to senior members of the BBC, insisting the show had finally gone too far. Whitehouse and NVALA had previously complained about the violence and general content in Doctor Who for the past few years, with little to no real impact being dealt onto the show, aside from, say, a shift to a slightly later time slot. However, this time, Whitehouse would triumph. The scene she brought up in question was the cliffhanger to Part 3, in which Chancellor Goth is seen attempting to drown the Doctor, the final shot being a freeze frame of Baker's head under the water, with no air bubbles shown, implying that the character was in fact dead. Whitehouse explained that this unresolved conclusion would leave younger viewers distressed and upset. Her words were heeded by BBC Director General, Sir Charles Curran, who apologised for said offending material. The consequences from this complaint were numerous. Firstly, the offending scene was erased from the master tape of the programme, only surviving today thanks to an American recording from a US broadcast. Secondly, BBC Drama would now begin to approach a change in style for Doctor Who, moving away from the more gothic, eerie, violent stories of the past few years to a tone that could still be frightening, but with a dash more humour and whimsy. We'll come to see these changes in full effect over the next few seasons. But with the Deadly Assassin itself, it's iconic for many different factors. As mentioned, the focus on Gallifrey and Time Lord society really gave us an insight into the Doctor's homeworld. Furthermore, this story is notable for being the only story in the classic series where the Doctor does not travel with a companion. The Master returns in full charred glory and is just as menacing and malevolent as ever. And considering the shoes Peter Pratt had to fill, left by the wonderful Roger Delgado, I think he does a pretty fantastic job. But the main highlight for me are the scenes set inside the Time Lord databank, the Matrix. This insane, no-holds-barred world is brimming with imaginative thoughts and concepts. Things happen at random, figures and scenarios keep changing every few seconds. No wonder the ratings were as high as they are. For the idea of the Matrix, it makes for fantastic viewing. It's arguably my favourite story of the Fourth Doctor's entire era, and one I definitely recommend you to watch if you haven't seen it before. It established many concepts that would last throughout the show's history, and it's a damn good story to boot. Overall, this story attracted an average of 12.2 million viewers, a 1.2 increase from the previous story. The fact that the viewing figures were jumping up so high with each story pretty much strengthens the notion that Doctor Who was certainly in some sort of golden age. We also have some repeat data for you. The Deadly Assassin was chosen to air over 4 consecutive Thursdays in the August of 1977. Airing from the 4th to the 25th of August, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which averaged out at 3.6 million viewers. Now, of course, these are wildly lower numbers than the story attained on its first broadcast, but there's 2 major reasons for this. One being that going out in August, audience members were down across all programmes on all channels, the hot weather of summer keeping people out and about, rather than lodged in at home as they would do in the winter season. Second of all, the competition against this repeat was quite strong, with many regions airing popular soap opera Crossroads, which easily won against Doctor Who in the ratings battle. The Deadly Assassin, in my opinion, is the true definition of a Doctor Who classic, and if you wish to enjoy said classic today, you can read the Target book from 1977 or its audio adaptation from 2015. To watch it, you have 2 different VHS releases. The first as a standalone title in 1991, the second as part of a limited edition Time Lord collection, which hit W.H. Smith's exclusively in 2002. It's also available on DVD, via a standalone release from 2009, or on the Blu-ray format, as part of the Season 14 collection set. Whether you're in it for a brilliant script and story penned by the masterful Robert Holmes, or the exploration of Gallifrey and its central concepts and customs, the return of the Master, or even just to see the Doctor travelling solo, I would argue The Deadly Assassin will intrigue any viewer in some capacity. It's one of my favourite classic Who stories, and one that certainly in my view deserves all the praise and respect that it gets.
You're finished.
The 4th story from Season 14 is The Face of Evil. When the Doctor lands on an alien world, he's surprised to find that the local inhabitants both recognise and fear him. As he investigates, assisted by his new friend Leela, he discovers that a mistake in the past has had grave consequences. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 1st of January 1977 and concluded on the 22nd of the same month. You'll notice quite a gap in transmission dates between this story and the last, and we'll come to the details of that gap in a moment. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and whilst not as high as The Deadly Assassin, you can hardly complain at these numbers. All 4 parts still brought in over 10 million viewers, a strong achievement for any programme of the day, and Part 4 saw the story's peak, with 11.7 million households tuning in. For the programme's chart, all parts settled into the top 20 except Part 1, which placed 23rd. Parts 2 and 4 drawing for peak position, both of which finished at 19th. So even though these viewing figures are still very good, what happened with The Face of Evil to see numbers drop from before? Well, remember how a moment ago I mentioned that there was a gap in transmission dates? I would argue that probably had something to do with the slight ratings drop. After The Deadly Assassin concluded on the 20th of November, the next 2 Saturdays would see compilation repeats of Doctor Who hit the airwaves. The 27th of November saw the phenomenally successful repeat of The Pyramids of Mars, which drew in the series' highest viewing figure at that point at 13.7 million. The following week, on the 4th of December, The Brain of Morbius pulled in another strong showing, with 10.9 million tuning in. The Seeds of Doom was then considered to be repeated in a compilation form the next week, on the 11th of December, but this was then replaced with Jerry Anderson's film Into Infinity. So, not including the repeats, this was the longest mid-season break Doctor Who had endured so far, with 6 weeks passing without a new episode. I would argue it's reasonable to assume that with this break, some viewers may not have been as alert to the show coming back. After all, you were either scanning the Radio Times each week, or you were looking for a promotional trailer on BBC One. However, the build-up to The Face of Evil was once again highlighted consistently in the media, focusing primarily on the arrival of new companion, Leela, a warrior of the Sever team, played by Louise Jameson. Several interviews were featured with the new lead, and she and Tom Baker appeared on various television programmes of the day to further promote her debut, and the return of the series itself on New Year's Day. Competition during The Face of Evil's broadcast was relatively weak. Now going out at a slightly later time of 6:20 PM, most ITV regions were deciding to air lighter programmes, such as quiz show Celebrity Squares and long-standing talent show New Faces. And whilst the popularity of these programmes cannot be shrugged off, they were hardly doing major damage to Doctor Who. Not when numbers continue to grow and surpass 11 million with each passing week. And indeed, the rising numbers with each episode arguably shows that this new companion was in some way clicking with audiences, and beginning to fill the major shoes left by her incredibly popular predecessor, Sarah Jane Smith. And yes, I know her costume was partly chosen for the dads, as it were, and her use of a knife certainly irked Mary Whitehouse, who was continually watching Doctor Who with an eagle eye, but in retrospect, I would argue it's Leela's character that made her the most endearing to the viewers who tuned in. For her debut, The Face of Evil is, I find, an often overlooked adventure. Leela's introduction to the Doctor and the customs of her Severtine tribe are wonderfully handled. The revelations concerning the Doctor's involvement are so engaging, and the story overall has had some wonderful standout moments. It may not be everyone's favourite from Season 14, but I would argue it's one that certainly still deserves your time and attention. For the very least, it gave us a new friend for the Doctor, one who had an interesting character and would go on to be loved and respected in generations to come. Overall, this story attracted an average of 11.2 million viewers, a 1 million drop from the previous story. And that may seem like a bit of a sharp drop, but an average of over 11 million in 1977 is hardly a sign of a failure. Doctor Who came back from a 6-week break and still was managing to bring in numbers that echoed the early successes of the 60s, and indeed carrying on the success achieved in Tom Baker's run so far. The introduction of a new companion, a later time slot, and a Christmas break clearly couldn't break the stride that Doctor Who had been riding on for the past few years. By this point, its status as a national British institution was undisputed. If you wish to revisit The Face of Evil today, you can read the Target book from 1978, but there's no audio adaptation yet at the time of this recording. To watch it, however, you have the VHS release from 1999 or a DVD release from 2012. And let's not forget you can enjoy The Face of Evil on Blu-ray, thanks to the Season 14 collection set released in 2020. I know many fans view several stories from the Tom Baker era as near masterpieces, and when this story is sandwiched between two of them, I can understand why it often doesn't get many reappraisals. But go back and give The Face of Evil another look. I know I enjoyed it considerably more when I did. With a fast-paced story, some great character work, and some notable effects for the time, it's one that just fits as well in Season 14 as all the other tales we've looked at so far do. The fifth and penultimate story from Season 14 is The Robots of Death. The TARDIS lands inside a vast sand miner. where the privileged crew is attended by the servile robots. Accused of murder, the Doctor and Leela discover that the real culprit may not be human. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 29th of January 1977 and concluded on the 19th of February. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and would you believe it, the numbers only keep going up. All 4 parts exceed 12 million viewers, an insane accomplishment in itself, but Part 3 just pushes one step further, finishing with 13.1 million tuning in. If anyone had dropped off during the Christmas break, they were well and truly back for more now. All 4 parts settled into the top 20 programmes for their respective weeks, Part 1 coming out on top, finishing at 14th place. So, with these immensely high viewing figures only pushing further upwards, how did the Robots of Death manage to pull it off? The promotional arm for this story was just as strong as it had been for the previous adventures. Louise Jameson was still receiving a lot of coverage for playing Leela, even appearing on the multicoloured swap shop on the morning of Part 3's broadcast. They say any press is good press, and that certainly seems to have been the case here. Some parents were still writing into the BBC, claiming that Doctor Who had now become too frightening for their young children. It was a line that members of the production team had now become accustomed to, and they did their utmost to justify the show and its content. To say that these negative articles could have spurred some people to tune in and see what all the fuss was about, I would argue that's quite reasonable. For the competition, it was relatively the same as what had gone up against the Face of Evil. Celebrity squares, new faces, and also the new addition of Larry Grayson, who was airing in the London region. But with Doctor Who consistently gaining millions of viewers with each story, the popularity of such competition hardly mattered much. The show was borderline unstoppable, and despite the criticisms from some concerned parents, the show was continuing to resonate more and more with a wider audience, children and adults alike. It's easy to understand why, too. When you sit down to watch the Robots of Death, right from the word go you're introduced to this alien world, life aboard the Sand Miner, and the characters that inhabit it, all of whom deliver excellent performances. The titular robots themselves are iconic in terms of their design, but also in their menace. Their calm demeanour instantly turning sinister when you see those eyes glowing red. It's a wonderful story through and through, and will have you gripped and entertained from start to finish. Overall, this story attracted an average of 12.7 million viewers, a 1.5 increase from the previous story. So not only did the Robots of Death gain back the viewers lost over Christmas, but it even exceeded the Deadly Assassin's 12.2 average. In fact, this story sets a new record, now being the most viewed story on average based off first transmission, and not being a repeat. That's right, after 12 seasons, the Web Planet has finally been dethroned. But what a worthy story to lose that crown to. We also have some repeat data for you. The Robots of Death was selected to be repeated over the New Year period, leading into 1978. This was within the mid-series gap for season 15, and aired in 2 compilation episodes on Saturday the 31st of December 1977 and Sunday the 1st of January 1978. Here are the viewing figures for this repeat, and whilst they are nowhere near as strong as the story's initial transmission, they are still pretty healthy. Plus, an 8.5 million average is still very respectable, and this airing helped get viewers prepared for season 15 to continue the following Saturday. The Robots of Death stands up as one of Doctor Who's greatest stories. Not just of the Tom Baker era, not even of just the classic series, but of all the programme's near 60-year history. Its writing is tight and sharp, its characters are memorable and likeable, the seemingly helpful robots make for suspenseful villains, and it's one of those stories that despite its age, it continues to hold up in almost every category. If you wish to enjoy the Robots of Death today, you can read the Target book from 1979, or its audio adaptation from 2018. There are many ways to watch the story. You can as a compilation edit, thanks to a 1986 VHS release, which was reissued in 1988. Or, in its original 4-episode form, thanks to a revised release in 1995. On DVD, we also have multiple different versions. It was one of the first Doctor Who stories to grace the format, with its original release in 2000. However, it was included as part of the Revisitations 3 box set from 2012, as a 2-disc special edition release. It's also available as part of the Season 14 collection set, exclusively on the Blu-ray format. Whilst the Tom Baker years aren't my favourite era of Doctor Who, there are some stories within it which I do recognise and appreciate their classic status, and the Robots of Death is certainly one of those adventures. It's readily available to view today, and I highly recommend that if you haven't already, that you go and experience this story for yourself. But perhaps, maybe stay away if you start showing any signs of robophobia.
Would you like a jelly baby?
Shut up!
Well, simple no thank you would have been sufficient.
The sixth and final story from Season 14 is the Talons of Weng-Chiang. In Victorian London, young women are disappearing and something monstrous lurks in the sewers. The Doctor and Leela join forces with pathologist Professor Lightfoot and theatre impresario Henry Gordon Jago to foil the schemes of an ancient Chinese god. This story is comprised of 6 episodes, which began airing on the 26th of February 1977 and concluded on the 2nd of April. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 6 episodes, and we can see there's quite a drop that happened over the course of the story. Parts 2 and 6 fall below 10 million, but still within the 9 million range, which is hardly a disaster. Parts 1 and 4 stay above 11 million, with Part 4 in particular gaining the story's peak viewing audience at 11.4 million. But despite these lower numbers compared to the last few stories, all 6 parts charted within the top 40 programmes, with Part 1 placing the highest at 16th place. So, after a stellar run of viewing figures achieved in Season 14 so far, what exactly happened with the Talons of Weng-Chiang that caused the numbers to drop so sharply? The competition was relatively the same once again, celebrity squares and new faces being the strongest opponents, and they could have arguably taken some viewership away from Doctor Who, but considering they lost out to the previous 2 adventures, it seems odd that all of a sudden millions would decide to dive away to these lighter programmes. For promotion, Doctor Who was still a regular presence with the print world. Promotional appearances on TV and radio kept the show firmly in the public eye, and the announcement of producer Philip Hinchcliffe and script editor Robert Holmes' departure from the series was discussed. These 2 had been essential for once again revitalising Doctor Who for the first 3 years of Tom Baker's reign, and it had proven to be a roaring success. However, despite said success, the comments of the show being too scary for children were still present, with Robert Holmes stressing that the programme was no longer for children. And when you watch the Talons of Weng-Chiang, you can kind of understand what he means. It's certainly an atmospheric story, the period London streets and settings looking rather striking. The moments of horror are great too, featuring giant rats amongst other things, which certainly got Navala and concerned parents riled up. The guest stars are a joy too, particularly Henry Gordon Jago and Professor Lightfoot, played by Christopher Benjamin and Trevor Baxter respectively. These 2 characters are wonderfully entertaining, so much so that despite only appearing in 1 TV story, they would go on to have several, and I mean several series with Big Finish, who produce audio dramas, many of which centred around the universe of Doctor Who. Robert Holmes' script is once again brimming with great dialogue, and many great action pieces that either provoke tension, suspense, or exhilaration, and it arguably stands as one of his finest scripts for the programme. Now, I know there are some elements of Talons that are extremely controversial, not least the fact Lee Sen Chang is played by a white actor adopting what is known as yellowface. It's uncomfortable on repeat viewings, and I've always found it disgraceful that the BBC didn't employ an Asian actor for this role, especially when there are other Asian actors featured throughout the story. Keep that in mind if you're watching this for the first time. It's a practice that was wrong then and indeed is now, and if anything, it serves as a part of history, to hopefully show and educate people as to why this kind of practice has no place in the media industry. Overall, this story attracted an average of 10.4 million viewers, a massive 2.3 million drop from the previous story. And whilst this drop may seem a lot more significant than other drops we've seen in the season, just have another look at that average. To average at over 10 million viewers for a 6-part story in 1977, a time when Doctor Who was only doing 6-part stories once a year, is remarkable. And even though it comes out as one of the lowest averages of Season 14, it's clear enough that the style and tone of Doctor Who was keeping the audience hooked in their millions. Despite its controversies, I would argue that the Talons of Weng-Chiang is still a very enjoyable story on the whole to watch. It's the culmination of everything Philip Hinchcliffe and Robert Holmes were trying to achieve with their time on the show. To make it more frightening, to make it more exciting, and also to make it even more fun than it already was. And I would argue that for the most part, both with this story and over the past 3 years, they succeeded. To delve into the Talons of Weng-Chiang today, you can read the Target book from 1977, or its audio adaptation from 2013. To watch it, you have a VHS release from 1988, which presents the story in a compilation format. Oddly though, it was never released in its original 6-episode structure on VHS. It was released in the episodic form on DVD, however, first as a standalone release in 2003, and then again as a special edition in 2010, making up part of the Revisitations 1 box set. Talons is also available to view on Blu-ray, thanks to the Season 14 collection set. It's a favourite to many a fan, and some even crown it as the definitive story in Tom Baker's long, distinguished reign as the Fourth Doctor. I wouldn't say that myself, but it's certainly one of the strongest 6-part stories of the day, and has enough imagination, horror and fun within it to keep me and many others coming back to watch it again and again.
I say! The funny thing happened to me. She got the gun. Hey! Who are you shooting at?
So that's season 14, the 6 stories that comprise it, and the ratings that they garnered. With the transmission of episode 6 of the Talons of Weng-Chiang, season 14 was brought to an end, concluding a 7-month run comprised of 26 episodes across 6 stories. Now let's have a look at the story averages for this season, and this certainly is one of the strongest runs we've had on our journey so far. Every story bar the season opener averaged at over 10 million viewers, an incredible achievement for any long-running programme. The peak comes with the Robots of Death, which attained a 12.7 million average, now becoming, as mentioned, the most viewed Doctor Who story on average, based on first broadcast. Now, as we always do, let's work out the overall average for this season. By combining the average ratings of each story, we can calculate that the average for season 14 of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 11.2 million viewers. That's a massive 1.1 increase from the averages of seasons 12 and 13, and now actually takes the top spot as being the most watched season of the show on our journey thus far, dethroning season 2's total of 10.4 million. So season 14 has actually set 2 records, gaining the new most viewed individual story title, and also most viewed season on average as well. Like season 13 before it, many fans considered this run of stories to be part of Doctor Who's golden age, a time where audiences were tuning in their millions and the quality of the stories was unparalleled. With the numbers we've seen achieved in season 14, it's hard to denounce that theory. Certainly, it's provided us with some of the strongest viewing figures we've seen thus far. Audiences got to see the departure of Sarah Jane, the return of the Master, the arrival of Leela, and see the Doctor face off against the rebellious robots, the illustrious Eldrad, and in some ways, even himself. It's a jam-packed season to say the least, and a lot of that again has to be put down to Philip Hinchcliffe and Robert Holmes, whose partnership and focus on these kinds of stories helped propel the show to heights it could have never have dreamed of. By the spring of 1977, Doctor Who was arguably at a new peak in its popularity. Season 14 had recently concluded, with audience averages skyrocketing over the preceding 6 months. Stories were averaging over 10, 11, even over 12 million viewers in some cases, and despite the criticisms of violence and content that was too frightening for children, audience interest had arguably never been higher. A day after the season wrapped up, a lively arts documentary, Who's Doctor Who, aired on BBC Two, celebrating the history of the programme thus far, and with host Melvyn Bragg even saying,
Doctor Who's now been on the air for 13 years, and it's become a national institution.
However, nothing of that magnitude lasts forever, certainly not in the realm of TV. A change-up was occurring within the Doctor Who production team. After 3 very successful years, producer Philip Hinchcliffe and script editor Robert Holmes decided to call time and head on to pastures new. Replacing them were Graham Williams and Anthony Reid respectively. Reid wouldn't actually officially begin work until the latter half of season 15, but even so, the tone and style of this run of stories is markedly different from the preceding 3 years. But just because things are changing doesn't mean Doctor Who is destined for failure. On our journey so far, we've seen viewing figures rise and fall due to change. So what would this particular shift have in store for Doctor Who's hyper-popularity? Let's take a dive in and find out, starting with a rather eerie opener. The first story from season 15 is the horror of Fang Rock. The TARDIS lands on an island off the coast of England in 1902. There, the occupants of a lighthouse and the survivors of a shipwreck fall victim, one by one, to a ruthless alien that has the ability to transform its appearance. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 3rd of September 1977 and concluded on the 24th of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and wow, okay, this is not what I was expecting. The numbers here are all still very respectable, and the final 2 parts just miss out cracking the 10 million mark, but after the consistent double figures week after week we saw with season 14, to kick things off with such a drop is honestly quite astounding, especially part 1's 6.8 million figure. In terms of the top 40 TV programmes, parts 1 and 2 missed out, but parts 3 and 4 both re-entered the chart comfortably, both charting at 23rd place. So what happened here with Horror of Fang Rock to get the viewing figures off to a fairly slow start? Well, one of the biggest factors to have an impact on said figures is promotion. Considering this is the start to a new season, you would have thought Horror of Fang Rock would have had a lush spread in the Radio Times to hype audiences up, just as it had done for the past 2 season openers. Unfortunately, this time around, just a small monochrome photo of the leads was issued to herald the return of the Time Lord to viewers' screens. You could argue after the stellar success of Season 14 that the BBC perhaps thought the show would once again sell itself, as it were, but then considering this was in the days before things like the internet, listings magazines like the Radio Times were one of the few ways to properly know if your favourite show was returning, and if it was presented in a low-key way like this, people could have easily missed it. However, whereas promotion in the print world wasn't too strong, it was considerably better in the TV world. On the morning of Part 1's broadcast, a special trailer for Horror of Fang Rock was broadcast, setting up the gloomy lighthouse setting for viewers at home. These trailers often could have had quite a positive impact on Doctor Who, and I'm sure it made some audience members aware that morning that the show was returning merely hours later. But what about the other main factor we look at, competition? Did any offerings from the other side finally begin to take some of the wind out of Doctor Who's sails? Well, for Part 1, the competition was certainly diverse across the regions. You had imported emergency adventure series, Code R, quiz show, Mr. and Mrs., animation with the Jetsons, and a staple of old films. From Part 2 onwards, though, most regions adopted the schedule of spy-themed game show, The Master Spy, followed by popular talent show, New Faces, a programme that had been challenging Doctor Who for the past few years, with mixed results. But, as mentioned before, the viewing figures built up over Horror of Fang Rock's 4-week run, and when you look at the story itself, it's clear to see why. It's an adventure that feels both classic and timeless, but also brimming with menace and the science fiction threat of the alien Rutan. The setting of a lighthouse on a stormy night, it oozes the essence of quintessential horror, and despite calls from the BBC higher-ups to tone down the violence for the new season, it is worth noting that every single guest character ends up dead by the end of the story. It's more than just a bloodbath though. It's witty, funny in places, and one of the gems of the more gothic, atmospheric stories told in the 1970s era of Doctor Who. If you've got a taste for the more eerie, creepier stories, then this is one you'll certainly want to take note of. Overall, this story attracted an average of 8.4 million viewers, a 1.1 million drop from the previous season opener, The Mask of Mandragora. Whilst this may seem quite a dip, it is 0.9 higher than the season 13 opener, Terror of the Zygons, and comparisons aside, 8.4 million is a very respectable average, hardly one the BBC were going to start ringing alarm bells over. Whilst it may not kick season 15 off with the high numbers the previous batch of stories achieved, Horror of Fang Rock is still, in my opinion, one of the true gems in the Tom Baker era. A gorgeously dark and witty script from Terrance Dicks, top performances all round, and horror and thrills aplenty despite a limited location, is something Doctor Who has often pulled off to the highest degree. To experience it today, you can read the Target book from 1978, or its audio adaptation from 2017. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1998, and a standalone DVD from 2005. This story would be Terrance Dicks' last contribution to the show for a good few years. He would return to write more adventures in the 1980s, including the 20th anniversary celebration, The Five Doctors. I highly recommend you revisit Fang Rock today. It's one of those 4-part adventures that whizzes by, but with plenty of memorable moments and a wonderful writing style to keep your eyes firmly fixed on the screen. And watch out for that Rutan.
Believe it, I've made a terrible mistake. I thought I'd locked the enemy out. Instead, I've locked it in. With us.
The second story from Season 15 is The Invisible Enemy. In the year 5000, mankind has ventured beyond the Earth, but out in space, a sentient virus, the Swarm, is waiting. With the Doctor contaminated by the nucleus of the Swarm, clones of himself and Leela must journey into his own brain to confront the enemy. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 1st of October 1977 and concluded on the 22nd of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and these are a bit more consistent across the 4 weeks, but there is a noticeable drop. The last 2 parts of the previous story just missed out on 10 million viewers, whereas here, the part that achieved the highest viewership was Part 1 with 8.6 million. And whilst the remaining figures are definitely decent, unlike seasons 13 and 14, whose second stories all received a noticeable increase from the opener, that same boost hasn't happened here. In terms of the top 40 programmes, only Part 1 made the chart, just, finishing at the very bottom at 40th place. So what's going on here? Why aren't the numbers picking up like they had been doing across the past few seasons? Well, let's start off with the competition this time, and see what ITV had to combat the Invisible Enemy with. Some regions retained the same shows, such as New Faces and The Master Spy, but many regions began airing a new American sci-fi series, Man from Atlantis. Interestingly, this show hadn't done so well of its native US, but over here, it actually proved to be quite a success, and as such, it actually took a sizable chunk of audience viewership and attention away from Doctor Who. The first real threat to the show's dominance of the Saturday time slot for quite some time. To have any real chance of standing up against this new challenger's success, the promotional arm would have to be working overtime in order to try and win back viewers' attention. A short trailer was aired directly after the conclusion of Horror of Fang Rock, and on the morning of Part 1's transmission, but in the print world, things were really kicking off. The arrival of a new assistant for the Doctor was doing the rounds, but this new friend wasn't a humanoid, but in fact a robot supercomputer in the shape of a dog. That's right, this story marked the very first appearance of K9. The introduction of the Tin Dog was part of the show's new remit, to strip away the gothic and more horror-based overtones of the show to make way for more comedy and light-hearted elements. As predicted, K9 would be an instant success with the youngest end of the audience demographic. That's not to say older fans didn't enjoy him too, but I think it's fair to understand that a portion of the older audience might have rather tuned in to Man from Atlantis than witness a robot dog join the TARDIS. K9 aside, the Invisible Enemy goes for some very ambitious set pieces. Some of the model work and the scenes inside the Doctor's body are very adventurous for 1977, and in many ways it's a sweet homage to the classic sci-fi film Fantastic Voyage. It's not a tremendously memorable story in my opinion, but for the introduction of one of the most iconic companions and some neat special effects, it's certainly as far from the worst that Who has to offer. Overall, this story attracted an average of 7.9 million viewers, a 0.5 drop from the previous story. It's never nice to see viewership decline, especially considering the highs of the past few seasons. But it's always good to keep in mind that 7.9 million is perfectly decent for 1977, but probably not what the BBC were expecting or hoping for. We also have some repeat data for you. The Invisible Enemy was one of two stories from Season 15 chosen for a repeat airing in the summer of 1978, providing a build-up to Season 16 beginning in September. Airing across 4 consecutive Thursdays from the 13th of July till the 3rd of August, here are the viewing figures for this repeat. These numbers are considerably lower than the original transmission, and the average of 5.6 million is over 2 million less than on first airing, but as we've seen in the past, these lower figures are actually quite typical for this time of year. July and August were still relatively quiet months for television, with audiences choosing to stay outdoors longer whilst the sunny weather was about. Plus, when going up against popular soap opera Crossroads and sitcom Leave It to Charlie, this further lessened the repeat's chances of higher viewing figures. The Invisible Enemy is one of those stories that people either seem to love on first sight, or completely push to one side for having a robot dog and a monster that looks interesting. For me, I can stick it on and still have a good time. It's certainly not unwatchable. I prefer to view it as more a product of the time, especially in terms of the special effects. In a world that was just beginning to embrace the behemoth that was Star Wars, for a small British sci-fi show with a limited budget to pull off some of the scenes it does is honestly quite remarkable. To give it a go for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1979 or its audio adaptation from 2018. To watch it, you have a VHS release from 2002, one of the last titles to be released on the format, and a few years later, in 2008, it was released on DVD, alongside K9 and Company, as part of the K9 Tales set. If you're a fan of K9, you'll probably enjoy his introductory story, and if you haven't already seen it, I would argue like any Who adventure, it's always worth one go to see what you make of it. And if, like me, you hadn't watched it for many years, stick it on again. Who knows, you may end up viewing it in a completely different light.
Negative, no entry, no entry.
Look, whatever you are, I
am K9, and I am warning you.
Look, I came to see the Doctor. I arrived with him.
I do have offensive capability. You have been warned. Retreat.
The third story from Season 15 is Image of the Fendahl. Arriving at Fetch Priory in the English countryside, the Doctor and Leela discover that dark forces are gathering. Attempts to unlock the secrets of a skull that predates the birth of man release the Fendahl, an ancient evil that could destroy the world. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 29th of October 1977 and concluded on the 19th of November. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and like The Invisible Enemy, the numbers for the most part remain fairly consistent across the story's run. Part 4 stands out as a noticeable highlight, attracting 9.1 million viewers, a nice 2.4 jump from where things began with Part 1, which had 6.7 million tuning in. Sadly though, for the top 40 TV programmes, not a single part managed to chart. Part 4 came the closest, finishing at 46th, but this marks the first time that Doctor Who missed out on the top 40 for quite some years. So, now that the show has been ousted from the charts, what was it that kept it from doing so? Well, in regards to competition, it's fairly obvious that ITV felt they had finally found a winner and ran with it. Most ITV regions were now airing Man from Atlantis directly against Doctor Who, and the American import continued to dominate the time slot in terms of viewing figures. But for Doctor Who to still retain roughly 7 million viewers at least for most weeks is a strong sign of the 14-year-old show's resilience. The promotion for Image of the Fendahl wasn't as extensive as it was for The Invisible Enemy. The new story did receive a short trailer, just as the previous adventures had done, and most national newspapers carried publicity photos of the two leads outside the gates of Fetch Priory. Members of the guest cast for this story were a focus for promotion too, including the appearance of Wanda Ventham, one of the most distinguished British actors of the day. As an interesting side note, this story marked the first occasion that the Radio Times listings credited the main character as the Doctor, though the on-screen credits still carried the Doctor Who moniker. Image of the Fendahl itself echoes many of the gothic overtones that were present in seasons 13 and 14. A dark atmospheric landscape, possessions aplenty, and some truly tense moments throughout the story's 4 parts. The Fendahlin as monsters look a little, interesting, and can often be derided as being the butt of a very inappropriate childish joke, but for their purpose in the story, I actually think they work quite well. The writer, Chris Boucher, delivers a fine script indeed. Having written the previous season's Robots of Death, it's great to see him return once again, with a story that could have easily slotted into the Hinchcliffe and Holmes era. Speaking of that duo, Image of the Fendahl would prove to be Robert Holmes' last story in which he would serve as script editor, with Anthony Reid fully taking over the duties from him. And for his final script to edit being one filled to the brim with lashings of horror, suspense and sharp wit, it's a fitting way for Holmes to make his exit from the series, at least in terms of being its script editor. It's certainly not the last we'll see of him. Overall, this story attracted an average of 7.8 million viewers, a 0.1 drop from the previous story. It's good to see that the drops are getting less severe, and 7.8 million is another decent average for season 15 to notch onto its belt. And as mentioned before, despite the competition at ITV snatching away a good chunk of audience members, the fact that Doctor Who was able to still retain a decent audience size in the face of these newer programmes coming in is a testament to how ingrained the show was in the hearts and minds of the British viewing public. Like many stories in season 15, Image of the Fendahl often gets a bit overlooked. I think it's one of the strongest stories from the batch, and highly recommend that you experience it for yourself. To do just that, you can read the Target book from 1979, or its audio adaptation from 2020. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1993, or a standalone DVD release from 2009. If you loved the more horror-esque stories from the early years of the Tom Baker era, then Image of the Fendahl should scratch that same itch for you. An intriguing script, some top performances from all the cast, and in a way, a true signifier that the end of these more dark, gloomy stories are at an end. At least for now. If there's one thing we've learned from our Doctor Who journey so far, it's that nothing ever stays the same forever. The fourth story from season 15 is the Sunmakers. Landing on Pluto in the far future, the Doctor is surprised to discover it is inhabited. The human population is subjugated by extortionate taxation imposed upon them by the ruling company, so the Doctor and Leela lend their hands to the rebellion. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 26th of November 1977 and concluded on the 17th of December. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and this is quite a nice little boost. Every part pulled in more than 8 million viewers, the first story of season 15 to do so. The peak also comes with part 2, which had 9.5 million households tuning in, and thanks to this boost in numbers overall, the show made a triumphant return into the top 40 programmes chart. Parts 2 and 3 both charted in the lower sections, with part 3 placing highest at 35th. So it seems like the Sunmakers had roughly 1 million extra viewers watching them before. What factors played in its favour? On the promotional front, the story received a short trailer immediately after the conclusion of Image of the Fendahl. This trend of having promotional trailers immediately after an adventure's end isn't something Doctor Who had never done before, but for them to have them for every story for the season thus far is quite refreshing. Plus, it helps keep the viewers watching excited and intrigued about the next adventure. Aside from that though, promotion for the Sunmakers was arguably a little lackluster compared to, say, a story like The Invisible Enemy. Aside from a black and white photo of Tom Baker to promote Part 1, the Radio Times didn't go out of its way to give Doctor Who any more space within its magazine. Competition from ITV was still fairly strong, Man from Atlantis being shown against the Time Lord in most of the bigger regions, and continuing to overtake Doctor Who in terms of viewing figures. Though again, the fact that such heavy competition was present, and yet Doctor Who viewership was still respectable, and now increasing with this story, is a defiant stance of resistance to say the least. We also must take the time of year into account. Airing across November and December, British nights would have been getting darker and colder, resulting in more people being inside to watch the telly at 6:05 on a Saturday evening. It could certainly be believed that this shift in the seasons helped this serial gain nearly 1 million more viewers across its 4 parts. The Sunmakers itself is another story from Season 15 that arguably gets overlooked quite a lot. It's written by recently departed script editor Robert Holmes, and is often one of the least talked about stories amongst fans. Indeed, the story's immense focus on taxation echoes the many economic troubles that the UK faced back in the mid to late 70s. I'm all for socio-political elements within Doctor Who, but I can understand how it may have turned some people off in this case. However, again, like a lot of Season 15, The Sunmakers does have its moments of brilliance. I think Louise Jameson gives one of her best performances as Leela, and Louise herself has stated numerous times that she found The Sunmakers to be her favourite serial to work on. So whilst it may get buried within many other more memorable Who adventures, don't be afraid to give it another go if you fancy it. I mean, it's a Robert Holmes script. You're bound to get some sharp witty dialogue if nothing else. Overall, this story attracted an average of 8.8 million viewers, a 1 million increase from the previous story. This boost is great to see, showing that the downward trajectory that Season 15 began with was firmly put to a halt. The winter weather coming in arguably had a big part to play in the boost of the Time Lord's viewing figures, which is all the more impressive considering the relative lack of promotion and strong competition from ITV. We also have some repeat data for you. The Sunmakers was the second in a line of summer repeats, following on from The Invisible Enemy. Airing over 4 consecutive Thursdays from the 10th to the 31st of August, here are the viewing figures for this repeat. Like the repeat of The Invisible Enemy, these numbers are generally lower, but they do pick up as the story progressed, reaching a 7.1 million peak with Part 4, compared to the 3.2 million that tuned in for Part 1. The 5.8 million average is a 0.2 increase from The Invisible Enemy repeat, and considering it was facing off against the same strong competition from ITV, this is hardly the worst showing that could have occurred. The Sunmakers may not be amongst the pantheon of all-time classics in Doctor Who's long history, but like most adventures, it's always worth going back to for another look in every now and then. And to do just that, you can read the Target book from 1982, or its audio adaptation from 2019. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 2001, with a DVD release following 10 years later in 2011. Robert Holmes would go on to contribute a couple more scripts for the Tom Baker era, before taking several years away from the programme. It's pretty undisputed as to the quality of work that Holmes produced, and even if The Sunmakers isn't near the top of that highly regarded list, if you're a completionist, it's one you'll have to watch eventually. It's fun in places, has some great moments, but ultimately for me, it's a Season 15 story that I don't revisit all that often. And speaking of stories I don't revisit too often...
Now tell us about it. This is Leela, I'm the Doctor.
The fifth and penultimate story from Season 15 is Underworld. On the very edge of the universe, the TARDIS lands on an ancient spaceship. The ship's crew members are from the destroyed world of Minos, and are on a centuries-long mission to retrieve the race banks that could restore their people to life. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 7th of January 1978 and concluded on the 28th of the same month. We'll get to the transmission date gap in just a moment. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and this is more like it. The first 3 parts echo the numbers attained by the previous story, The Sunmakers, and Part 4 out of absolutely nowhere turns the dial up to 11. 11.7 million viewers as a matter of fact. The first individual episode of Season 15 to pass over 10 million too. All parts entered the top 40 TV programmes, except for the opening instalment which came 50th. Unsurprisingly, Part 4 charted highest, finishing at 27th place. So despite a few weeks off air, how did Underworld manage to not only keep the viewing figures at a high level, but give them a spike right at the very end? Well, firstly, we must address the few weeks off air itself. Similar to seasons 13 and 14, Doctor Who would have a mid-season break, which covered the Christmas-New Year period. Despite No Who airing on Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve and New Year's Day saw a 2-part compilation repeat of The Robots of Death, which garnered strong ratings for a re-aired story. I would argue this timely repeat helped Doctor Who retain most of the viewers it had gained during the Sunmakers, and also provided some much needed hype for season 15 resuming the following week. Speaking of hype, promotion was an interesting mix for this story. The traditional promotion was still quite low-key in terms of what was presented in the Radio Times. However, in other publications, Doctor Who was appearing due to the speculation of who was going to play the new companion. Louise Jameson's departure from the series had already been announced back in November, and it was widely speculated, and even falsely confirmed by some papers, that Imogen Bickford-Smith, who played Tala in Underworld, would be joining the TARDIS. Suffice to say, this did not happen, but even if these rumours helped circulate buzz amongst the general public, then it could only serve in Doctor Who's favour. To round off the promotional angle, there was one TV moment that could have arguably played into Part 4's extremely high viewing figures. K9, the Doctor's robot dog, made an appearance on Jim'll Fix It. One viewer wished to meet K9, and did so, and the moment transmitted on Saturday the 28th of January, the day of Part 4's broadcast, and directly before Doctor Who. So, to see K9 in this show could have caused more viewers to keep the dial on BBC One to watch the TARDIS team as they were about to appear. Of course, I don't have definitive proof that this is a direct cause, but I would argue that it's fairly plausible. For competition over on ITV, things started off similar, but then were changed up a bit. For the first half of Underworld's broadcast, it faced off against Man from Atlantis. However, the second half faced off against a variety of different programmes. Part 3 mainly fought off Logan's Run, a new American sci-fi show that was based on the 1976 Hollywood film of the same name. However, for the following week, Logan's Run got pushed to an earlier time slot, resulting in Doctor Who going against a mishmash of different shows depending on the region that you lived in. These shows included former opponents such as Happy Days and Code R, but also new challengers in the form of documentary series Havoc and action series The $6 Million Man. The mix of relatively weaker competition for Part 4 could have definitely also played into that episode's higher showing of 11.7 million viewers. Underworld sadly became one of those classic Who stories that is remembered for one particular thing and not much else. In this case, it's the very ropey blue screen effects that dominate this story to an almost unbearable level. Working under tight economic circumstances and ever-looming strike actions, the decision to film large portions of the story against a blue screen was certainly a bold move in 1978. Star Wars had arrived in the UK not long before Underworld began, and the incredible special effects achieved on such a high Hollywood budget made Doctor Who look even cheaper by comparison. However, effects do not solely make a show, and in Doctor Who's case, the story, characters and performances have often provided the most rewarding viewing experiences. In my view, the story for Underworld isn't particularly compelling, nor do I find the characters that engaging. Though I do recognise the immense pressures both the actors and the production team must have been placed under, especially when working with the extensive and complex and often sporadic special effects. As an example of how far they were willing to push the boundaries, it's an admirable example, for sure, but one of the all-time classics of Who history? Unfortunately, it's gonna have to be a no from me. Overall, this story attracted an average of 9.7 million viewers, a 0.9 increase from the previous story. The boost is welcomed, as we are now on an upward trajectory for season 15 as opposed to a downward one. The Christmas break didn't seem to hinder viewership, and Part 4's double figure results helped immensely. It's also nice to see that despite the arrival of Star Wars, alongside the slew of glossy, high-budget American sci-fi shows arriving on British TV, the audiences in their millions were still ready and waiting to tune into the Doctor's newest adventures, regardless of how they looked or told their stories in comparison. If you wish to see Underworld in action for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1980 or its audio adaptation from 2021. To watch it, it was another late release on VHS, finally reaching buyers in 2002. It arrived on DVD in 2010, packaged with the Time Monster and the Horns of Nimon as part of the Myths and Legends box set. It's not perfect, far from it, but I see Underworld as being one of those examples of old TV that you stick on after a few drinks with a bunch of friends and you can still get some sort of entertainment out of it. Perhaps not the entertainment that was intended, but a fun time nonetheless. Like the Sunmakers, it's one I don't go back to often, but I'm sure next time I do, I'll give it as much another chance as any Doctor Who story in its near 60-year history.
What kept you, K9?
Magnitude is unnecessary, speed is vital.
The sixth and final story from Season 15 is the invasion of time. The Doctor allies himself with the Vardans and paves the way for an invasion of the Time Lord homeworld, Gallifrey. Leela joins forces with the Outsiders to repel the invaders, but the Vardans are only the puppets of a far greater threat, the Sontarans. This story is comprised of 6 episodes, which began airing on the 4th of February 1978 and concluded on the 11th of March. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 6 episodes, and what a way to close out the season. These numbers are a fantastic boost from many previous stories in Season 15, with 4 of the 6 parts crossing over the 10 million mark. Part 2 providing the peak, with 11.4 million households tuning in. And even the lowest figure, Part 3's 9.5 million, is a strong showing in its own right. For the top 40 TV programmes, 5 out of the story's 6 parts charted, all except Part 3, which just missed out at 47th place. Parts 1 and 4 take joint first place here, as they both finished up at 28th. After a season that for the most part didn't replicate the exceptionally high viewing figures of its predecessor, how did the Invasion of Time manage to pull it out of the bag right at the end of the run? Competition over on ITV remained largely unchanged during the Invasion of Time's 6 weeks. A mixture of programmes depending on the region, none of which necessarily carrying the same impact that Man from Atlantis had done just a few months prior. Promotion, on the other hand, was ramped up a little for this story. Like all the others from Season 15, a short trailer was aired before Part 1 hit the air, alerting viewers that the new adventure would be set on the Doctor's home planet of Gallifrey. I mentioned this when we took a look at last year's Deadly Assassin, and it still rings true here, that Gallifrey still held a lot of mystery and intrigue back in the 1970s, and any chance to see it on screen would have undoubtedly increased the excitement and buzz amongst regular viewers. In the print medium, the press were making a big focus on Leela's departure from the series. Some claimed that the 17 Warriors' presence within the show had helped boost the adult viewership to around 60%. Where they got that statistic from and whether that was categorically true is a bit beyond me, but I'm sure you can guess as to what they're alluding at. Nevertheless, like before, this sort of press could only have served as positive for Doctor Who, as those who were fans of Leela, regardless of their age, would have had more of an inclination to tune in to see how she would depart from the Doctor. During the Invasion of Time's run, Doctor Who was back in the papers, this time promoting the sale of all Tom Baker episodes thus far to the American TV market. This wasn't the first time Doctor Who had been aired in the States. Several Jon Pertwee episodes had gone out in the early 70s, but had attracted little attention. This time, however, Doctor Who would begin to gain a following in the States, partly due to the success of Star Wars in the cinema, which almost single-handedly rejuvenated science fiction stateside. The other factor of the story that was amped up was the return of the Sontarans, the clone warrior race who only after 2 prior appearances had gone on to become quite a hit amongst fans. Saying that, they may only appear in the latter half of the adventure, as they were preceded by the Vardans, who look, questionable, but the Sontarans' return is just as fun as it had been before, and the idea that one of the Doctor's most recognisable foes could feasibly conquer his home planet must have been quite alarming back in 1978. The Invasion of Time isn't necessarily a fan favourite, though I have learnt that many, myself included, find it somewhat of a guilty pleasure. Similar to Underworld, this story suffered the effects of strike action within the TV industry, with many of the TARDIS interior sets being filmed in a disused hospital. That, combined with some hokey dialogue and some questionable performances and plot points in places, it all doesn't help in regard to the Invasion of Time's wider reputation amongst fans. However, after all of that, I find this story a great time to watch through. It's a 6-part story, which I know immediately turns some people off from giving it a go, but I think it has many a memorable moment, and for me at least, it feels like a proper comfort food story, and a nice way to close off a season that has certainly been up and down in terms of the stories I've enjoyed. Out of all of Season 15, I would single out this story as the one you should give a second chance to above all the others. Have another watch of it, and I would hope you can see many of the elements of fun and excitement that it provides. Overall, this story attracted an average of 10.5 million viewers, a 0.8 increase from the previous story. To finish on an increase rather than a drop is certainly a positive, and this actually makes the Invasion of Time the most watched story of the season when based on viewing figure averages. Sure, it may have had 2 extra parts to gain that extra viewership, but it so easily could have swung the other way. The Invasion of Time may not be anyone's particular favourite Doctor Who story, but when we're talking guilty pleasures, this is always the first story that I jump to. And if you want to check it out, you can read the Target book from 1980, or its audio adaptation from 2016. To watch it, you have a double tape release on VHS from the year 2000, or a standalone DVD release from 2008. After a change in production team and shaky ground in terms of viewing figures, the Invasion of Time allows Season 15 to close out on a high. Returning villains, the Doctor's home planet, Time Lords aplenty, and the departure of Leela and K9, this all must have been an overload for a viewer watching on broadcast. But as mentioned before, this is a proper comfort food story to me. I enjoy it for its wackiness, its silliness in places, and its stellar moments too. Grab your drinks and your snacks, and just relax and enjoy the madness.
Surprise.
In the name of liberty and honor, I sentence you to death, traitor.
So that's season 15, the 6 stories that comprise it, and the ratings that they garnered. With the transmission of episode 6 of The Invasion of Time, season 15 was brought to an end, concluding a 6-month run comprised of 26 episodes across 6 stories. Now, let's have a look at the story averages for this season. We can see that overall, viewing figures were noticeably lower than those achieved over the previous 3 seasons. The most viewed story, and indeed the only one to average over 10 million, is the finale, The Invasion of Time, which averaged out at 10.5 million viewers. The least viewed story is The Image of the Fendahl, which had 7.8 million households on average tuning in. The first half of the season is very much on a downward trajectory, but it's reassuring to see the second half pick it up and keep it rising right until the very end. When looking at all 6 averages, these numbers are far from being considered a failure or a disaster, but I can understand when immediately seeing these set against the incredible highs of Tom Baker's first 3 years, that they may have been seen as a disappointment of some kind, particularly by BBC higher-ups. Now, as we always do, let's work out the overall average for this season. By combining the average ratings of each story, we can calculate that the average for season 15 of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 8.9 million viewers. This is a staggering 2.3 million drop from the previous season average, and becomes the first season of the Tom Baker era to average out at under 10 million. This may sound like a major negative, but when compared with the rest of the seasons we've covered so far, this is still one of the strongest performers. It actually ranks in 5th place as the most viewed season on average when compared to its predecessors. But again, where the BBC is concerned, this overall average must have come as quite a shock. When we look at the 4 Tom Baker seasons thus far, the difference is obvious. However, as we've discussed, this was down to a whole manner of factors, including strong competition and not the strongest bout of promotion. Season 15 in many ways, I feel, was up against it from the start. The change in production team, and indeed the change in the whole style and tone of the programme, was bound to alienate some viewers. That, combined with the polarising introduction of K9, the departure of Leela, and the surprise challenger in the form of Man from Atlantis, really made this season the first in years to really have the chips stacked against it. However, in spite of all these obstacles, Doctor Who still came out winning in many of these respects. To still be gaining 8, 9 or even 10 million viewers despite the challenging factors mentioned is staggering. Most shows would lose a ton of their viewership and swiftly be pushed aside, but Doctor Who was different, not just as a programme in itself, but in regards to its audience. Whether they had joined for the first time or had been with the programme for years, the appeal that Doctor Who still retained with many demographics of the British public was more than clear for all to see. And as Tom Baker grins wildly into the camera at the end of season 15, I think all of us know as audience members that the Doctor is still going strong, and certainly isn't going anywhere anytime soon. By the summer of 1978, Doctor Who was gearing up for the start of its 16th season. But more than ever, the programme would have to face up to increasingly difficult challenges. Season 15 had battled against strong competition from ITV and the arrival of Star Wars to UK cinemas, which set brand new heights for science fiction and what could be achieved in terms of special effects. This resulted in Season 15 becoming the first Tom Baker season to average at under 10 million viewers. So for its next run of stories, something had to change. But with budgets being squeezed even further, instead of amping up special effects, Doctor Who had to find another way to get audiences back to BBC One at Saturday tea time. The result was the decision that Season 16 would be made up of the usual 6 stories, but all of which would have one overarching story that ran through the entire series. This would be the first real time that Doctor Who attempted one consistent story arc, and that arc would be the quest for the key to time. A 6-piece structure that would give the wielder all the powers of time, and it's up to the Doctor, aided by K9 and new assistant Romana, to track down the individual segments, in order to stop the universe's descent into chaos. An interesting concept for sure, but could producer Graham Williams and script editor Anthony Reid pull it off? And for Tom Baker, now in his 5th year in the role, could he continue to bring the magic and wonder of his entirely alien incarnation? Well, let's dive right in and find out. The first story from Season 16 is the Ribos Operation. The Doctor is summoned by the White Guardian and tasked with finding the 6 segments of the key to time. Together with his new Time Lady companion, Romana, the Doctor travels to the feudal world of Ribos in pursuit of the first segment. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 2nd of September 1978 and concluded on the 23rd of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and these numbers are pretty solid in terms of getting things started. All but one part crosses over the 8 million mark, and the one that doesn't, part 3, only just misses out. The peak comes with the opening episode, which had 8.3 million households tuning in. But what about the top 40 TV programmes? Did Doctor Who rechart comfortably as it had been doing for many years at this point? The answer here is just about. Part 1 just misses out, placing 42nd, but the remaining 3 parts just scrape in towards the lower end of the chart. Parts 2 and 4 placing the highest at 36th place. So, with the Key to Time quest beginning here, what factors helped or hindered Doctor Who in gaining these respectable numbers? I think we'll start with one of the main staple factors that we look at, which is competition. After dominating a lot of the previous season with American import, Man from Atlantis, did ITV manage to muster the same strong competition? Throughout the Ribos Operation's run, numerous programmes on the other side faced against it depending on the region that you lived in. These included former foes such as espionage show The Master Spy, action series The $6 Million Man, and nostalgia-filled show Happy Days. However, there were new challenges to Doctor Who also, including the life and times of Grizzly Adams, but perhaps more notably, The Bionic Woman. This sci-fi show had been an instant smash hit, its opening episode having attracted around 14 million viewers back in 1976, and this initial impact had waned by 1978, but its presence undoubtedly would have had some audience members hotly debating which channel to tune into. So, if the competition from ITV was strong, what was going on in the promotional department? The return of Doctor Who was lavishly highlighted in the Radio Times, not with a front cover, but with a colour feature looking at the many female companions throughout the show's history, with particular emphasis on Mary Tam, who was joining the cast as Time Lady Romana. Mary also appeared in numerous publications, giving interviews in which her arrival aboard the TARDIS was discussed. Going alongside this strong run of print promotion, the Ribos Operation also received a special trailer that aired on BBC One immediately after the summer repeat of the Season 15 story, The Sunmakers. This also acted as a de facto trailer for Season 16 as a whole, although only clips from the opening 2 stories were shown. All of this was to help audiences gear up for the show's return for another run of adventures, and it's arguably better than what was offered last season in a promotional regard. As a season opener, the Ribos Operation does a great job of establishing this season's story arc and offering a solid adventure to kick things off. The script by legendary writer and former script editor Robert Holmes is brimming with his trademark witty dialogue and memorable characters. The introduction of the White Guardian and the Key to Time concept feels epic and intriguing, and Romana's entrance and first few scenes with the Doctor is some of my favourite companion introduction moments of all time. Some fans argue that the opening instalment of the Key to Time saga is indeed the best, and for me personally, I would agree. But of course, be sure to check it out for yourself. I think you'll be hard pressed to deny that this is an exciting start to a much grander adventure. Overall, this story attracted an average of 8.1 million viewers, which is a 0.3 drop from the previous season opener, Horror of Fang Rock. This number remains fairly consistent with how the last 3 season openers performed, all of which averaged out at under 10 million viewers. However, saying that, I would maintain that an 8 million viewer average, whilst not being phenomenal, is still fairly decent, and somewhat impressive for a show which at this point is approaching its 15th birthday. Even though Doctor Who was fast approaching this milestone, the Ribos Operation, if anything, shows that there is so much life left in the old dog yet. The perfect story to kick off the Key to Time season, and certainly one of Robert Holmes' finest in my opinion. And if you want to embark on the quest for the Key to Time yourself, you can read the Target book from 1979, or its audio adaptation from 2011. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1995, or the DVD release from 2007 as part of the Key to Time box set. Season 16 begins by showing audiences that Doctor Who was willing to try new things with its format, while still maintaining the familiar sense of adventure and fun in its storytelling. The Ribos Operation may be an early peak for this season to some viewers, but despite all its positives, we still have 5 more segments of the Key to Time to track down. So let's see where this quest will take us next.
I'll call you Romana.
I don't like Romana.
It's either Romana or Fred.
All right, call me Fred.
Good. Come on, Romana.
The second story from Season 16 is the Pirate Planet. The TARDIS heads to Califrax to locate the second segment of the Key to Time. However, the Doctor and Romana are surprised to find themselves on the planet Zanuck, ruled by the tyrannical captain. But who is the real power behind the captain? And where is Califrax? This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 30th of September 1978 and concluded on the 21st of October. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and despite some small increases, numbers seem to have remained largely unchanged from the previous story. Part 1 crosses over 9 million viewers, the first episode of the season to do so, and most of the remaining episodes hover within the 8 million range except for Part 2, which records the story's lowest point with 7.4 million tuning in. In terms of the top 40 programs, only Part 1 was able to lodge itself a place within the chart, that place in question being 30th. Parts 2, 3 and 4 all sadly miss out, Part 2 being the furthest behind, charting 52nd. So despite missing out mostly on the top 40, audiences seem to remain pretty loyal to Doctor Who. So what did the Pirate Planet offer to them to keep them watching? Well, promotion for this story was a bit more low-key compared to what was seen for the Ribos Operation. The Radio Times only had a monochrome photo to offer for Part 4's broadcast, and there wasn't a trailer that followed after the conclusion of the previous story. There was a short trailer before the broadcast of Part 4, however, and the inclusion of the guest stars, such as Bruce Purchase as the pirate captain, was highlighted in various publications. However, around this time, an interview with Tom Baker himself proved to be quite controversial. Entitled A Life in the Day of Tom Baker, this interview had the star discuss his day-to-day life, including rehearsing Doctor Who, going to his evening haunts for a drink, and, rather alarmingly, entering a strange room in Soho in which he claimed he considered suicide. Also discussed was his living arrangements, for he was living with designer Marianne Ford and her daughter at the time. However, after giving this interview, he feared this would upset her. If anything, this showed Tom at his most candid, and in hindsight, he sees this interview as an indicator as to how unreasonable he was starting to become. And this issue is something that we will turn to again in later seasons. On the competition side of things, ITV again was changing up its offerings for different regions. Facing off against the Pirate Planet was some of the same shows as before, but also some newcomers, including Doctor on the Go, How the West Was Won, and The Incredible Hulk. Many of these programs proved popular with viewers, which arguably helped prevent Doctor Who from reaching heights of 10 million or more at this time. It's a shame in a way, because the Pirate Planet is a lot of fun to dive into. The script was written by Douglas Adams. Yes, that Douglas Adams. Prior to his explosive success with The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Adams was a jobbing writer, and The Pirate Planet would prove to be his first engagement with Doctor Who. If you're a fan of his work, you'll notice his style laced all over this story. From the dialogue, the way certain characters are written and performed, and his certain brand of humour that is instantly recognisable to a long-time consumer of his projects. Bruce Purchase especially, who plays the pirate captain, I believe walks a perfect line of being both menacing and threatening, but also hilarious and almost pantomime when needed. It's a marked change from the darker frivolities of the Ribos Operation, but a welcomed one nonetheless. Arguably one of the most fun installments of the Key to Time saga, and one I'm sure you're bound to get a chuckle out of somewhere down the line. Overall, this story attracted an average of 8.3 million viewers, a 0.2 increase from the previous story. It's reassuring to see the averages are increasing, rather than head on a downward trajectory like the first half of Season 15 did. But I do think it's a shame that despite all of the effort placed into promoting the show's return, the emphasis on Romana joining and the overall Key to Time story, that viewers were still being kept away, either by strong competition from ITV, or from the fact that after Star Wars arrived, many began to view shows like Doctor Who as being tired and cheap. We also have some repeat data for you. Continuing the tradition of summer repeats leading into a new season, The Pirate Planet was one of 2 stories chosen to be re-aired, to help promote the upcoming Season 17. Airing over 4 consecutive Thursdays from the 12th of July to the 2nd of August 1979, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which average out at 3.5 million viewers. This is obviously a much lower average than on their original broadcast, but like the summer repeats before it, there are some standout reasons for this. One being that the summer season was in full swing, the hot weather and lighter evenings keeping people out and about rather than cooped up indoors watching television. Furthermore, the repeats were placed against a new sci-fi series on ITV, Sapphire and Steel, whose opening episode drew in nearly 12 million viewers. And when accounting for all of this, a Doctor Who repeat didn't stand that much of a chance. Despite some audience members turning away from Doctor Who for more glossy offerings in both the cinema and over on ITV, if you watch The Pirate Planet, I would argue that those people definitely missed out on a fun story. To get in on the fun for yourself, you can read the BBC Books novelisation from 2017, the Target novelisation from 2021, or listen to the soundtrack via a 2012 audio release. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1995, or the DVD release from 2007 as part of the Key to Time box set. The Pirate Planet may have its flaws, but I was genuinely surprised at how much fun I had with it upon a rewatch. If you're a Douglas Adams fan, then it's one you should definitely check out, and keep in mind, this won't be the last time we see Adams' name pop up. But with the villains defeated, another segment of the Key to Time is acquired. 2 down, 4 to go. So where will we find the third piece?
By the great pallet of Hades, you shall pay with the last drop of your blood every corpuscle. Do you hear?
The third story from Season 16 is The Stones of Blood. The hunt for the third segment of the Key to Time leads to modern-day Earth and an ancient stone circle. There, an ancient goddess, the Kaliak, is worshipped by druids. But who is the Kaliak really? This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 28th of October 1978 and concluded on the 18th of November. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and again, to some extent, these numbers remain consistent, but they're also much more sporadic than the previous 2 stories. The peak comes with Part 3, which crosses the 9 million barrier once again, finishing with 9.3 million tuning in. The lowest point came the week before, with Part 2, which had nearly a third less watching, having 6.6 million households switched on. For the top 40 programmes, only Parts 1 and 3 were able to gain a place within the chart, but both falling at the same place near the bottom of the listings at 38th place. So with viewing figures appearing to jump up and down a bit more wildly, was there a direct cause as to why this was happening? Well, promotion-wise, The Stones of Blood presented a massive opportunity, as it was in fact the 100th Doctor Who adventure to go out on TV. It also aired close to the programme's 15th anniversary, so a double whammy of celebration should have been a ripe opportunity for the BBC to promote the show like never before. However, rather surprisingly, this didn't happen. The 100th story achievement was only mentioned by the continuity announcer immediately before Part 1 began, so you can't help but feel there was a major missed chance to capitalise on the milestone.
Here on BBC One, the start of the 100th adventure for Doctor Who. Tom Baker stars in The Stones of Blood.
There was very little promotion for The Stones of Blood itself, but various Doctor Who alumni were popping up in different ways. Tom Baker made a visit to schools in Belfast at the height of the Troubles in Ireland, which was covered in local news programmes and publications. Mary Tam visited a school in Edinburgh to help promote safety around fireworks, and former Doctor Jon Pertwee made an appearance on Nationwide to promote his new book, The Jon Pertwee Book of Monsters, where he was also joined by a Dalek, played by operator John Scott Martyn. All of these separate appearances could have helped raise the profile of Doctor Who amongst the everyday viewer, but again, it's a travesty that the 100th Doctor Who story to air didn't receive any specialist promotion. Meanwhile, on the other side, at ITV, competition remained mostly the same as what went up against The Pirate Planet, however, Part 4 would go out against Bruce Forsyth's Big Night, a variety show that had proved somewhat of a disaster for the ITV network. Initially planned to win the ratings war with the BBC by pinching Brucey away from them, this didn't go to plan, but the recent move to an earlier time slot, one that competed with Doctor Who, did put a slight dent in Part 4's ratings. The third story in the Key to Time saga is full of ups and downs for me. Whilst I think the guest cast are great, particularly Beatrix Leman as Professor Rumford, I find this story bogged down by far too many scenes of people just talking. And don't get me wrong, I love a good talker, but in this case I find a lot of it doesn't compel me, and I found myself easily distracted by other things rather than giving my full focus to the screen. The Ogri, or Ogri, the monsters of the piece, are a very interesting idea and concept, but I feel they don't necessarily work the best in their execution. Having said that, despite it not working the best for me, I can completely understand why many people love this one. And for the 100th Doctor Who story, it's far from the worst that could have achieved said milestone. Overall, this story attracted an average of 8 million viewers, a 0.3 drop from the previous story. A small drop for sure, but with this 8 million average, it's arguably one of the most consistent runs for a season so far. 100 stories in and 8 million people still want to see what all the fuss is about? That's not a bad innings if you ask me. The Stones of Blood may not be the most engaging adventure for myself, but there are plenty who see it as one of the best that Season 16 has to offer. To experience it for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1980 or its audio adaptation from 2011. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1995 or the DVD release from 2007 as part of the Key to Time box set. It has some of the best guest casting and some truly interesting ideas, and from those things alone, I would argue that The Stones of Blood is worth a watch. And besides, if you want the full complete story of the Key to Time, you'll have to give it the time of day to begin with. And with the third segment in hand, the Doctor, Romana and K9 are halfway to completing their most important mission.
Are you from outer space?
No.
Oh.
I'm more from what you call inner time.
Ah.
Yes, well, never mind about that now. K9!
The fourth story from Season 16 is the Androids of Tara. In their quest for the Key to Time, the Doctor and Romana arrive on the planet Tara. There they discover that the ruthless Count Grendel intends to usurp the rightful heir to the Terran throne by utilising android duplicates. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 25th of November 1978 and concluded on the 16th of December. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and this is much more like it. All episodes saw over 8 million viewers, with Part 4 settling at 9 million and Part 2 going one further, pulling in 10.1 million, the first individual episode of Season 16 to do so. For the Top 40 TV programmes chart, 2 of the story's 4 parts were able to gain a place. Part 2 charted 30th, Part 3 charted 38th, and Parts 1 and 4 just missed out, both finishing at 45th place. So, with numbers on the rise overall, what did the Androids of Tara possess to help bring audiences back to BBC One for the Saturday tea time slot? Well, firstly, airing through the end of November and into December, the darker winter nights always provided some small boost in audience numbers across many programmes, and in Doctor Who's case, we've seen this trend occur in the past few years. Secondly, in the lead up to Part 1's broadcast on the 25th of November, the 15th anniversary of the show was publicised heavily in print and on the telly itself. Tom Baker, Mary Tam and Carol Ann Ford appeared on Nationwide, and then Blue Peter, a long-standing supporter of Doctor Who, included a short feature which marked the occasion and showed some clips of archival footage. Celebrating your anniversary always tends to drum up more attention, but a more surprising bout of promotion came in the music pop charts. Session band, Mankind, composed a disco version of the Doctor Who theme, which subsequently peaked at number 25 in the charts and including a performance on primetime music show Top of the Pops. Whilst not directly being commissioned by the production team or the BBC itself, this link to the show arguably gave it some sort of little boost in attention for perhaps the more casual viewer. So, with a more active run of promotion, did the competition over at ITV pose any major threats to the Androids of Tara? Well, nearly all regions at this point were airing Bruce Forsyth's Big Night, which had been retooled and cut down significantly from its first few episodes. But despite these changes, Brucey still couldn't bring in the numbers ITV had hoped for, giving Doctor Who a chance to grab some of those disenchanted viewers away. It would have been a good time too, as the Androids of Tara is the complete opposite of disenchanting. It's a wonderfully fun story that, despite being set on the alien world of Tara, has a medieval feel about it that will make any fantasy adventure lover happy. All of the cast, leads and guest stars are absolutely on their game here, and whilst overall it's not one of the most iconic of Who stories from the late 70s, it certainly provides an entertaining tale in 4 parts. In fact, it's this story that I often see fans cite as being their overall favourite from the Key to Time season, and when strictly going off fun and adventure, next to the Ribos Operation and the Pirate Planet, I'd be inclined to agree. Definitely give this one a watch if you haven't already. I'm sure you'll be quoting it and remembering key scenes in no time. Overall, this story attracted an average of 9.1 million viewers, a 1.1 million increase from the previous story. It's always nice to see Doctor Who bounce back upwards in the ratings, and to shoot up over 1 million over 4 weeks is a sizable achievement, especially given the overarching story nature of the season and the proposed competition set against it. We also have some repeat data for you. Alongside the Pirate Planet, the Androids of Tara became the second story chosen to get a re-airing in the summer of 1979 in the lead up to the start of Season 17's transmission. Airing over 4 consecutive Thursdays from the 9th to the 30th of August, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which averaged out at 9.2 million viewers. This is quite a surprising result, as the repeat technically averaged slightly better than the original broadcast and having more episodes average over 10 million. With it being the heart of summer, how did this happen? Well, on Friday the 10th of August, the day after Part 1 re-aired, ITV went off the air completely due to a huge strike that blacked out all but one region of the entire network. This would last until late October of 1979, and with no competition to combat Doctor Who or any BBC programme, audiences had little choice than to tune into the repeat, unless they wanted to check out whatever was on BBC Two. I reckon if the ITV blackout had occurred on the original broadcast in the winter, that the viewing figures would have been even higher than they are here, but as it stands, the strike was a major aid in the success for the programme, and it won't be the last time we see the strike's impact on Doctor Who, but more on that when we get there. The Androids of Tara to some may seem like a generic, run-of-the-mill fantasy tale, but I honestly find it to be one of the most entertaining and fun stories that the late 70s era of the show had to offer. And if you want to bask in the fun this story holds, you can read the Target book from 1980, or its audio adaptation from 2012. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1995, or the DVD release from 2007 as part of the Key to Time box set. Whether it's the medieval vibes, the continuing quest for the Key to Time, or the superb guest cast that hook you in, I would hope that you'd find something enjoyable to take away from the Androids of Tara. It may not be the peak of the season for me, but it is for many, and as they say, a story that may not be your favourite often can be another fan's absolute must-watch. And as the TARDIS team depart once more, 2/3 of the Key to Time have been assembled, leaving only 2 segments remaining to be found before they fall into the wrong hands.
The Count just offered me the throne.
That's treason, Count.
Only so long as the king is alive.
Seize him!
The 5th and penultimate story from Season 16 is The Power of Kroll. The quest for the Key to Time brings the Doctor and Romana to a distant moon. They find themselves caught in the conflict between the native Swampies and the crew of a methane refinery. While submerged in the swamps, something stirs. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 23rd of December 1978 and concluded on the 13th of January 1979. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and there is a very, very obvious standout here, isn't there? Whilst for the most part the story's viewing figures remain consistent and decent, Part 2 holds the peak of viewership, at a whopping 12.4 million, almost double the weakest showing, which is Part 1's 6.5 million. For the top 40 TV programmes, Part 2 charted 26th, and Part 4 charted 31st. Part 3 just missed out at 51st, whilst Part 1 lagged far behind at 85th. So how on earth did the Power of Kroll manage to pull out a figure that was over 12 million from absolutely nowhere? Well, I would argue it wasn't from the promotional standpoint, though they certainly tried to big up the story and in particular, the main monster. Numerous publications focused on the titular Kroll monster, described by some as being the biggest monster that the show had ever had. Tom Baker was also in the press a little more, as he was fronting a new children's show for Yorkshire Television, entitled The Book Tower, which began as the Power of Kroll was having its broadcast run. Speaking of the other side, let's turn to the competition. Were ITV just showing some really weak programming that helped Part 2 soar over 12 million? Well, it's a little more complicated than that. Between the conclusion of the Androids of Tara and the beginning of the Power of Kroll, industrial action had blacked out both BBC channels as well as the ITV network. In fact, it was only the day before Part 1 was due to air, on Friday the 22nd of December, that the production team had direct confirmation that the opening instalment would in fact be transmitted. So, with the 3 main channels back on air, there was a mad dash to get the important Christmas time slots filled out with some stellar programming, as by the late 70s, TV had become a staple part of seasonal entertainment amongst families. Most ITV regions chose The Incredible Hulk to face down the Time Lord, whilst others opted for shows such as Chips, and in London, for Part 2, a repeat of Emu's Christmas Adventure. Yeah, maybe Londoners looked at this and thought that the funny man with the long scarf might have been the more entertaining option. With London being one of the biggest regions in the ITV network, this could arguably have played a part into how Part 2 of The Power of Kroll was able to gain the viewers that it did. Lastly, we have to take into account the time of year that this aired. Part 2 in particular went out on the 30th of December, and this story actually marked the first time Doctor Who didn't go for a mid-season break around Christmas since Season 12. With audiences tuning in their mass millions to catch the festive programming, going out so close to New Year's Day may have potentially helped the Power of Kroll gain its massive viewing figures for Part 2, though I still maintain it was Emu who helped the most there. I'm glad that more viewers did tune into this story, but for me, sadly it falls as one of the lower points of Season 16 as a whole. Whilst the script is written by Robert Holmes, a writer who has contributed some of the most legendary stories in Doctor Who's history, I would argue that this isn't one of his most engaging works. The story itself I think is okay, and it is a shame that many of the guest cast who are all painted green, both back then and now, still get comparisons to the Jolly Green Giant. It's far from the worst examples of Doctor Who, but I do think it's a case where the ambition was perhaps set a bit too high when aligned with what was technically feasible back in 1979. Especially with industrial action happening across the TV industry left, right and centre. Obviously, if you're journeying through the full Key to Time saga, you're going to have to tune in here, but for me, it sadly serves as one of the least satisfying adventures of the season. Overall, this story attracted an average of 9.4 million viewers, a 0.3 increase from the previous story. I think it's no secret to say that the insane figure for Part 2 really did help the Power of Kroll soar over 9 million for its overall average. And I'm not saying the story doesn't deserve it, if anything I'm glad that more people were tuning in as the Key to Time saga progressed, but it makes you wonder how many will stick around for the grand finale. It may be a bit ropey around the edges, it may have tons of shirtless green men running about, and in my opinion one of the weaker scripts of the season, but the Power of Kroll is certainly endearing to some degree and entertaining to many. To find out where you stand on it, you can read the Target book from 1980 or its audio adaptation from 2021. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1995 or the DVD release from 2007 as part of the Key to Time box set. The Power of Kroll, if anything, shows that Doctor Who doesn't turn away in the face of challenges, and whilst it may not always knock those challenges right out of the park, you can be sure that the cast, crew and everyone involved is giving it the best that they've got. Like many of the stories that get a less than stellar rap, give it another chance, see if anything changes for you on a rewatch. But now we move on to the final adventure of Season 16, where the last segment of the Key to Time awaits. The sixth and final story from Season 16 is the Armageddon Factor. Interplanetary war, betrayal, and the awakening of dark forces await the Doctor and Romana on the planet Atrios, where their mission to find all 6 segments of the Key to Time enters its final phase. This story is comprised of 6 episodes, which began airing on the 20th of January 1979 and concluded on the 24th of February. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 6 episodes, and it's such a shame to see that none of the 6 installments could draw in more than 10 million viewers. Whilst the numbers we do have are far from disastrous, I do think by this point in early 1979, the hyper-popularity of the early Tom Baker years had diminished to some degree. When it comes to the top 40 TV programmes, only Part 6 was able to gain a place, finishing at 36th. The remaining 5 parts all fall below the top 40, with Part 1 falling the furthest behind, as that ended up at 93rd place. So, as the Key to Time saga draws to a close, what support or obstacles did the Armageddon Factor face across its 6-week run? Well, let's start with competition, a factor which has both succeeded and failed in taking sizable audience numbers away from Doctor Who this season. ITV across its network deployed several shows to take on the Time Lord, many of which we have seen previously, including Chips, The Incredible Hulk, and The Bionic Woman. However, on the night of Part 3's broadcast on the 3rd of February, Doctor Who lost 1 million viewers, due to ITV airing programmes made for the previous Christmas season, but had been hit or unaired previously because of the strike action. Though this didn't hit the Armageddon Factor too badly, as most of those million who switched channels came back the following week for Part 4. However, during Part 5's transmission, a technical fault resulted in Doctor Who going off the air for around 25 seconds, to which some music was played. These sorts of technical glitches during an episode's transmission are few and far between, and it serves as a reminder to how fragile some of the playback equipment of the 70s could be. Promotion was in abundance, both for this story specifically and for other reasons too. Part 1 of the Armageddon Factor marked the 500th episode of Doctor Who to be transmitted, a feat that was celebrated in the papers and in a promotional appearance from Tom Baker on popular chat show Pebble Mill. Mary Tam guested on the same show a few weeks later to discuss her time on the series and her upcoming departure from it. After playing Romana for the entirety of Season 16, Tam had decided against returning for a second series to pursue other acting endeavours. Her departure was extensively covered in the press, and this arguably would have helped once again draw up strong casual interest into how the companion was to be written out. As it did turn out, Romana's departure would be a little bit more complicated than those of previous companions, but more on that when we get there. The Armageddon Factor as a finale, unfortunately for me at least, falls very flat indeed. Whilst it is satisfying to see the Doctor complete the key to time and to witness the appearance of Valentine Dial as the Black Guardian, but considering this mainly happens in the last few minutes of the final episode, it hardly saves the rest of it. There are some factors I enjoy though. Barry Jackson, who plays Drax, is the absolute highlight of this story for me. Not only is it great to be introduced to another renegade Time Lord, but the way Jackson plays and portrays him is just brimming with energy and character that you can't help but smile every time he pops up. He also gives us a precious new bit of info regarding the Doctor's name. Well, nickname, that is.
There's feet, isn't it? Feet of Sigma. Of course it is.
In fact, Jackson's performance was so good that one of the story's writers, Dave Martin, wrote to producer Graham Williams, offering him a chance to use the Drax character again for free, as he would waive his royalty fees. So even though the Armageddon Factor is one of my least favourite Who season finales, it does have its shining moments that I can enjoy. Overall, this story attracted an average of 8.5 million viewers, a 0.9 drop from the previous story. Losing nearly 1 million viewers during the course of your season finale isn't exactly brilliant, and it actually bucks the trend of the last few years, in which numbers would often pick up for a season's final story. However, having said that, given that this was concluding a story arc set across the past 20 episodes over a few months, it's understandable to assume that perhaps those who tuned in more casually were put off by this finale's interconnectivity with the previous stories. Being a 6-part story could have hindered its chances too, as these longer stories were becoming less and less appetizing to not only audience members, but also the writers, who would often comment that these bulkier tales were too long. But if you want to see whether or not the Armageddon Factor is for you, you can read the Target book from 1980, or its audio adaptation from 2019. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1995, or the DVD release from 2007, packaged with the other 5 stories titled as the Key to Time box set. The Armageddon Factor is far from being considered as one of the all-time greatest Who stories, but the moments that work really do work beautifully. Drax is one of the most entertaining side characters in all of Classic Who, and the conclusion of the Key to Time saga itself is exciting and tense, and even though I and many others wish it could have been realised or handled better, we really have to acknowledge and thank those who were involved in getting the show to the screen, now more than ever given all of the industry strikes that were occurring left, right and centre in the late 70s. You'll be watching it if you're marathoning the Key to Time story arc anyway, and I'd say don't set your hopes too high, but also don't be afraid to shut your brain off and have what fun you can with it.
As from this moment, there's no such thing as free will in the entire universe. There's only my will, because I possess the key to time.
Doctor, are you all right?
Well, of course I'm all right.
So that's Season 16, the 6 stories that comprise it, and the ratings that they garnered. With the transmission of Episode 6 of the Armageddon Factor, Season 16 was brought to an end, concluding a near 6-month run, comprised of 26 episodes across 6 stories. Now, let's have a look at the story averages for this season. We can see that for the most part, the averages were fairly consistent across Season 16's run, the peak coming with the penultimate instalment, The Power of Kroll, which pulled in 9.4 million on average. The least viewed story was The Stones of Blood, which had 8 million households tuning in. Not a disastrous average by any stretch, even by 1970 standards, but it is important to note that this is the first Tom Baker season that didn't have any stories average over 10 million viewers. Again, another sign that perhaps the insane heights the show had reached in those first few years had begun to ebb away. Now, as we always do, let's work out the overall average for this season. By combining the average ratings for each story, we can calculate that the average viewing figures for Season 16 of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 8.6 million viewers. This is a 0.3 drop from the previous season average, and it becomes the least viewed Tom Baker season on average thus far. I have to stress again, for 8.6 million people to be tuning in over the course of 6 months for a show that had just celebrated its 15th birthday is remarkably impressive. A more positive sign that Doctor Who was indeed the national institution that it had become to be branded as by both the newspapers and interviewers on television. It may have taken last place so far when looking at Tom Baker's season averages, but again, to put it in the grander Doctor Who perspective, this is still a higher season average than any of Patrick Troughton's 3 seasons, and also Jon Pertwee's first 3 seasons too. At this point in our journey, it actually places 7th in terms of the most viewed Doctor Who seasons on average. Season 16 on the whole represents a time when Doctor Who was willing to experiment and try new things. The concept of one overarching story was one which works well for the programme and is an idea that has been used countless times since its revival in 2005. And to respond to criticisms that the show was old and tired in the face of new sci-fi properties like Star Wars, the production team doubled down more than ever to give audiences adventures that felt large in scope, offered some impressive models and effects for the time, and most importantly, stories that would entice the imagination. Did they succeed on all fronts this season? I would argue that they didn't. Some of the later stories, such as the Power of Kroll and the Armageddon Factor, feel a bit flat, and there are moments in the entire season when the budget is clearly being stretched to its limit. But after all of that, Season 16 still delights and entertains millions of fans, both old and new. It's all personal preference at the end of the day, and whilst the Key to Time saga remains one that I don't revisit often, I can appreciate all of the things it did right for so many viewers. And with the segments scattered in time and space once again, the Doctor, Romana and K9 head back into the universe on a randomised course to avoid the Black Guardian to seek out new adventures. By the summer of 1979, Doctor Who was once again gearing up for its now traditional return in September. The programme was doing well, with the previous year's season 16 averaging well over 8 million viewers across its run. However, keen observers noted that this was a marked decrease when looking at how the first few seasons of the Tom Baker era performed. But not to be outdone by history, producer Graham Williams and brand new script editor Douglas Adams were looking to provide the Doctor with more adventures comprised of strong science fiction, whimsical fantasy, and ultimately engaging characters and storylines to keep audiences coming back in their millions. Whilst this all may sound promising on paper, things were not necessarily all well behind the scenes. Tom Baker, who was entering his 6th year playing the titular Time Lord, was becoming more and more eccentric in both his portrayal of the Doctor, but also just in his manner with members of the production team. Tom himself has said that beginning around this time through to the end of his tenure, that he could be very unreasonable, believing he knew the programme better than anyone else. And to be fair to him, he was one of the longest standing members of the team, but even he now admits that in retrospect, he very easily overstepped the mark on multiple occasions. So, how did this affect the stories that went out on screen? Would the quality suffer from all the goings on behind the scenes, or would they rejuvenate the programme and push audiences to new heights? Let's dive right in and find out. The first story from Season 17 is Destiny of the Daleks. The Doctor and the newly regenerated Romana land on a barren world that seems strangely familiar. The Daleks are searching for a long-buried weapon in their war with the Movellans. Deep beneath Skaro, Davros waits. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 1st of September 1979 and concluded on the 22nd of the same month. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and no, your eyes are not deceiving you, those are the correct numbers. They are staggering to say the least, with every episode soaring over not just 10 or 11, but over 12 million viewers. Part 3 set a new record for a most viewed individual episode, only to be instantly outdone the following week by Part 4, which drew in 14.4 million viewers. It's hardly no surprise then that when looking at the top 40 programmes chart, all 4 parts gained a place. The peak position for the story came with Part 4, which settled at 27th. However, it is odd that in previous years, when Doctor Who has climbed to such astronomical heights, that would make it easily gain a spot in the top 10, but not this time. So, despite these wonderful numbers, how on earth did Destiny of the Daleks manage to pull it off in the first place? Well, whilst I would love to say that millions of people were taken with the fact that the show and the Daleks were coming back, thus prompting the big boost, this is arguably not the case. The main factor into the show's astronomical viewing figures here comes from the distinct lack of competition. That's right, ITV was not on the air at all. On the 10th of August 1979, a technicians' dispute prompted the biggest and most impactful strike to hit the other side yet. The ITV network went off the air in 14 of its 15 regions. The only exception was Channel Television, which continued to broadcast in Guernsey and Jersey, albeit on a reduced schedule, but back on the mainland there was no ITV programming for viewers to tune into. This strike would last for 11 weeks, in which time if you switched channels to ITV, you'd be greeted with this caption card, informing you that there was indeed nothing to watch. So, with the BBC's main rival effectively wiped off the airwaves, viewers on a Saturday night had only one major option if they wanted to watch something on television. Of course, BBC Two existed as well, but being as that was a channel ran by the corporation, it was a win-win either way. Competition being non-existent helped Destiny of the Daleks tremendously, but to be fair, the promotion for the season opener was some of the strongest in years. A week before Part 1 aired, a specially shot 2-minute trailer was aired on BBC One. This was original material, showing the Doctor being woken up by an ominous voice, informing him that he would be facing the Daleks again very soon. The trailer is a great bit of fun, and Baker's on top form. It harks back to the specially shot trailers of old, seen for stories like The Web of Fear or The Ambassadors of Death. Another trailer was shown after the previous season's Androids of Tara finished its repeat screening. This one was a montage of clips from the first 2 episodes, but combined with the specially shot material from a few days prior, it's the most promotional hype Doctor Who was attempting to put out for some time. Another factor to take into account is the Daleks themselves. The sinister Pepperpots hadn't been seen on screen for over 4 years, and despite that absence, the appearance and sound of the creatures had not been forgotten by both the children in the school playground, the adults who'd grown up with them, or indeed the licensees who were merchandising them. The Daleks were still very much the Doctor Who monster, so to have them return and have them kick off the new season, I reckon would have definitely boosted numbers somewhat, even if ITV hadn't been off the air. Lastly, the arrival of a new companion also pipped the interest of the more casual viewer, who perhaps didn't tune in every single week. However, this time, things were a bit more complicated. Mary Tam left the part of Romana at the end of the previous season, but with the character being a Time Lord, she also shared the Doctor's ability to regenerate. Thus she did in Talala Ward, who had previously appeared as Princess Astra in the season 16 finale, The Armageddon Factor. This was addressed at the start of Destiny, but after a few random regenerations, assuming Romana isn't just burning up her remaining lives, the Doctor concludes that it'll be okay for his friend to wear the face of someone else. I mean, it's not like he wouldn't do that himself in years to come.
Confront me this face. Why this one? Why did I choose this face?
Destiny of the Daleks is one of those stories that sounds really good when you explain the premise to someone, and then when you watch it, to some degree, it may feel a little flat. For me though, despite the chiding it gets, I love Destiny of the Daleks in the same way I adore The Invasion of Time. Both are stories that are a bit ropey. I mean, some of the Dalek props look like they're about to collapse apart, but in that ropiness is where the charm lies for me. The actors are giving it their all, despite the circumstances, and the return of Davros, when we see him revive, is genuinely chilling. The Daleks themselves are at their most shouty, at least when compared to previous serials, and despite screaming "do not move" at Romana about 15 times, they still have excellent moments within the story that remind you why they became so iconic a threat to the Doctor and his friends. It may not be the best, far from it, but sit down with a few drinks, a couple of snacks, and just allow yourself to bask in the ridiculous fun that is this story. Overall, the story attracted an average of 13.5 million viewers, a staggering 5.4 million increase from the previous season opener, The Ribos Operation. This is the biggest boost between stories that we've seen on our journey thus far, and even though a lot of this increase can be put down to the lack of competition from ITV, to see Doctor Who be so successful in the viewing figures department again is fantastic. This also takes the record for highest average of a Doctor Who story thus far, specifically on its first broadcast. We also have some repeat data for you. Continuing the tradition of 2 summer repeats before the start of a new season, Destiny of the Daleks was chosen to be the first of these in the 1980 lead-up to season 18. Going out across 4 consecutive days from the 5th to the 8th of August, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which averaged out at 6.1 million viewers. This may be an over 7 million drop from the broadcast average, but the circumstances have changed dramatically. ITV was now fully back on the air, and it was airing its ever-popular soap opera Crossroads against the Daleks. Despite the appeal of the Twisted Machines, they could not quite eclipse the goings-on in the famous Midlands Motel. That combined with the hot summer weather of the season, which undoubtedly would have kept many audiences outdoors rather than being cooped up watching the telly. Destiny of the Daleks is one of the most memorable stories of the Tom Baker era for me, purely for how much fun I can get out of it. It's not the best Dalek story ever made, but then it arguably doesn't need to be. It's an odd, ropey, but very watchable adventure, and clearly audiences at the time thought so too, even if they had nothing else to watch. To bask in the ridiculousness of this story for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1979, or the TV soundtrack from 2012. To watch it, you have the singular VHS release from 1994, or as part of a 5-story box set, including all the other Dalek stories to feature Davros, released exclusively to W.H. Smith's in 2001. You also have a standalone DVD release of the story, which came out in 2007. Also in 2007, it was released again alongside the other Davros Dalek stories as part of the Davros collection. Terry Nation's last script for Doctor Who may seem a bit limp when compared to the earlier stories he crafted for his creations, but if you ask me, it still delivers on being a very engaging, entertaining, and overall fun adventure. Highly recommend you check it out if you haven't seen it, just don't be expecting a masterpiece when you see those opening titles roll in.
If you're supposed to be the superior race of the universe, why don't you try climbing after us? Bye-bye!
The second story from Season 17 is City of Death. While sampling the delights of Paris 1979, the Doctor and Romana get caught up in a gamble with time. Why is Count Scarleone conducting time experiments, and why does he have 6 Mona Lisas boarded up in his cellar? This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 29th of September 1979 and concluded on the 20th of October. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and if you thought things couldn't get any better, think again. Like Destiny of the Daleks, every episode gained over 12 million viewers, Part 3 setting a new record at 15.4 million, only to be dethroned by Part 4 the following week, which had a staggering 16.1 million viewers tuning in. This is well and truly the most amount of people who watch Doctor Who on first broadcast here in the UK. For the top 40 UK programmes, surprisingly, only 2 of the 4 parts charted. Part 1, despite having 12.4 million viewers, missed out, finishing 50th. Part 2, which had 14.1 million viewers mind you, also missed out, charting 44th. However, Part 4 gives us the story's highest chart position at 16th place, taking Doctor Who back into the top 20 for quite some time. So, with new viewing figures records set once again for the programme, what was it about City of Death itself that kept the audiences hooked? Before we talk about the story, we must address the situation over at ITV. I think it's obvious that as City of Death went out, that the other side was indeed still off the air due to the technicians' strike. With no competition to combat the BBC, all of their programmes saw a surge in audience sizes, Doctor Who included. The promotional arm for this story was just as strong here as it was for Destiny of the Daleks, the main factor being that City of Death marked the first time that Doctor Who was filmed outside of the UK, with several scenes being shot in the French capital of Paris. Overseas filming was seen as something of a big deal back in the 70s. If your programme was allocated the time and budget to film in real foreign locations, then it gave the show a certain degree of prestige and respect. And considering Doctor Who by this point was frequently cited as a national institution, this small feat helped cement its status within the BBC further. Lalla Ward was also featured prominently in the print world, giving numerous interviews about her new role in Doctor Who, accompanied with publicity photos of her and Tom in Paris itself. Another promotional boost came from the launch of a new weekly magazine, one that would be solely catered to the programme. 2 days before Part 3, on the 11th of October 1979, the very first issue of Doctor Who magazine, then known as Doctor Who Weekly, hit shelves in shops all across the country. Costing just 12 pence, the magazine gave readers original comic strips, features about upcoming stories, and also delved into the show's past, allowing younger readers to learn about the adventures of the 1960s and early 70s. The launch of the mag was boosted by a promotional tour, in which Tom Baker, in costume as the Doctor, visited numerous places around the UK to greet readers who had picked up the new mag. Doctor Who Weekly continues to live a long and successful life, changing its name to Doctor Who Monthly in 1982, and then Doctor Who Magazine in 1984, a title which it still holds today, over 40 years since its initial launch. City of Death is a story that is widely celebrated amongst fans, a story that embodies so many things that people love about the programme, and with a script largely penned by Douglas Adams of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy fame, it all seems obvious why this story is so beloved. The location work in Paris looks fantastic, and the guest characters such as Julian Glover as Scaroth and Tom Chadbon as Duggan gel so well with the established leads. I must admit I do enjoy the story, but I personally don't hold it in the same high regard as many others do. Definitely give it a watch, it's one that I'd argue most viewers will definitely get some joy out of, and for me, the most joy I get is seeing a lead cast having the time of their lives, and a witty script that leaves you laughing and in some cases, hoping for more. Overall, this story attracted an average of 14.5 million viewers, a 1 million increase from the previous story. The increase from Destiny of the Daleks now puts City of Death as the #1 most viewed Doctor Who story on average, both in terms of first broadcast and also eclipsing repeat viewing figures, which had been held by a 1976 repeat of Pyramids of Mars, which had 13.7 million viewers tuning in. This humongous new average may largely be down to the lack of competition on ITV, but even so, the fact that Doctor Who, a near 16-year-old sci-fi show, could pull in numbers of that magnitude only strengthens the notion that the appeal the programme held was truly timeless. We also have some repeat data for you. City of Death was chosen to be the second repeat to go out in the summer of 1980, following on from the repeat of Destiny of the Daleks. Airing across Tuesdays and Wednesdays from the 12th to the 20th of August, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which averaged out at 5.8 million viewers. Now, this may be an 8.7 million drop from the first broadcast, but like with the repeat of Destiny of the Daleks, the same factors are responsible here. The summer weather of August kept more people outside, and the popularity of ITV's Crossroads, which was now back on the air, didn't help matters either. It may not be my all-time favourite, but City of Death is loved and adored by many Doctor Who fans, some even citing it as the greatest story of all time. To decide how high you'll place it, you can read the BBC Books release from 2015 or the Target adaptation from 2018. There's an audio adaptation of the BBC Books release and also a release of the original TV soundtrack from 2012. To watch it, you have the original VHS release from 1991 and also a re-release with different artwork in 2001. A few years later, a standalone DVD was released in 2005. This story certainly features some of the best performances and chemistry from Tom Baker and Lalla Ward, and it's often cited that the trip to Paris to shoot the scenes was the time when the two of them would later develop a relationship in real life. But more on that when we get there. Filled with delicious comedy, some really neat cameos, an interesting story and some superb guest casting, City of Death certainly does have a lot going for it. It's not the greatest story of all time in my opinion, but it certainly has a lot of merit to it. Check it out, and remember to look for some fakes the next time you visit your local art museum.
Oh! I say, what a wonderful butler. He's so violent. Hello.
The third story from Season 17 is The Creature from the Pit. A distress signal brings the TARDIS to Chloris, a jungle world ruled by Lady Adrasta. Adrasta controls the planet's scarce supplies of metal, throwing anybody who defies her into the pit. What horror will the Doctor discover there? This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 27th of October 1979 and concluded on the 17th of November. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and this is certainly quite the marked decline. Despite not achieving the mega heights of Destiny of the Daleks or City of Death, half of Creature from the Pit manages to cross the 10 million mark, Part 2 providing the story's peak at 10.8 million viewers. And with the lowest viewed episode being Part 1 with 9.3 million, despite the huge drop, these are still very strong results. For the top 40 TV programmes, all but Part 1 were able to gain a place on the chart. Part 2 just missing out on the top 20, as that finished up at 23rd place. So, why did Creature from the Pit receive far less of an audience than the preceding stories? Well, it may seem like the obvious candidate, but on the 24th of October, 3 days before this adventure began, ITV returned triumphantly to the screens after being off air for nearly 3 months. With their popular shows returning, such as Coronation Street and The Muppet Show, millions of viewers flicked to the other side to either catch up on their much-missed programming or tuned in from curiosity to see what had changed on the network. Having said that, the competition ITV decided to foster against Doctor Who was relatively lacklustre. Part 1 went out against Gold, a thriller movie first released in 1974, and then for the next 3 weeks a variety of either John Wayne's Western movies or US import Chips. And whilst The Creature from the Pit suffered a dive in viewers from City of Death, the numbers it did pull in were still considerably higher than this time last season. Promotion-wise, K9 made an appearance on popular children's show Blue Peter, where he chatted with the hosts, whilst also showcasing a segment from the adventure itself. In the print world, there was nothing too out of the ordinary in the Radio Times listings magazine, but the lead actors popped up in various places amongst different publications. Tom Baker gave an interview to the South Wales Echo, in which he confirmed that he was remaining with the show into 1981, and also that he wished for Miriam Margolyes to be his companion. Now, that would have been quite the team-up. Lalla Ward, however, was appearing in headlines for less light-hearted reasons. The Daily Express ran a headline on the day of Part 4's broadcast, in which Lalla proclaimed her furiousness over the re-release of a film she had made in 1973. This film had been recut with additional scenes of a sexual nature, and had been retitled to a more eye-grabbing name. And without informing Lalla, I would argue her fury was justified. There was no special trailers for the story, but to be honest, after coasting for the past few months due to their main rival being off air, it could have taken the BBC some time to recognise that they may have to start pushing their programmes again. The Creature from the Pit is one of those stories that often gets brushed aside on retrospectives and rewatches. It certainly does have its moments of silliness, and with a monster that looks, well, like that, which certainly doesn't do the story any favours, but it does have its fans, just like all Doctor Who stories do. But for me, I honestly find this to be one of the most forgettable stories in the Tom Baker era. I really do enjoy Myra Francis's performance as Adrasta, but that aside, the story itself doesn't grip me too much. The leads in my view aren't necessarily on the top of their game, and ultimately, it's not one I return to. But hey, we have an endless number of memes from this creature, so that's something, I suppose. Overall, this story attracted an average of 10 million viewers, an enormous 4.5 million drop from the previous story. This is one of, if not the sharpest drop we've seen on our journey so far, but again, from the factors we've looked at, it's hardly the sign that the show was suddenly in trouble. 10 million viewers is still a lot of people, and they must have enjoyed it to some degree for that number to be sustained during the story's 4-week run. To see if The Creature from the Pit is a story that you enjoy, you can read the Target book from 1981, or its audio adaptation from 2008. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 2002, one of the last stories to be released on the format, and there's also a standalone DVD release, which came out in 2010. The Creature from the Pit is a story that has lots of decent ideas, but ultimately doesn't manage to pull them off, at least in my opinion. The show was still having its budget stretched to the limit, and with strikes amongst various production departments remaining ever present, causing delays, and in certain effects being abandoned, you have to admire it for trying. But again, for me at least, it's a story that, unless specifically requested, I probably wouldn't sit down to watch again anytime soon. But do check it out for yourself, because who knows, when you do, you may have found yourself a new favourite.
Hello, I am the Doctor. Friend.
The fourth story from Season 17 is Nightmare of Eden. When two ships collide in hyperspace, they become fused together. The Doctor must find the connection between savage creatures emerging from dimensional instabilities and a drug smuggling operation. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 24th of November 1979 and concluded on the 15th of December. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and whilst the numbers seem to remain consistent, there's another noticeable difference from before. Notably that no episode of The Nightmare of Eden managed to cross over the 10 million mark. 3 of the story's 4 parts just missed out on the milestone, with parts 2 and 3 providing the peak, with 9.6 million households tuning in. Part 1 falls one step lower with 8.7 million, but again, like with the viewing figures attained by The Creature from the Pit, this is hardly a sign of a catastrophic failure. In terms of the top 40 TV programmes, 3 of the story's 4 parts were able to make the chart, Part 2 ranking the highest at 31st place, and with Part 1 ever so slightly missing out, as that finished at 41st. So, with viewing figures gradually on the decline, what was it about Nightmare of Eden that caused the drop? Well, the relative lack of promotion certainly wouldn't have helped. Despite issuing material for the story to the press in October, by the time the story began transmitting a month later, pictures of the villainous mandrills hadn't been seen at all. This prompted a somewhat false headline in the tabloids, citing that these creatures were far too terrifying to be printed, based off the lack of photos, but also of quotes from members of the production team who claimed that they had been terrified when first seeing them. When questioned about the lack of publicity for these oh-so-frightening monsters, a BBC spokesperson said that the corporation were short of photographers that day. Take that for what you will. With very lacklustre promotion, what arguably made things worse was the fact that ITV, now fully back on the air, had regained much of the audience share it had previously lost over the past few months. Competition was very varied, with regions like London airing chips, several airing old westerns, and some going for former challengers to Doctor Who, such as Happy Days. Morecambe Mindy, a sci-fi sitcom, also went out against Doctor Who in the ATV region, but the vast majority of smaller areas aired the evening class sitcom Mind Your Language. As the other side continued to resume normal operation, the increase in competition meant that Doctor Who really needed to stand up and not rest on its laurels. And, in the BBC's behalf, especially in regards to promotion, they arguably did. It is a shame, really, because Nightmare of Eden is a story that I think deserves a bit more attention, both back in 1979 and today too. The story's central concept deals with drug addiction, a very real topic that was in many ways bold territory for the show. The mandrills themselves, whilst perhaps not being as frightening as hyped up by the tabloids, still remain an effective monster in certain scenes. I say certain because there are others where they feel a bit too cuddly. Like Creature from the Pit, Nightmare of Eden is often overlooked for the overabundance of humour and whimsy, and some definite overacting going on by certain cast members. So, whilst for me it may not be a personal favourite, I can see the shining factors within it, and I'm glad that it's slowly but surely getting the reappraisal that it deserves. Overall, this story attracted an average of 9.3 million viewers, a 0.7 drop from the previous story. Whilst it is a shame to see things decline again as we get further into Season 17, it is important to keep in mind that for Doctor Who's age at the time, and the return of the ITV competition, a 9.3 million average is certainly not to be sniffed at. Nightmare of Eden is the most redeemable story from Season 17, I think. as in a story that for a long time has been ignored and pushed to the sidelines in the shadow of other stories from this run, such as City of Death. There's a lot of good hidden within there, and if you want to see if you can find it for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1980, but there's no audio adaptation as of yet. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1999, or a standalone DVD release from 2012. With an engaging storyline, Nightmare of Eden is certainly worth your time, even if it's just the once. Whilst I don't warm to some of the performances, and the comedic element continuing to grow ever dominant within the show's fabric, there is a lot I do enjoy about Nightmare of Eden. I do have a soft spot for those big old mandrels, whether they're looking like overgrown teddy bears, or in the few moments where their sinister intent and impact is fully carried over.
Oh, my fingers, my arms, my legs, my everything! Oh!
The fifth and penultimate story from Season 17 is The Horns of Nimon. The glory days of the Skonon Empire are long past, but the Nimon has promised a return to greatness. The Doctor is determined to discover the monstrous truth behind the Nimon's plan. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 22nd of December 1979 and concluded on the 12th of January 1980. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and I must say, we really do have a mishmash of numbers here, don't we? Whilst Part 4 does manage to once again cross the 10 million barrier, providing the story's peak at 10.4 million viewers, it's the figure for Part 1 that proves the most alarming. The opening instalment drew in just 6 million viewers, making it the lowest viewed individual episode of the season by far, and also the lowest viewed individual episode since Part 5 of The Time Monster, from all the way back in 1972. For the top 40 TV programmes, Part 3 just scraped in at 40th place, and Part 4 climbed significantly higher, finishing at 26th. Part 2 charted 56th, and Part 1 had the rare distinction of falling into triple digits, as it ended up at 100th place. So, with a rather shocking start to Part 1, did the Horns of Nimon warrant the viewing figures that it received? Well, in terms of promotion, the story didn't receive a great deal, just like Creature from the Pit and Nightmare of Eden before it. The only major piece outside of the usual listings in the Radio Times was an appearance from Lala Ward on the Multicoloured Swap Shop, a popular Saturday morning children's show in which she chatted with younger viewers, and also gave away some bits and pieces of Doctor Who merchandise. Clips from Part 1 of the story were shown, which combined with a photo of Lala in that week's Radio Times could have helped boost Part 2's figure, up by 2.8 million. However, the day Part 2 aired on the 29th of December, that fell within the festive schedules of the BBC, and with Christmas time TV becoming much more of a family staple by the late 70s, it's reassuring that the increase in viewers watching TV were mainly focused in on Doctor Who when it came to Saturday tea time. Competition on ITV was once again varied, with many of the same programmes returning to challenge Doctor Who, combined with some seasonal programming going against Parts 1 and 2. It could be these programmes in particular that caused Part 1 to have such a low figure, as when transmitting on the 22nd of December, the build-up to Christmas on TV would have been reaching its peak. The Horns of Nimon is yet another example of Season 17 suffering from stuff going on either in front of or behind the cameras. For one, the scriptwriter and former script editor, Anthony Reid, expressed his disappointment at how the serial turned out. He believed things had been camped up during production, and when you watch The Horns of Nimon, I would argue it's difficult to disagree with him. But saying that, people either hate this story for its silliness, or they absolutely adore it. What do I adore the most? This guy. Soldeed, played by Graham Crowden, is absolutely hilarious. Whether it was the intention or not, he's the sole reason I come back to watch The Horns of Nimon, purely for the fact that he makes me smile and chuckle to myself every time he appears on screen. That might not be the best grounds to praise a story, but whereas I can easily forget about tales like Creature from the Pit, I remember The Horns of Nimon for performances like this. So, if you're in for a laugh, grab your snacks and your drinks, get a few mates round, and just bask in what The Horns of Nimon has to offer you. You'll either be surprisingly entertained, or hideously disappointed. Let's hope it's the former, eh? Overall, this story attracted an average of 8.8 million viewers, a 0.5 drop from the previous story. Unlike Season 15, where the downward trend eventually became an upward one, the same occurrence has not happened here, with now every story following City of Death receiving less and less viewership. But again, come on, 8.8 million viewers over 4 weeks for a 16-year-old programme that's facing off against tough competition with relatively little promotion? That's still a success, I would argue. Not phenomenal or exceptional, but still very respectable. The Horns of Nimon to many may feel like a very limp ending to Season 17, especially if you aren't a fan of all the ridiculousness going on. But again, if you lean into that silliness, if you switch off the analytical part of your brain and just have some fun, then I would hope this story can provide that to some degree. To find out for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1980, but there's no audio adaptation as of yet. To watch it, it was one of the last stories to be released on VHS in the June of 2003, and a few years later it was released as part of the Myths and Legends box set in 2010. Yes, it has the creatures with the funny horns, yes, it has a villain who frequently crosses over into the realm of pantomime, but if you embrace it all, it can make for one of the most entertaining stories that Season 17 has to offer. It's not my standout story, but like The Nightmare of Eden, I believe it deserves another chance to try and win you over, or make you roll about laughing at how mad it is.
That's very odd.
The sixth and final, yet unaired story from Season 17 is Shada. Visiting Cambridge, the Doctor and Romana discover that the ruthless Skagra is eager to acquire an ancient book, possessed by retired Time Lord Professor Chronotis. The book is the key to locating Shada, which in turn will allow Skagra to control the universe. This story is comprised of 6 episodes, which was planned to begin airing on the 19th of January 1980 and conclude on the 23rd of February. Now normally I would show you the individual viewing figures for all 6 episodes, but as you've probably guessed, I can't do that, because the serial was never transmitted. But why was this? The answer was due to industrial action, a theme that has popped up so many times throughout Season 17, both in relation to competition at ITV, but also with the BBC itself. Problems have been growing for months, and in November of 1979, while Shada was being filmed, this came to a head when a strike began, causing the studios that Doctor Who was filmed in to become unavailable. When the strike concluded at the end of the month, producer Graham Williams had hoped that the remounting of the lost filming sessions could be done over the Christmas period. However, the BBC decided to prioritise festive programming that had been delayed due to the strike. As a result, Doctor Who wouldn't be able to have its remounts for Shada until after January of 1980, which would have been part way through the story's planned broadcast. With the prospect of refilming now impossible, Williams instructed director Pennant Roberts to abandon Shada completely, thus bringing Season 17 to a premature end 6 weeks earlier than planned. Around 50% of the serial had completed filming, including the location work at Cambridge and several studio scenes in Chronotis' library amongst others. It is a shame that the story couldn't be completely finished, particularly as it was written by the then script editor Douglas Adams. Fans who had enjoyed his work on stories like The Pirate Planet and City of Death were sadly robbed of a true season finale with Adams' work truly at the forefront. Having said that, with half of the story roughly in the can, there is material from Shada that can be viewed, and indeed some of that material was first seen in the 20th anniversary story, The Five Doctors. The elusiveness of the story has prompted several attempts at offering a completed version. To experience one of these attempts at completion for yourself, you can read the BBC Books novel from 2012 or listen to the audio adaptation of the same book. To watch it, you have a VHS release from 1992, where missing segments were filled by newly filmed links performed by Tom Baker, and in 2003, Big Finish teamed up with BBC to create an animated webcast of Shada to help celebrate Doctor Who's 40th anniversary. This version featured Paul McGann as the 8th Doctor, and Big Finish would later release the audio version of this webcast on CD. Alternatively, it was released on DVD in 2013, as part of the Legacy Collection box set. A few years later, in 2017, the missing or unfilmed parts of Shada were animated and released on DVD, Blu-ray, and Blu-ray Steelbook, the latter containing a bonus disc that contained both the VHS release and the 2003 webcast. Shada remains an intriguing piece of Doctor Who history, over 40 years since it was originally abandoned. Whilst it's easy to focus on the negatives, the way it prematurely ended the season, how it took out some of the wind in Doctor Who's introduction to the 80s, how producer Graham Williams and script editor Douglas Adams' hopes of a big finale were dashed away from them. But I'd argue there are many positives to take away from what we have of Shada. For one, the scenes that were filmed are some of the most fun and witty of all of Season 17, as well as some of the most charming. Furthermore, the incompleteness of the episode has prompted all of these subsequent revisions, a testament to the dedication of those who love Doctor Who. Of course we all wish that it could have been transmitted in its complete form back in 1980, but as it stands, Shada will remain one of the rare times that a Doctor Who story just couldn't fully materialise onto our television screens. So that's Season 17, the 6 stories that comprise it, and the ratings that 5 of them garnered. With the transmission of Episode 6 of the Horns of Nimon, Season 17 was brought to an end, concluding a shorter 5-month run, comprised of 20 episodes across 5 stories. Now, let's have a look at the story averages for this season. You can clearly see the point where ITV made it back onto the airwaves to steal away audiences, as the decline from City of Death to The Creature from the Pit remains so staggering. City of Death itself proves to be the most viewed part of the season, with a whopping 14.5 million watching on average, the highest average ever recorded for a Doctor Who story thus far. The low point comes with the premature season finale, The Horns of Nimon, which is almost 6 million behind City with 8.8 million viewers, but again, when your lowest result is not too far off from double digits, it shows that Doctor Who very much was the national institution that it proclaimed to be. So much so that even when the competition returned and the promotion wasn't as present, that nearly 10 million viewers every single week tuned in to see where the TARDIS team would end up next. Now, as we always do, let's work out the overall average for this season. By combining the average ratings for each story, we can calculate that the average viewing figures for Season 17 of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 11.2 million viewers. This is a huge 3.6 million increase from Season 16's average, and it now actually ties for first place with the average attained by Season 14, which also averaged 11.2 million viewers across its 7-month run. Perhaps if ITV had remained off the air for longer, or if Shada had made it to air, or if the promotional efforts for Doctor Who had been ramped up when the other side did return, then we could have seen a new record holder for the most watched season of the programme. But, as it stands, it will take first place alongside Season 14. Will it be toppled by what's coming in the future? Time will tell. Always does. When we look at the 6 Tom Baker seasons we've analysed thus far, Season 17 stands out as having quite the sharp boost from the previous 2 years. And again, a lot of it you could pin down to the ITV strike, but I think the fact viewers for the most part stuck around afterwards shows that these stories were at least eye-catching and entertaining if nothing else. Season 17 is a very bizarre point in the Tom Baker years if you ask me. On the one hand, you have stories like City of Death, a tale which frequently tops people's favourite list, one brimming with so much quality that you'd think the rest of the season is equally as strong from how people talk about this one adventure. But then to contrast that, you have stories like Creature from the Pit or The Horns of Nimon, which, to be fair, are suffering a bit production-wise due to goings-on behind the scenes, but with over-the-top performances, ropey action pieces, and monsters that are questionable, it really does tip the mood and feel of Season 17 almost on a story-by-story basis. Whilst Destiny of the Daleks remains a guilty pleasure for me, and Nightmare of Eden surprised me with how strong the story could be, ultimately, this set of stories is not one I return to often, for one reason or another. And with its conclusion, this marked the departure of Douglas Adams as script editor and Graham Williams as producer. The latter, in his 3-year tenure, had helped shift the tone of the programme from a more horror-based style to one focused on fantasy and the spirit of adventure, with lots of comedy and lightheartedness thrown in. The Williams era is certainly not for everyone. I myself prefer the earlier Hinchcliffe years of the Tom Baker era, but I do know many people who look at these 3 years, and Season 17 in particular, very fondly. Whether it's the sheer fun a lot of these stories hold, the blossoming chemistry between the 2 leads, or the fact that many of these stories made it to air at all, Season 17 remains a set of stories that holds many fascinating elements that millions continue to enjoy. But as the 1980s were coming in, someone new would have to take up the producer's mantle. Someone who could truly change and adapt Doctor Who for the brand new decade, and also make sweeping changes on and off screen. The world had just entered the 1980s, the start of a brand new decade. Like with most new starts, everything was changing. Changing governments, changing hairstyles, changing sounds and music, and also changing events on television. For a show like Doctor Who, entering its 17th year on the air, change was no stranger. But this time around, for Season 18, things would be shaken up a little bit more than usual. A new producer was in the hot seat, John Nathan Turner, and he was determined to bring Doctor Who firmly into the 1980s. Having been a production assistant for the last few years, JNT was familiar with both the programme and the way things were run. He commissioned a brand new title sequence, which was crafted by Sid Sutton, creating the familiar Starfield sequence that we know and love today. Alongside these new titles came a new neon tube logo, and also a new arrangement of the theme music. The Delia Derbyshire arrangement had been used in some form on the programme ever since its inception in 1963, but that was to be replaced with a new arrangement by Peter Howell, one which encapsulated the growing synthesised sound that the 80s was assuring itself in. The TARDIS prop got a brand new revision, and for the Doctor, a brand new costume, one that still incorporated the iconic scarf, but now was dominated by shades of burgundy and question mark collars. Tom Baker, now in his 7th year in the title role, was becoming more erratic than ever. Whether it was challenging directors, bemoaning at the quality of scripts, or his frequent conflicts with the new producer, all contributed to him finally deciding that this particular season of adventures would be his last. So, how did this final run of adventures pan out for the Fourth Doctor? Did audiences flock in their millions to see their definitive Doctor bow out, or were people busy watching some of the more glamorous offerings available to them on the other side? Let's dive right in and find out. The first story from Season 18 is the Leisure Hive. On the radioactive surface of Argolis stands the Leisure Hive, where the Doctor and Romana arrive looking for a holiday. Instead, they are caught in a plot involving the tragic Argolin and their enemies, the Fomassi. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 30th of August 1980 and concluded on the 20th of September. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and wow, okay, this is nothing short of disastrous. Just 1 year ago, the show was pulling in over 12 million viewers. With the Leisure Hive, however, it couldn't even seem to crack 6. The peak of this story, in fact, drew in 5.9 million, which was the opening episode. But we can see that across the 4-week run, numbers continued to drop, with the concluding instalment mustering only 4.5 million viewers. In regards to the top 40 TV programmes chart, as you can imagine, Doctor Who would not chart at all. Part 1 reached 77th place, but the remaining 3 instalments all fall below the 100 mark, with parts 3 and 4 jointly recording the weakest showing, as both finished at 111th place, the lowest charting result since the very first story back in 1963. So, despite this being a season opener, and one that was here to boast the new look, sound and feel of Doctor Who, what on earth happened to cause ratings to suffer so drastically? Well, it actually comes down to one of the main factors that we look at on this series, competition. In the previous year, ITV had lost out massively to the BBC due to a prolonged industrial strike, which meant the other side was off the air for nearly 3 months. The first 2 stories of Season 17, Destiny of the Daleks and City of Death, received the highest ratings for Doctor Who thus far because of this, and even when ITV did come back, it took them a fair amount of time to get their momentum back up and running. For this year, however, they were coming back with a bang, and had an ace up their sleeve that they were convinced would defeat Doctor Who utterly in the viewing figures department. This show was American sci-fi import Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. This show had been made in the USA, had a much bigger budget, and was riding off the ever-present success of the Star Wars franchise, whose second film had hit cinemas in the May of 1980. Episodes of the new show were an hour long, and often started 30 minutes before Doctor Who, so the 10 million plus who tune into Buck Rogers were unlikely to switch channels halfway through an episode, even if it was to see Doctor Who. This show was ITV's biggest success against the Time Lord for some years. Never before had it been able to cut into the show's viewership in such a colossal manner. And it's such a shame this happened right at the start of Season 18, a time when so many new elements were being showcased for the first time in the programme. The BBC did attempt a decent bout of promotion for the serial, with it being featured in autumn lineup trailers and a trailer for the season as a whole. The Leisure Hive also got some decent coverage in the Radio Times, with a back page article showcasing the process of making up an old-looking Tom Baker. This feature of the story was heavily teased in various tabloids, and in a separate bout of publicity, a Madame Tussauds waxwork of Tom Baker debuted around the time of the Leisure Hive's broadcast, as part of a Doctor Who experience that the museum was putting on. But it seems that with all the publicity that was thrown at it, it wasn't enough to get the Leisure Hive the viewers it arguably deserved. The new look, feel and sound of the programme are felt right from the start. The brand new theme arrangement, the new TARDIS prop, the new look for the Fourth Doctor, and some of the effects seen really must have felt new and unique back in 1980. I dig a lot of the aesthetic of this serial. The society of the Argolins, and even the aged Doctor looks pretty impressive, though perhaps the element overstays its welcome just a little bit. The monsters are the Fomassi.
You mentioned Fomassi?
Oh, the Fomassi. These guys are fab and all, but really, the budget must have run out slightly when designing these guys. A shame really, as for the most part, the Leisure Hive really looks like it's had some decent money splashed out on it, and the direction from Love at Bickford feels really unique in places, and echoes a style that we don't often see in classic Who. I feel this is a strong start to Season 18, I just wish more people could have seen it in action at the time of first broadcast. Overall, this story attracted an average of 5.1 million viewers, an insane 8.4 million drop from the previous season opener, Destiny of the Daleks. This is by far the biggest decline in viewership we've seen between stories so far, and we haven't sunk this low in averages in 10 years, the last time being 1970's Inferno, which averaged at 5.6 million viewers. It's so sad that Tom Baker's final season kicked off with such an extraordinarily low number, and we can only hope viewing figures will improve as things progress. The Leisure Hive is a perfect example of the way things were shifting in Doctor Who. You can clearly see the change in style and tone with the arrival of a new production team, and even the story itself feels like a breath of fresh air, especially when compared to some of the adventures seen the previous year. It's not the best story ever, but it's one I find a lot of fun and admire for its willingness to really start the programme's entrance into the 1980s with a bang. To experience it for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1982 or its audio adaptation from 2013. To watch it, you have the VHS release from 1997 or a standalone DVD release, which came out some years later in 2004. The Leisure Hive is also available to watch on Blu-ray as part of the Season 18 collection box set. The Leisure Hive may feel like a huge shift away from what the Tom Baker era is best remembered for, but in a way that's exactly what it was intended to do. It wanted to showcase that Doctor Who could change, it could adapt to new styles, it could adapt to new technology and effects, but despite all that, show that it could also still tell an engaging and fun adventure to millions of viewers. And in all of those respects, the Leisure Hive does achieve that, but hopefully the low viewing average will stand out as a one-time affair, rather than a recurring trend.
Doctor! Doctor! Doctor!
The second story from Season 18 is Meglos. The Savants and Dions of Tigella are locked in conflict over control of the ancient dodecahedron and need the Doctor's help, but Meglos, the last Zolfa Thurin, seeks the power of the dodecahedron for himself. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 27th of September 1980 and concluded on the 18th of October. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and things are certainly not improving anytime soon. 3 of the story's 4 parts fall below the 5 million mark, with Part 2 recording the lowest figure at only 4.2 million viewers. These numbers echo the dark days of Patrick Troughton's final season, and were numbers that had the potential to spell just as much doom for a programme in 1980 as they had done back in 1969. For the top 40 TV programmes, Doctor Who once again missed out completely, and marked the first time that all episodes of a story would chart below 100th place. Part 1 is the highest charter, at 105th, and Part 2 is the lowest, finishing at an abysmal 139th. So, was Meglos just not connecting with viewers? Or was it the damage caused by ITV showcasing its lasting impact? The answer, sadly, is the latter. Buck Rogers continued to dominate the Saturday tea time slot, so much so that higher-ups at the BBC decided something needed to change. Starting with Part 3 of Meglos, Doctor Who would transmit half an hour earlier than normal, beginning at 5:40 PM. This new time slot gave it a 5-minute head start before Buck Rogers, and it was hoped this move would regain substantial parts of the viewing public. The plan worked to some degree, as roughly 500,000 more people did tune in, but it arguably didn't achieve the boost in figures that the BBC were hoping for. The popularity of Buck Rogers was so immense that even if Doctor Who began first, more than 10 million viewers were willing to wait to see the escapades of the astronaut in the 25th century. Though saying that, several people were writing in complaining that the 2 sci-fi shows were on at the same time and demanded that one of the 2 TV companies move their shows so that they didn't overlap at all. This, I would argue, at least shows that there was still a huge interest for Doctor Who, but due to the initial head start and glossier appearance of Buck Rogers, Doctor Who did suffer accordingly. Like with the Leisure Hive, promotion for the serial wasn't half bad. The main draw of this particular adventure was the dual role played by Tom Baker, who, as well as the Doctor, was also playing a Meglos cactus-like version of the famous Time Lord. This imagery was, and still is, extremely striking, and pictures like this were used extensively in tabloids, the Radio Times, and even Madame Tussauds. Their Doctor Who experience had been open for around a month, and the inclusion of a waxwork Meglos Doctor meant that at that time, Tom Baker was the only person to appear twice in the museum. Another strand of publicity for the programme was the announcement that K9, the Doctor's robot dog, would be leaving the series in the near future. This was met with shock and dismay from younger fans, but not all hope was lost, with producer John Nathan Turner even teasing that one day there might be a Mark III K9. I wonder if that would ever come to fruition. Meglos itself is a real oddball in my opinion. The story is certainly interesting and has its standout moments, obviously the Meglos Doctor being the forefront of that. The other main factor I remember is the guest appearance of Jacqueline Hill, who in this story plays Lexa, but may be more familiar to viewers as Barbara Wright, one of the original members of the TARDIS team. It's great to see her again, in colour too no less, but ultimately, I've always felt that there is something missing when it comes to Meglos. I'm not quite sure what, but whilst it has a lot of good ideas on paper, ultimately the execution just doesn't do it for me. But hey, watch it for yourself. Chances are you may think the complete opposite and have a whale of a time. Overall, this story attracted an average of 4.7 million viewers, a 0.4 drop from the previous story. It's clear that numbers were not getting better in the short term, even with the time slot shift halfway through the story. And what's more, Doctor Who hadn't attained an average of under 5 million viewers for over a decade, not since the War Games back in 1969. As a matter of fact, Meglos is only one of 3 stories that we've covered thus far that has fallen below the 5 million mark, the other 2 being the War Games and the Smugglers. Despite these disastrous numbers, don't let that stop you from writing off Meglos entirely. There are elements here that some viewers will definitely enjoy. The appearance of Jacqueline Hill, the dual roles played by Tom Baker, and some of the action set pieces are quite nice. If you need a memory refresh on this serial, you can read the Target book from 1983 or its audio adaptation from 2021. To watch it, you have a VHS release from 2003, one of the last titles to be released on the format, or alternatively, you have a standalone DVD release from 2011. You can also enjoy Meglos on Blu-ray as part of the Season 18 collection box set. It has its ups and downs, and Meglos is often derided as being one of the worst Who stories ever, but like all of those stories that gain that reputation, I always think it's worth giving it a second chance. I have done, and sadly, this is a story that I don't revisit often at all, and for me, it falls as one of the low points of the Fourth Doctor's final year.
They've sent for a traveling Time Lord, whose travels I must interrupt. Now, where is he, and when?
The third story from Season 18 is Full Circle. Trapped in the E-Space universe, the TARDIS brings the Doctor and Romana to Alzarius, where the Deciders aboard a crashed Starliner keep terrible secrets. Mistfall is coming, and the Marshmen will rise. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 25th of October 1980 and concluded on the 15th of November. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and whilst on the whole things seem to have improved, there is one glaring outsider. That's Part 2, which recorded one of the lowest viewing figures ever for the programme, with only 3.7 million viewers tuning in. The last time Doctor Who recorded a figure this low was at the end of the 60s, when the show was narrowly avoiding cancellation. The other 3 installments all pull in over 5 million viewers, but to not even crack the 6 million mark across a 4-week story must have been alarming and worrying for both the production team and the higher-ups of the BBC. For the 3rd time in a row, all 4 parts failed to crack the top 40 programmes chart, with every episode charting below 100th place. The lowest example was Part 2, which finished up at 170th. Doctor Who was clearly not in a good state in terms of viewing figures as Season 18 progressed, but did Full Circle turn viewers away? Or was it once again outside factors that contributed to the weak showing? ITV was still continuing to see immense success in the ratings field. Buck Rogers was still going out opposite Doctor Who, and was still continuing to attract more than double the viewers that the TARDIS team were able to bring in. But whilst competition may have been the main factor that hindered the viewing figures for Full Circle, in the promotional department, Doctor Who couldn't have been more in the spotlight. For the story itself, press drew upon the arrival of a new companion, Adric, played by Matthew Waterhouse, and he was the first male companion to join in 5 years, and as such, interviews with Waterhouse were aplenty, on shows such as Top of the Pops and The Multicoloured Swap Shop. The young age of Waterhouse and Full Circle writer Andrew Smith prompted a back-page article in the Radio Times, and 2 days before Part 1, another new companion was revealed. This was Tegan Javanka, an Australian air stewardess played by Janet Fielding, though her debut in the show was still some months away. Finally, on Friday the 24th of October, it was announced that Tom Baker would be leaving the role of the Doctor at the end of the season. This was a huge blow to fans of the Fourth Doctor, and because he had been the titular character for so long, TV news and traditional newspapers covered this extensively, more so than any other leaving Doctor beforehand. All sorts of names were bandied about as his replacement, and Tom even vaguely suggested that a woman could take the part. However, on the 4th of November, it was announced that Peter Davison, famous for playing Tristan in All Creatures Great and Small, would become the 5th incarnation of the Doctor. This prompted excitement from some viewers and disappointment from others, but hey, what else is new when it comes to announcing new Doctors? Full Circle is the first part of what is known as the E-Space trilogy, as the TARDIS team have slipped into a different universe. The world of Alzarius, the Marshmen that inhabit the swamps, and the society the people have as well, are all very intricate and interesting. I like many of the interactions between the characters, though I must admit I don't immediately warm to Adric in this story. I enjoy the character the longer he stays on the TARDIS, but his introduction misses the mark a tad, at least in my opinion. But a new trilogy of adventures were underway, and even though many millions missed out on its beginning, hopefully they can tune in with the next 2 installments. Overall, this story attracted an average of 5.3 million viewers, a 0.6 increase from the previous story. It's nice to see viewing figures improve, though I wish they had been an even bigger leap up. 5.3 million is the strongest average of Season 18 thus far, but that is still a disastrous figure for a primetime Saturday tea time show. And with 3 stories in a row falling this low, I'm surprised BBC higher-ups weren't making more of a fuss about this down to the production team. We also have some repeat data for you. In the now annual tradition of summer repeats, Full Circle was chosen as the first of 2 stories to receive this honour, in 1981. It was also chosen as to help reintroduce the companion Adric to viewers who had missed out on this the first time around. Airing over 4 consecutive days from the 3rd to the 6th of August, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which averaged out at 5 million viewers, a 0.3 drop from original broadcast. As with many of these summer repeats over the last few years, the reasons for the generally low figures remain the same. The combination of hot summertime weather keeping people outdoors for longer, and the popularity of the competition over at ITV, with soap opera Crossroads continuing to eclipse Doctor Who in the weekday evening slot. Just as an additional note, this repeat was not promoted at all in the Radio Times due to the magazine not being printed due to industrial action. Full Circle is essential viewing if you wish to experience the full E-Space trilogy. As a standalone story, it's perfectly fine. It's not a favourite of mine, but again, like the Leisure Hive, I feel this serial really set out to show viewers how Doctor Who was ready to embrace the 80s. To relive all of that goodness for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1982, or its audio adaptation from 2015. To watch it, you have the 1997 VHS release, packaged with the next 2 stories as the E-Space Trilogy box set. This trilogy was released together once again, on the DVD format, in 2009. Full Circle also saw a release on Blu-ray as part of the collection set for Season 18. Whether it's Adric's introduction, the ethereal creepiness of the Marshmen, or to see the world and society of Alzarius at work, Full Circle offers a lot for those who want to experience it. Check it out. It certainly, if anything, acts as a good lead into the next 2 segments of this intriguing trilogy.
You can't fight Time Lords, Romana.
You did. Once.
And lost.
The 4th story from Season 18 is State of Decay. Trapped in E-Space, the TARDIS arrives on a world where the locals live in fear of the 3 who rule. An ancient enemy of the Time Lords sleeps beneath the tower. When it arises, the great vampire will be hungry for blood. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 22nd of November, 1980, and concluded on the 13th of December. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and numbers are still sadly not rising all that much. 3 of the 4 parts pull in over 5 million viewers, though Part 3 only had 4.4 million tuning in, another disastrously low showing for the programme. And when the peak of your adventure has only 5.8 million watching, it must have made someone at the BBC think if Doctor Who, which was nearly 17 years old at this point, had truly had its day on the small screen. For the top 40 TV programmes, once again all 4 parts fall below 100th place on the chart. The highest charter is Part 1 at 119th, and Part 3 is the lowest charter at 145th. With viewing figures not improving, did State of Decay suffer once again at the hands of ITV? Or were there any other major factors that could have helped or hindered its performance? Well, ITV did continue the ratings dominance that it had held with Buck Rogers in the 25th century. With the American import now going against Doctor Who in almost every region at the same time, the resultant popularity imbalance caused the TARDIS team to see the low viewing figures attained by the previous few stories. However, in the promotional department, things were once again in a decent place for the programme. State of Decay received a short TV trailer that was aired on the day of Part 1's broadcast, alerting perhaps the more casual viewer that a new serial was due to start. In the print world, Doctor Who was once again the focus of a Radio Times back page article, this time around promoting the recent arrival of Adric and the imminent debuts of new companions Tegan and Nyssa, the latter being announced to the public on the day of Part 1's broadcast. The newly announced 5th Doctor, Peter Davison, was also making appearances in the papers and on TV. One key feature was an appearance on popular chat show Pebble Mill at 1, in which viewers had the opportunity to ask the new Doctor some burning questions. But perhaps the most prominent bit of publicity at the time came on the day of Part 4's broadcast on the 13th of December 1980. It was on this day that Tom Baker and Lalla Ward got married. That's right, the Doctor and companion, husband and wife. The pair had fallen for each other whilst they had filmed the previous season, and even though this event was reported in the papers and indeed on the national TV news, the jubilation shared by fans and the couple themselves sadly wasn't to last. The newly wedded pair had frequent arguments, and in fact, as they filmed State of Decay a few months earlier in May, their disagreements do show on screen, with the pair barely looking or acknowledging each other, which, for me at least, result in some disconnected performances. That aside, State of Decay for many remains a solid vampire-filled adventure, penned by one of the most legendary of Who writers, Terrance Dicks. Having served as script editor in the Jon Pertwee era, Terrance truly had an understanding of what made a fun adventure, and since leaving the show had in fact novelised many stories for Target, both from his own scripts and the scripts of other writers. Whilst this story does flow nicely and has some intriguing concepts, I've never been the biggest vampire fan, and in terms of Terrance's scripts for the programme, this is far from what I would consider his best work. However, everyone has their favourites, and I know many who see this to be one of the finest examples from the Fourth Doctor's final year. Overall, this story attracted an average of 5.2 million viewers, a 0.1 drop from the previous story. The viewership on the whole seems to have stabilised out the more that Season 18 progresses onwards, but the immense popularity of Buck Rogers continues to hold Doctor Who down in the 5 million range, an area that last time it was in consistently almost resulted in the programme's cancellation. State of Decay for many is seen as the crowning jewel of both the E-Space trilogy and Season 18 as a whole. Whilst I don't personally agree with that view, it is a story that I can get through easily and have some good fun with along the way. To see where you'd place it, you can read the Target book from 1982 or its audio adaptation from 2016. There is also an abridged reading of the story available on cassette, originally released back in 1981. To watch it, you have a 1997 VHS release, packaged with Full Circle and Warrior's Gate as the E-Space Trilogy box set, and there's also a DVD release from 2009, packaged again with the other two stories as the E-Space Trilogy. State of Decay made its way to Blu-ray in 2019 as part of the Season 18 collection set. If you like vampire stories and that more gothic style element seen in a lot of the early Tom Baker years, then you're probably going to get a lot from State of Decay. Nevertheless, it is loved by a lot of people and continues to get reappraisal from fans. You can't really go too wrong with a script from Terrance Dicks, so don't skip it, turn the lights down, and watch out for the bats.
I like a ghost story. Do you want to hear one?
No.
It's about a race of giant vampires.
Vampires?
The fifth story from Season 18 is Warrior's Gate. The TARDIS brings the Doctor, Romana and Adric to the Gateway. Space is contracting, and the Doctor must save the time-sensitive Tharals from slavery before they are all trapped in E-Space for eternity. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 3rd of January 1981 and concluded on the 24th of the same month. You may notice there is a slight gap in transmission dates between this and the previous story, but we'll come to that in just a moment. Here are the individual viewing figures from all 4 episodes, and thank goodness this is much more like it. 3 of the story's 4 parts cross the 7 million barrier, the first time that's happened this season, and part 3 presents a new peak for Season 18, with 8.3 million households tuning in. These numbers don't reach the extraordinary heights of the Hinchcliffe era or indeed those of Season 17, but considering the lows of the last few stories, this is a welcomed improvement. For the top 40 TV programmes, Warrior's Gate sadly didn't take Doctor Who back into the chart, but at least every episode managed to settle at over 100th place. The highest charter is Part 3, which ended up at 59th place. So how did Warrior's Gate manage to bring the viewing figures up by quite a margin? Had competition finally trailed off? Or were there other factors at play here? Well, first we do need to address the gap in transmission dates between this story and the previous one. After Part 4 of State of Decay, Doctor Who would take the next 2 weeks off the air. These 2 Saturdays fell right in the heart of the Christmas season, and festive television took precedent over the science fiction staple, partly due to their mass appeal and the extremely high viewing figures they could bring in for both the BBC and ITV. In previous years, gaps over Christmas were often filled with repeats of past adventures, but in this case, no such luck. But did this break help Doctor Who recover a decent chunk of the previously lost viewership? I would argue there are a few more factors at play. For one, the show shifted time slot again, taking the earlier time of 5:20 for Part 1 and 5:10 for the following 3 instalments. Instead of going directly against the juggernaut of Buck Rogers, Doctor Who was now going against the talent show Search for a Star. So whilst the show was pushing close to 10 million as it had done in previous years, it's clear this move to an earlier time slot certainly helped the programme incredibly. For promotion, the vast majority of press for Doctor Who in early 1981 centred around the departure of K9. The robot dog had been an extraordinary hit with children since his debut in 1977, with producer John Nathan Turner even claiming the dog was more popular than the Doctor. Despite the outrage from younger viewers of K9's departure, J&T had teased that a K9 Mark III could potentially appear, and sure enough, on the 28th of December 1981, this claim was realised, with everybody's favourite K9! Whilst K9 does indeed leave the TARDIS in Warrior's Gate, we must also remember that Romana also follows suit, the two of them staying in E-Space. Lalla Ward really made her incarnation of Romana feel distinct and unique compared to Mary Tamm's original. In many ways, she had to undertake the same task that any actor taking on the Doctor has to do, keeping the core elements of the character present whilst giving it their own unique spin, and I think in her time on the show, she did a remarkable job. Warrior's Gate is such an interesting tale to conclude the E-Space trilogy. The time-sensitive Tharals and the concepts explored were arguably new territory for Doctor Who, and for the early 80s, I would argue that it's realised surprisingly well. The story remains incredibly divisive. Some love it for the abstract ideas and unique realisation, whereas others loathe it for the exact same reasons. Definitely one to experience for yourself, but it remains as arguably the most interesting story told within Season 18, and an example of storytelling that we continue to see small glimpses of as the 1980s progressed. Overall, this story attracted an average of 7.5 million viewers, a whopping 2.3 million increase from the previous story. The change to an even earlier time slot was certainly the key factor in this new success. Facing considerably weaker competition would have definitely made Doctor Who more appetising to the viewing public, even if they were joining for the third story of a trilogy. Warrior's Gate shows off a style of storytelling that I love to see within Doctor Who, and a style that I wish had been adapted more within the classic series. Though in many ways, you could argue that this serial was very much ahead of its time, and in the 40 years since its broadcast, its distinct style and concepts continue to intrigue audiences of all ages. If it intrigues you and you wish to experience it, you can read the Target book from 1982 or its audio adaptation from 2019. To watch it, you have a VHS release from 1997, packaged with Full Circle and State of Decay as the E-Space Trilogy box set. Alternatively, you can pick up the DVD release from 2009, which again bundles this story with the previous two, under the E-Space Trilogy banner. You can also find Warrior's Gate on Blu-ray, as part of the Season 18 collection set from 2019. Whether you're curious about the concepts, or you wish to see how Romana and K9 depart from the TARDIS, Warrior's Gate will hopefully hold something that will keep you entertained and get you thinking too. But as the Doctor and Adric finally depart E-Space, the Time Lord's final days are drawing nearer. But we've still got a few friends to meet along the way.
K9! He'll be all right with you behind the mirrors.
I'll take care of him.
I'll miss you. You were the noblest Romana of them all.
The sixth and penultimate story from Season 18 is the Keeper of Traken. The Keeper of Traken is dying, the time of his dissolution near, but something evil has invaded his world, and he asks the Doctor and Adric for help. An old enemy lies in wait, and the peaceful harmony of Traken is about to be shattered forever. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 31st of January 1981 and concluded on the 21st of February. Here are the individual viewing figures from all 4 episodes, and whilst things seem to have dipped a little bit, this is still much stronger than the first few stories of Season 18. Part 1 holds the story's peak, with 7.6 million viewers, but sadly it's the only part of the Keeper of Traken that manages to achieve this feat. Part 3 had nearly 2 million less people tuning in, finishing off with 5.2 million viewers. When it comes to the top 40 programmes, Doctor Who missed out once again, and 3 of the 4 episodes fall below 100th place. Part 1 is the exception, which charted at 72nd. The days of a top 40 placement are seeming really far away now though, aren't they? But what did the Keeper of Traken offer audience members? Did new competition come to batter the show, or was this serial just not promoted as well? The shift to the 5:10 time slot had greatly benefited Doctor Who as Warrior's Gate had transmitted, mainly due to weaker competition in the form of Search for a Star. However, from Part 2 onwards, ITV decided to change their schedule. Now the TARDIS team were going up against a new game show, Punchlines, which right from the off proved to be extremely popular. At its peak, The new arrival would attract audiences of up to a whopping 15 million, far outpacing Doctor Who, almost 3 times over in some weeks. For the Keeper of Traken to not drop back to the extreme lows of earlier stories despite this new strong competition is nothing short of a miracle. Efforts in the promotional department were ramped up too, mainly to focus on the debut of a new companion, Nyssa, played by Sarah Sutton. Sarah was a young actress who had recently rose to household prominence with a leading role in The Moon Stallion. On the day of Part 1's broadcast, she appeared on the multicoloured swap shop to take questions from viewers about her previous work, her upcoming role in Doctor Who, and also to give away a few Who-themed prizes. Nyssa's arrival was also spearheaded by another back page article in the Radio Times, plus a trailer for Part 1, that also served to promote the story as a whole to any viewer who was tuning into BBC One. Furthermore, Doctor Who was becoming gradually more accessible to all kinds of viewers. Starting with Warrior's Gate and continuing with The Keeper of Traken, viewers with hearing difficulties could now access subtitles on the BBC's CFAX service, a teletext-based programme that would assist viewers of all kinds and would continue to do so until its closure in 2012. The Keeper of Traken is a great introductory story for Nyssa. The world of Traken feels fleshed out, and like any good planet in Doctor Who, getting an idea of the society of its people helps make it stand out amongst the pantheon of adventures. But perhaps the biggest surprise of this serial, one that was closely guarded from the press, was the return of the Doctor's arch-nemesis, the Master. Having last appeared over 4 years ago in The Deadly Assassin, the Renegade Time Lord appeared once again in his decaying form, this time played by Geoffrey Beevers. It's great to see the Master on screen again, and he's just as malevolent and as menacing as he ever had been. And by story's end, he inhabits a brand new body, and the mantle is passed to Anthony Ainley. And trust me, this won't be the last you see of him on our journey. Overall, this story attracted an average of 6.3 million viewers, a 1.2 million drop from the previous story. While 6 million is not the worst average, it's certainly not impressive and a far cry from the hyper-success of the Tom Baker era just a few years ago. The new popular competition from ITV certainly wouldn't have helped, and even the arrival of a new companion and the return of an old foe seemingly wasn't enough to bring back those lost viewers. We also have some repeat data for you. The Keeper of Traken was chosen to be the second of the 2 summer repeats scheduled for 1981, whilst also serving as a reintroduction for new companion Nyssa for anyone who hadn't seen the serial on first broadcast. Going out over 4 consecutive days between the 10th and 13th of August, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which averaged out at 5 million viewers, a 1.3 million drop from the original broadcast. This average was also gained by the Full Circle repeat a week prior, and the same factors arguably contributed to these lower numbers, with hot summer weather and soap opera Crossroads providing the biggest temptations for audiences to move away from Doctor Who. The Keeper of Traken may come across as one of the more simplistic stories from Season 18, but it's in that simplicity where the storytelling and performances are allowed to shine. Right from the off, Sarah Sutton is fantastic as Nyssa, and her chemistry with Adric and later the Doctor is great. Anthony Ainley also stands out, playing the kind-hearted Treemas for most of the story, before becoming the Master towards the end. It's a really fun little adventure, and if you want to enjoy it today, you can read the Target book from 1982, or its audio adaptation from 2019. To watch it, you have a VHS release from 1993, or a 2007 DVD release, packaged together with Logopolis and Castrovalva as part of the New Beginnings box set. You can also view The Keeper of Traken on Blu-ray, as part of the Season 18 collection set from 2019. The Keeper of Traken may feel a little light to some, but if you're in the mood for a story that's a bit more simplistic, yet packed with action, adventure, strong performances and settings, then this serial will fit that bill perfectly. Much like the E-Space trilogy, The Keeper of Traken experiments with interconnectivity between adventures, and as such, the next story would not only build on the events on Traken, but would set up the end of Tom Baker's unforgettable Fourth Doctor.
A new body at last.
Father?
The 7th and final story from Season 18 is Logopolis. It's the end, but the moment has been prepared for. The Doctor has glimpsed the future, and must once again save the entire universe from his archenemy, the Master, knowing he will make the ultimate sacrifice. This story is comprised of 4 episodes, which began airing on the 28th of February 1981 and concluded on the 21st of March. Here are the individual viewing figures for all 4 episodes, and we can see that numbers have finally begun to hold fairly steady around the 6 and 7 million mark for the most part. Part 2 achieves the highest viewing figures of the serial, with 7.7 million households tuning in, and the following week, Part 3 would record the weakest audience, with 5.8 million viewers coming back to gear up for the Fourth Doctor's farewell. Whilst these are some of the stronger viewing figures displayed in Season 18, it is such a shame that after 7 years in the role, that more people didn't catch the demise of Tom Baker's beloved Bohemian. For the top 40 programmes, the show missed out for the 7th and final time this season. Part 2 came the closest, charting at 57th place, and Part 3 would sink below 100th to record the weakest showing, at 102nd. So, if Logopolis was meant to serve as the grand finale of a 7-year stint for arguably the most adored version of the Doctor yet, why didn't more people tune in? Well, for one, Doctor Who was still going out in the 5:10 PM time slot, which meant that it was going directly against punchlines in nearly every ITV region. With the game show's popularity being widespread and having a few minutes head start on Doctor Who, there were always going to be a section of the audience who weren't going to switch back to BBC One, even for the departure of the longest serving Doctor. Promotion once again, however, was consistent and very strong. Firstly, another new companion was the subject of interviews and press coverage. Tegan, played by Janet Fielding, had been announced some months previously, but in the lead up to her debut in Part 1, various newspapers promoted the Australian's impending arrival. But the main drive of publicity came during the week of the final episode, as all the major newspapers and tabloids carried headlines or interviews detailing the departure of Tom Baker from the programme. Having played the Doctor for nearly 7 years, there were many audience members who saw him as the definitive Doctor, not getting the chance to experience his previous 3 incarnations. But despite Tom's popularity with audiences and the extensive coverage around the final story, it seemed even all of that wasn't enough to get millions of viewers away from ITV to witness this landmark moment. An absolute shame, as Logopolis is not only up there with Warrior's Gate as being one of the most interesting stories this season, but it's a fantastic swan song for the Fourth Doctor to bow out on. There's a feeling of finality throughout the story, and the presence of the ethereal Watcher only strengthens that feeling. With the arrival of Tegan, it's the first time that 3 companions have occupied the TARDIS since 1967, and while some complain that 3 is far too many, even though this is the first adventure for the trio, they all get time to develop their characters and find where their strengths lie within the team. Anthony Ainley gets his first real chance to shine as a new incarnation of the Master, one in which he achieves brilliantly. He holds the menace and charm of Roger Delgado, whilst also adding his own distinct brand of wit and humour, and he would go on to develop this role for the remainder of the 1980s. And of course there's Tom Baker, the indomitable Fourth Doctor, who despite his problems behind the scenes, was able to bow out of the show with grace and a certain degree of dignity. His fall from the radio telescope and his final lines to his young friends are both heartbreaking but also comforting. They hold a sense of hope, and as we all know, if there's one thing the Doctor does bring to us all, it's hope. Overall, this story attracted an average of 6.7 million viewers, a 0.4 increase from the previous story. Whilst this last-minute boost is certainly welcomed, it remains a tragedy that not even 7 million viewers tuned in to witness the end of a Doctor who had very much defined the programme and the franchise as a whole for the past few years. Still, this figure remains one of the highest that Season 18 was able to attain. We also have some repeat data for you. To help bridge the gap between Seasons 18 and 19, a special run of repeats entitled The 5 Faces of Doctor Who was scheduled to air on BBC Two throughout the month of November. Logopolis was chosen to represent the Fourth Doctor's era, partly to help reintroduce people to Tegan, but also as it displayed the Time Lord's regeneration into his new 5th incarnation, who is set to debut on TV screens in a few months' time. Going out over 4 consecutive days from the 9th to the 12th of November 1981, here are the viewing figures for this repeat, which averaged out at 5.5 million viewers, 1.2 million less than on original broadcast. Considering this was going out on BBC Two, a channel that generally received less viewership than BBC One and ITV, these numbers are not bad at all, and these relatively successful viewing figures were only set to continue as the 5 Faces of Doctor Who season progressed. Logopolis for me remains one of the major highlights of the Tom Baker era, and whilst I mainly prefer the earlier years of his tenure, this story works just as well. The prevailing feeling of finality and dread work extremely well with this adventure's ideas, characters and action pieces. If you want to experience what I'm talking about for yourself, you can read the Target book from 1982 or its audio adaptation from 2010. To watch it, you have the VHS from 1992, or a 2007 DVD release, packaged alongside the Keeper of Traken and Castrovalva as part of the New Beginnings box set. You can also view the Fourth Doctor's finale on Blu-ray, as it was included as part of the Season 18 collection set, which was released in 2019. Logopolis, I would argue, remains one of the finest regeneration stories we've ever had in the programme's long history. It feels epic, yet low-key, a blend that can so easily go wrong, but is achieved wonderfully here. And as we see the Fourth Doctor's friends and enemies flash before his eyes, not only is it emotional in itself, but you can really get a scope and appreciate the long life this Doctor has had. But a new man has arrived, and many adventures will await him and his 3 young companions.
Doctor!
It's the end. But the moment has been prepared for.
So that's Season 18, the 7 stories that comprise it, and the ratings that they garnered. With the transmission of Episode 4 of Logopolis, Season 18 was brought to an end, concluding a near 7-month run, comprised of 28 episodes across 7 stories. Now, let's have a look at story averages for this season. We can see that on the whole, numbers are way down from the previous years in the Tom Baker era, particularly from the previous year's Season 17. The peak comes with Warrior's Gate, which was the only story to cross the 7 million mark, finishing with 7.5 million viewers. The least viewed story is Meglos, which hits a new low for this era, having only 4.7 million viewers tuning in. The remainder of the stories hover around the 5 million range, with the final 2 serials pushing into 6 million, but as stated before, this season really was a poor showing for Doctor Who, at least in the viewing figures department. Now, as we always do, let's work out the overall average for this season. By combining the average ratings for each story, we can calculate that the average viewing figures for Season 18 of Doctor Who stands at around roughly 5.8 million viewers. This is an astronomical 5.4 million decrease from the previous season average, and it awards Season 18 a generally unwanted accolade for being the least viewed season of the show on our journey thus far. It's almost a million lower than the runner-up for the title, which is Season 6, which gained a 6.6 million average back in the late 60s. If that wasn't bad enough, when looking at the Tom Baker years as a whole, Season 18 takes last place by a long mile. The previous 6 seasons were able to all gain an average of 8 million or more, so this showing stands out as the black sheep of the era. But now, as we've reached the end of another Doctor's era, it's time we got really nerdy with numbers and figure out the overall average for the Tom Baker years. By combining the results achieved from seasons 12 through 18, we can calculate that the average viewing figures for the Tom Baker era of Doctor Who stand at around roughly 9.4 million viewers. This means that the Fourth Doctor's tenure is the most viewed on average thus far. It eclipses the previous leader, the Pertwee years, by 1.1 million viewers, and when looking at the first 2 Doctors' eras, it also surpasses them by 1.5 and 2.3 million respectively. There are obviously a few key factors to take into consideration, one being that Tom Baker had 7 seasons to average out, 2 more than Pertwee and 4 more than Hartnell and Troughton. Furthermore, in terms of story count, Tom Baker had far more than his 3 predecessors. Hartnell had 29, Troughton had 21, and Pertwee had 24. Tom Baker, on the other hand, had a remarkable 41 stories in his tenure, 42 if you include Shada, and with 15 of those stories having 10 million or more viewers, it becomes very clear why and how this era attained such a high average overall. Season 18 may be a disappointment in the viewing figures department, but in terms of its ambition and creativity, I would honestly argue that it's the most experimental season of the entire Tom Baker era. A lot of that experimentation comes from the new production teams, particularly with script editor Christopher H. Bidmead wanting to inject some real science back into the show, combined with the fantastical elements of stories such as Warrior's Gate. The result doesn't always work, at least for me. Stories like Meglos and State of Decay aren't necessarily my kind of cup of tea, but then there are tales such as the Leisure Hive or Logopolis, adventures that really showcase how Doctor Who can be in the 1980s, whilst also delivering us some concepts and storylines that feel new, exciting, and thought-provoking. For Tom Baker, he wasn't exactly glowing of this season, and indeed, when you watch his performances, there's a sense of morbidity and bleakness that feels the complete antithesis to his wide-eyed, brighter character from earlier seasons. Having said that, the tone of the stories often gel well with Tom's performances this time around, and indeed in his swan song, he really gives his Doctor a cracking good send-off. Tom had the almost impossible task of taking over from Jon Pertwee back in 1974, but now, 7 years later, he was giving his successor the exact same task. Not only did he make the part his own, but he injected so much fun, wonder, and eccentricity into the programme. His early years saw the show ascend to new heights of popularity, consistently breaking its own viewing figure records week after week. It saw experimentation with new ways of telling stories, seen in the Key to Time season for example, and it saw classic monsters return like the Daleks and Cybermen, with a whole host of new foes debuting only to become just as iconic. And through all the highs and lows of the past 7 seasons, it was Tom Baker that acted as the centre point of it all. His jubilance, his passion, and his personality all contributed to him becoming the definitive incarnation of the Doctor for millions upon millions of viewers, both back in the 1970s and indeed today, almost 50 years after his initial debut. After playing the part for 7 years, Tom distanced himself from the programme for some time. He declined to take part in the 20th anniversary special, The Five Doctors, which went out in 1983, and used stock footage from Shada to fill his absence. Throughout the 80s and 90s, however, he would make appearances at conventions and still keep in touch with the fan community. His involvement in Doctor Who on television remained scarce throughout the Wilderness years, and even when the programme was successfully revived in 2005, he didn't pop up as often as other classic Doctors did to discuss the new show. However, after dabbling with some adventures for Audio Go, Tom would join his other classic incarnations at Big Finish Productions, to record many series of audio stories starting in the early 2010s. Tom now feels like a regular presence at the company, and even in his 80s he captures the same magic and wonder his Doctor Who had done all those years ago back in the 1970s. The culmination of Tom's return to the franchise arguably occurred in 2013, during the 50th anniversary special, The Day of the Doctor. Appearing as the curator in the story's final moments, Tom finally returned to the programme after 32 years, being as mysterious and mischievous as ever, and reminding millions that in many ways, he still very much was the Doctor. But back in March of 1981, those who tuned in saw this Doctor leave their television screens. A new face had appeared, one that many associated with a vet from Yorkshire, but this fresh, open-faced man was our 5th Doctor, and together with Adric, Nyssa and Tegan, he would begin a brand new era of adventures, for audiences watching in the ever-changing 1980s. So those are the ratings details for the 4th Doctor's entire era. I hope you enjoyed this numerical look back to a time that many fans refer to as the programme's absolute peak. From the early highs of the Hinchcliffe era, the shift in tone during the Williams era, right up until the early days of JNT, these 7 seasons truly hold something for everyone. If you want to check out more Doctor Who content, then I highly recommend the following creators: Clever Dick Films, Brandy's Bongos, Doctor Who Adventures, The Who Knew Podcast, Joe Brennan, Time of the Whovians United, and Doctor Who Home. If you want to read more about Doctor Who and the making of it, I highly recommend the Complete History series of books, which I used as reference for this video. If you want to keep up to date with this series, you can follow me on Twitter and Instagram, and if you want to see new episodes of the series early, then you can by supporting us on Patreon or via my Ko-fi page. Please consider leaving a like, subscribing to the channel, and leaving your thoughts on the Tom Baker era in the comments section below. I've been Adam Martyn from AMTV, and we will see you next time for the Peter Davison years.